Everybody, it is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. B holding it down in the Navy Yard. I'm out west, Ashburn, Virginia. Figure 30 miles. I feel like we've done this before. 35 miles west of the city. B, I'm out here for Commanders OTAs. This is the last week of OTAs. And then next week is mandatory minicamp. And then after that, they're chilling till training camp. So we're getting there, folks. We are getting there. B, do you know there are a ton of cars out here? And I'm seeing like the guest services people coming in. Do they have fans out here today?
They may. Because I know that they've been I've done a few events where they're selling a lot of tickets and people getting suites. So
yeah, suite holders or something.
Some of the perks is to have them around the players.
Yeah, I'm curious, man.
There's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, they do have construction going on out here. So there are also some of these cars could be construction workers.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of cars out here, B. So we'll see what's happening. Dan Quinn's going to address the media around noon. You guys will hear that live here. Then we'll get to I'm going to give you a live practice report at 1. We'll talk to all the players after practice or whoever they make available anyway. Mm-hmm. So it'll be a busy day of Commanders content. I'll be on Channel 4 this evening with a whole bunch of video if you want to watch it. Brian, though, something very interesting I was listening to this morning.
What's that?
Because it's a topic you and I have discussed a lot. Inflation and are these companies being greedy? What exactly is happening out there, right? Because the cost of everything is way up, right?
Uh-huh.
So certainly I listened to this podcast called Odd Lots. It's a Bloomberg economics podcast, but it's like explained in a really simple way that you can kind of make sense of.
Mm-hmm.
So there's all sorts of government protections that, like, if I owned Walmart and you owned Safeway and we went into a room and we were like, yo, we're going to make bread cost $10. That would be collusion, and that is illegal, right?
Yeah.
There's all sorts of government protections for that. But what is happening now and what is being like amplified by hold on, I'm about to get an answer on the fans. Are there fans out here today?
Yes, sir. 300.
300 fans. Okay, there you go. Now we know 300 fans coming out here today.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, brother. So if you and I go into a room to lock in a price, that is price fixing. That is illegal. Mm-hmm. That's what the Federal Trade Commission is here to fight. All these things, right?
Yeah.
But as AI advancement continues, right? Artificial intelligence and the amount of data these companies gather. Think about like when we were younger, B, like 15 years ago, you went to the grocery store, something was just on sale and you got the sale price.
Yeah.
Now you got to put your phone number in or show them your card or whatever to get the sale price, right?
Mm-hmm.
All of that is just data points, constant data points. And basically these giant stores are able to sell that data. Then these algorithms get a hold of it. And the algorithms are able to fix prices, basically. And that is not illegal because when these laws were written, algorithms and artificial intelligence and everything didn't exist. It's kind of messed up, right?
It may not be illegal, but it's basically, if you dig to the core of it, that's what they're doing. They basically, all the same people using the same information, they're putting it through the machines, which is still collusion in a book, in essence.
Exactly. But
just like when you, well, technically because they didn't talk, but technically it is as well, because you know what? If you all are deciding to come up with the same information to use, that's basically talking.
Right.
No matter if you use a machine or not.
Yeah. Well, and there's like all the, and the other thing they were talking about is, you know how like frustrating because you hear from experts and politicians that want to tell you inflation is not that bad. Inflation is not that bad. But we also live in the era of fees on everything.
Yeah.
So it feels worse than they're acknowledging because of the fee world we're in. Like book a flight and tell me the fees, buy concert tickets. I mean, all of it is just staggering.
Just go sit down for dinner and eat lunch and look at all the fees prior to them that you have to pay a tip.
Totally.
Yeah.
Or get Uber Eats.
Mm-hmm.
Uber Eats is bananas, dude. All of them. DoorDash, whichever one you use. I mean, you're just getting jacked. I didn't mean for that random tangent. It was just something really interesting that I listened to this morning. It also is fairly telling that it is what day is it? June 5th? June 5th, and there's no sports. We could really use the NBA finals to start. We got about 48 more hours. I did think of something driving out here, though, B, we saw the Stephen A stuff earlier in the week. Did you see the Pat McAfee thing with Caitlin Clark, B?
No.
I don't even feel like explaining it, basically.
Yeah.
But here's where I'm at with the WNBA. And we're going to have our friend Joe Maloney on in a few minutes because I at least think that Shohei was gambling and that gambling is probably pretty rampant, maybe in baseball more than others. But Joe Maloney works for the American, what is it, Gambling Association, whatever it is. He's gonna tell us the facts. Might ask him a couple stadium questions too. But B, you know how there's the Montana senator that is trying to fight for the dude that designed the old Redskins logo?
Yeah.
And basically he's able to threaten to cause problems to the RFK legislation for the Commanders. Really, I think the RFK legislation should be looked at as a national priority. I think there should be a stadium in the nation's capital that the entire country can be proud of. If you look at the great cities around the world, Paris, London, Tokyo, they have those.
Yeah, we can use it in the Olympics here.
Yeah, dude, it's embarrassing. Like, it's embarrassing that this is a political football, but everything.
Landfill is coming. Don't worry about it. You just stay out there in Loudoun County. We're not going to come out there.
What, the stadium?
I thought we need the Olympics here. He's about, no, I thought just stay in Loudoun County. Nobody's going to come out there.
If there was an Olympics in the D.C. area, I bet they'd throw something out in Loudoun. I'd like whitewater rafting or something.
I'm glad that the Olympics are going to be in L.A. next because that means they won't be back in the States for at least 40 or 20 years or something. D.C. Olympics would be horrific. No, I mean, it's just, it doesn't really happen.
Yeah, I feel like they like to spread it around, and especially as they're going to, new continents and countries. They went to South America, they went to Africa. They'll probably, don't you think, like, who just had the World Cup? Qatar? However we say that?
Yep.
Like, the way the Saudis and the UAE is trying to sports wash, you're telling me they won't throw $10 billion at the International Olympics Commission, the first ever Riyadh Olympics? I wouldn't be
possible.
shocked. I wouldn't be shocked at all, man. But B, my point I was trying to make was with the stadium stuff, and then the logo thing from the Montana senator, which I can understand his position. Those are his constituents, and he's staking a claim. Whether it's purely politically driven, I don't think it's purely political. I think it's heavily political. But what I hate the most is that issue has been completely co-opted by politicians on both sides, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the activist nature of our world, where there's activists on both sides that make everything a dividing point, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just hate it. Like, some stuff that's just an old logo that we respect, and let's all move forward, right? But what is happening with the discourse surrounding the WNBA is so freaking irritating, because I think there are sports people getting out over their skis, trying to make broad proclamations about women's issues and racial issues and all these things, when we really could just talk about sports with this.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's worse is that it gets co-opted by political groups. I think you absolutely have, like, racist people trying to make this, they won't root for the white girl. Like, there's so much agenda driven nonsense surrounding WNBA discourse that I really wish 80% of it would just go away.
Well, I got a solution. We just don't talk about it unless it's about the game, and then we don't have to worry about it. And that's the way you do it, because ultimately what all the people want you to do is what you just did. You spend time talking about it, so now you got more people thinking about it, and now we're off we're off course. The ultimate thing is, listen, I don't care if it's Caitlin, Angel, I don't care. If it's Luca and Jason, I'm not talking about anything other than them playing basketball. That's the same way I'm gonna be with the ladies. It's always about treating me fairly. Well, fairly is when you play great basketball, we discuss you. When you don't, we won't be discussing the other stuff.
Like, think about this, B. So tomorrow night, Angel Reese comes to town, and Friday night, Caitlin Clark comes to town, right? So the Chicago Sky is tomorrow night, and then the Indiana Fever the following night. Both those games got moved to Capital One Arena, understandably. There's a lot of excitement. Like, you know what should be the topic?
What's that? The
Mystics are 0-9, and can they get a win against the 2-9 Fever or the 3-5 Sky? How much of all the discourse that will surround these games coming to DC will be about the game?
I mean, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of stuff because that's what people are trying to present. But let's make that pact right now. We're not discussing the BS. If they play great basketball, Wiz get a win, we could discuss it. I mean, the Mystics get a win, we'll discuss it. But all the other stuff, all the ancillary BS, I'm sick of that because let's be real. As I stated yesterday, they're going through nothing that no other man that was a top dog coming into a new arena has gone through. And you got to get used to it. But we're not going to make it into what it's not.
Here's what I'm going to make it. Angel Reese, so far this season, is averaging 11-9, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will tell you this, that they make it incredibly hard to keep track of stats on this WNBA website. So Angel Reese is averaging 11-9, B. Who's the young lady that the Mystics took in ahead of Angel Reese? Aaliyah Edwards? Do I have that right?
That
sound right, Jeff?
Here.
Landfill? Yeah.
Yeah, she's with the blonde hair.
Aaliyah Edwards, I believe, was
UConn.
their first-round pick this year. Yeah, ahead of Angel Reese. When I don't talk to a lot of WNBA people, but I know a few, and they were very surprised that the Wiz took Edwards ahead of Reese. Reese, again, is averaging 11-9 as a rookie, 8 games into the W.
Mm-hmm.
Edwards has only played 2 games. That can't be right because it's showing all these people have only played 2 games. So they only have stats for 2 games. Dude, WNBA, you want us to take you seriously? Get your stat page updated. I'm on the official Mystics WNBA page, and it only has stats through 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are we doing here? Stop debating nonsense. And like, I am sitting here trying to give you the same sort of coverage I would give other sports, and it sure looks. I wish I had accurate stats for this, but it doesn't appear. The stats that are provided via their official page, that Aaliyah Edwards is averaging 3 points per game and 3 rebounds. So it looks like it's early, and maybe this is a potential draft pick, somebody that can hit long term.
Mm-hmm. That
sure looks like a mistake, and you're 0-9. So that's the coverage I'm willing to give. That is real sports coverage. And please, somebody let me know where I can get updated stats. That's ridiculous. A lot of different rants I didn't expect today.
You didn't expect you didn't go on a rant? Man, you must not know yourself.
What'd you do last night? Anything?
No, man. I chilled. I had a meeting. Then I went and met my buddy who was in town. I went home and went to sleep. Got up this morning, worked out. Now I'm here. I'm ready to talk about the game of sports and none of the other bull crap that follows it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. What did I do last night? I had to take Shelby to. Well, you'll love this, Brian. I booked my Italy flights and my passport's expired. How much do you think? One thing I've learned is everything is available in our great country. You just have to pay for it.
You gotta pay that extra fee.
How much do you think expedited passport service costs?
$250 or $450?
The latter. I did get a little bit of a discount.
If you're leaving in a certain period of time, it'd be pushed up for you. You can get it quickly too.
Yeah, you're just paying.
But maybe you just gotta stay on top of stuff, bro.
Yeah, B.
You no longer are that teenage kid that went to college. You're a grown ass man now. Time for you to start having stuff in place.
I don't know if I kind of think, Landfill, at this point, do you think I'm going to start being more on top of stuff?
You may have to try.
I mean, no, obviously not.
If you're on top of 500,000 different aspects of the Commanders and the Wizards and the Nats and all these people, and you always have that stuff, right? You got to try to have your life the same way, don't you think?
I hear you. I just don't think it's going to happen.
But why not?
I don't know. Maybe I'll try. I brought everything today. I even packed a cooler today. I got bottles of water, and I was up early this morning. I grilled some chicken this morning. You want some? Come through the parking lot.
That's all right.
Probably
have no seasoning on it.
It does. Sure does. All right. So per tailgate,
you season your chicken, but you don't season your pork and beans.
Bro, I pour the beans have seasoning. I just pour them in the pot and heat them up. All right. So somebody has sent me.
Oh my Lord.
So apparently today is sponsors, and next week they'll have suite holders out here, and they're trying to figure something out for all the season ticket members. Here's what I can tell you, because I know that a lot of fans get upset that there's it's kind of life, man. There's tiers to everything, right? So if you have a suite, and what's the suite cost be? $200,000 for the year?
Well, depending on which one you get. And
okay, but
they look, man. Just remember, life is not fair. This is
right.
Leave it at that.
Well, I imagine a suite. Let's say the cheapest you're getting a suite at FedEx is $100,000, right? They're going to take care of those folks, and then if you have 4 tickets in the club level, you're spending good money. You're spending $10,000. I don't know, 15, something like that. But it's not that hard to figure out why maybe sponsors are here first, then maybe suite holders. But my real question is when we get to camp, with the construction going on out here and the 90-man rosters and, frankly, the increased amount of staff out here, you know what I mean?
They're going to get a lot of stuff done in these next, before training camp starts, we got about almost a month and a half. Close to
6 weeks probably.
They're gonna watch how much stuff they get done when they got everybody basically out the building.
Yeah. Well, and it appears what the area they're building out isn't in the building, so maybe that's not disrupting the stuff inside. I'm curious what happens with fans for camp. I'm also curious what Dan Quinn wants with fans at camp. You know what I mean? There is a significant growing trend across the league that there's only 1 or 2 open practices during camp. I mean, the Eagles, I believe for years now, only operate with 1 open practice at the link for all of training camp.
Yeah, but that's at the link. But they normally do stuff up.
No, they don't have fans at camp, and they haven't for.
I'm gonna tell you like this, Jay. It may not be open to the public, but they have fans.
Sure, I'm agreeing with you. I think there will certainly be 100 groups of 100 people, but the celebration of training camp we saw last year with the big stands and everything, that's not happening much around the league anymore. That is decreasing significantly all over the NFL.
But some people should still do it. Some people shouldn't.
Right.
But some people, they should, because a lot of the people don't get a chance when the season starts. So they should give them that opportunity.
The one thing I fully support is the open practice at FedEx that is free, because to me, coming out here is cool, but I think there's a lot of fans that never get a game experience. Just frankly, they're priced out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think even though it ends up just being a football practice, it's hardly a game. It's hardly a game experience from the product on the field, but they get to see the stadium. They get to see the command force. They get to see the big screen. And I think that has real value for fans that are priced out of games. All right, there's a lot for us to discuss today. Joining us next, Joe Maloney. You saw a baseball player game for life yesterday for betting on games. What exactly are the betting apps doing to monitor this stuff? Because we saw the same thing in the NBA 6 months ago. Oh, and by the way, Shohei, his interpreter, just got 33 years in prison, but don't worry about that one. We're going to talk to Maloney next. Neil Greenberg at 11. It's P. Mitch and Finley. We're just getting warmed up. Not even a correction. The Mystics official WNBA page only has stats through 2 games, which is kind of embarrassing, frankly. I think that's a WNBA issue. But somebody sent me on ESPN.com. They have full stats. Aaliyah Edwards, the rookie first rounder, taking 1 spot ahead of Angel Reese, is averaging through 9 games, 7 points, about 5 boards. So numbers still fairly well below Angel Reese. All right, enough of that. Right now, joining us on the BetQL guest line is our friend, Mr. Joe Maloney, formerly worked for the Commanders, has taken a new post over at the American Gaming Association. Maloney, what up, dude? How are you, buddy?
Good to be here. Thanks for having me on.
What's up, Joe?
P-Mitch, how are you?
Good, brother.
It's great having you on, Joe. There's a lot for us to discuss. So the kid from Pittsburgh just got banned for life because he's betting on Pirates games. I think that's the right call. I don't disagree with that at all. How does MLB get that information?
So according to ESPN's reports in this example, they were provided the information by a legal sports operator, meaning Mr. Marcano participated in this gambling activity, sports wagering activity, in the legal and regulated marketplace. So, for awareness and to provide a little bit of context for you and your listeners, we're hearing about these rules violations now at a relatively decent clip here across major league organizations, because these leagues now have a gambling policy in place for their players and club employees, because since 2018, we now have legal regulated sports wagering in this country outside of the state of Nevada. So previous to 2018, we never, clubs and leagues never needed gambling policies, right? They were not in partnership with operators because it was not scaled across this country the way it is now, 38 states and the District of Columbia. So annually or on some frequency within the partnerships between legal sports books and the leagues pursuant to their gambling policies, they share information. And why do they share information? Because the integrity of the matches is the most important thing right now. Americans won't bet on sports if they don't think the competition is fair. And obviously fans won't probably be fans if they think the competition is rigged. And there are a lot of examples of rigged competitions across all kinds of different sports and all kinds of different countries where fan interest is low. So there's big stakes here. And I think Commissioner Manfred's quote in the story and that was released says it's a privilege to play this game of baseball. And there are rules that need to be followed in order to have that opportunity. And in the news this week, they have provided a number of suspensions and then obviously an unprecedented one in the form of a lifetime ban for this Pittsburgh Pirates player, Mr. Marcano. So that's why we're hearing about these things right now, gentlemen, because we now are in a new era and there's a new ecosystem of stakeholders. They all have duties and responsibilities. And one of those is cracking down when rules are violated.
And I think on top of that, we act as if they just started implementing gambling rules, because before 2018, you weren't allowed to go in those sports books a lot of times and put certain bets. Even before all of this new stuff popped up.
Yeah, and not only that, B-Mitch, as you know, I mean, a lot of the gambling activity, particularly around sports wagering, if it was happening in the shadows, and people were just looking the other way. And that's not the case right now. So this is the legal market actually doing its job. And I think the Jonte Porter incident is another example to your question,
True.
JP. There was an irregular betting activity on a bench player that was immediately flagged by the then legal operator that accepted this bet. It was flagged. An integrity monitor took on the job of assessing how irregular it was. It was determined to be very irregular. It was shared with the league. And then we have an investigation that moved forward, which resulted in a lifetime ban for Jonte Porter that Commissioner Silver handed down. So this is an example of the market working. Are there growing pains? I mean, it just depends who you ask. You could call them growing pains, or you could just say, hey, this is the legal market now doing this, and players and clubs and club employees have a new set of rules, and those rules are posted in clubhouses, they're posted in locker rooms, and you've got to follow them.
But Joe, don't you think, just like with steroids, the majority shied away and you had the same group constantly doing it, but you make it, everyone thinks that everybody is doing it when ultimately it's the person who think, oh, I didn't get caught the first time, I'm gonna try it again.
Some of these instances are obviously really unfortunate, and they were during the steroid era, and they continue to be, right? I mean, it's some are not following rules, some don't know the rules, and you literally hate to see this happen. I was speaking with one member of the Commanders media beat recently, and a year ago, as you both recall, there was an announcement of NFL player suspensions, and one of them was a rostered Commanders player.
Yeah,
and
Shaka.
he was suspended for a year, based on the health of the defensive line over this past season, right? Like, that's a young man who would have saw the field.
Yeah,
and now he's cut, right?
Yeah. I doubt he's even in the league.
It's devastating news. These are mistakes that can be avoided, and again, it's an ecosystem of stakeholders now. That's the thing I say over and over again. And what does that mean? It means that even if you're not a legal sportsbook operator, everyone has a duty to communicate and understand what responsibility means in this new age context. And again, clubs are beating this into players' heads across all leagues and sports. And because it's just really important, because folks' careers are at stake here. But the reasons for that, it goes back to integrity. It's just, you've got to preserve integrity at all costs. And when we took this leap as a country in 2018, after the Supreme Court overturned the federal ban on sports wagering outside of Nevada, that was the first thing that sportsbook operators and leagues came together on, which is, hey, what are the tools and measures we need to do to keep the preservation of integrity first and foremost and the top priority?
Well, I think the first thing they came together on is, oh my God, how many more billions are we going to make? And then they're like, okay, how do we keep the integrity on this? I'm not asking for you to comment on that. But I will ask you to comment on this. Are you Shohei? I find this so fascinating that we're hammering this probably quadruple A player for Pittsburgh because he bet with regulated markets. And it appears, at least right now, that Shohei's going to skate because he did everything through a bookie.
Shohei was, I believe, federal investigators as well as prosecutors have communicated to the public that he was a victim in this instance, and so I'm not here to comment on whether or not, and I'm not going to speculate on Shohei's specific activity, but this is an example.
But it was all done
through illegal market,
right?
It was all done through
illegal markets,
yeah.
Right?
It was done.
I
through
wonder
if
Ipe was putting the plays in through FanDuel or ESPN Bet or whatever, how much different that would all look. But I recognize that's not your part of town. Dude, can I ask you a couple quick ones on the stadium stuff? I know you know that world too.
Yes.
Okay, so we got the dude from Montana causing trouble. And now Chris Van Hollen apparently wants to cause trouble too. Where are we at getting this thing out of the Senate?
Sure. So I think the last time I came on the show, we discussed some of the efforts upon House bill passage. So bill gets passed in the House, it gets sent over to the Senate as a House reported bill. The Senate then assigns it, the Senate parliamentarian assigns it to a relevant committee. In this instance, it's the Senate's Energy and Natural Resources Committee chaired by Senator Manchin from West Virginia. They held a hearing on this a few weeks ago. The subcommittee on public lands, which is chaired by Maine Senator Angus King, of which Senator Daines is a member of that subcommittee, and he raised the issues around the old logo and the Wetzel family. So, look, there's a really important conversation that this was discussed that day on the merits of the legislation, as well as Senator Daines' concerns. Senator Daines is, I think, promoting a constituent concern. The Wetzel family, of course, is from Montana, and quite honestly, a famed family from Montana athletic standpoint. If you took the time to learn about, they have a storied history in basketball. But anyway, in fact, a Wetzel family member was an assistant coach for the Wizards G League team here, the Capital City Go-Go. But
That's
anyway,
cool. I knew they were quite accomplished. I didn't know that part.
Yeah. So Senator Daines and his concern aside, because I think that we'll see some type of resolution here in the weeks and months ahead.
Jason told me to expect that. I do. It does seem like the team is being really proactive to try to get that figured out.
Sure. And look, there's the Wetzel family, again, like with its storied history and both aligned with the club and in Montana. There's so many good reasons to begin to communicate with that family more substantively and more formatively. And again, by all press accounts, it sounds like the club is taking all of the necessary time to do that and to undertake that initiative. With regards to the recent, what I would describe as non-news around Senator Van Hollen, I think the House delegation in Maryland did the same thing. They did everything they could to slow down the progress of this bill. Now, members of the Maryland House delegation might disagree with that, but I think any entity within a competition is going to do what they need to do to be properly rewarded or to keep them ahead. Mm-hmm. And I go back to the House committee hearing in the House Oversight Committee, when then ranking member Jamie Raskin, who's the congressman that represents you and me, JP, deftly threw in on a hostile amendment to the RFK bill with his polar opposite politically, a Pennsylvania Republican by the name of Scott Perry, whose amendment called for an outright prohibition on any public funding for a stadium on the grounds of RFK. Now, that amendment went down, it was defeated, but it was a kind of an uncomfortable vote because at the time I was employed by the club, we never imagined a world where Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton, who is on that committee and is a Democratic colleague with Mr. Raskin, we never imagined a world that Mr. Raskin would potentially, and this is being quite charitable with my language, potentially sabotage her bill, right? Mr. Raskin is a huge supporter of sovereign rights for the district, a huge supporter of even states' rights for the district. Like, this is about the district being able to control its own economic destiny in the form of economic development on lands that should be theirs to control. Mm-hmm. Well, he sort of deftly threw in and had an interesting intellectual construct to throw his support behind Mr. Perry, which I had the pleasure of telling Mr. Raskin post-employment that I thought it was an interesting intellectual construct, to which he chuckled. But that being said, the Maryland House delegation, again, did the things that you would want if you're Governor Moore and your other interested stakeholders in Prince George's County, you would want them to do to slow the progress on a piece of legislation which could positively position a competitor, and in this context, the district, in the overall discussion on who gets the stadium. We're in the Senate right now. Mr. Van Hollen does not sit on the jurisdictional committee. His options to throw sand in the gears on this legislation, I believe them to be not as outsized as they may have been characterized in Mr. Libero's column. I think that this bill was never going to be considered as a standalone Senate bill. As a standalone Senate bill, yes, any senator can object and any senator can prevent it from becoming law. And there are many Republican senators that take a lot of issues with how the district is run and how the district government performs and Mayor Bowser's performance as governor. And they might use this bill as an opportunity to provide a commentary on that in the form of holding back the bill. So that's not just Senator Van Hollen that could potentially be ahead of this as a standalone piece of legislation. I go back to the ultimate strategy is to
Joe,
get a bill.
We got to run, and I hate to boil this down so simply. Give me give me a down and distance on getting the approval of the Senate and what yard line we're at.
I think the club and the District of Columbia are well positioned to get this done before the end of the year. I think there's a ton of bipartisan support for it. It's the
first and 10 from the 20.
So.
First and 10 from the 20.
First and 10. We had a good kickoff return, and we're first and 10 from our own 40-yard line.
Yeah, be miscarried that one.
Thank you, Maloney. I really appreciate you, brother.
Take care, gentlemen.
Take care, brother.
That's our guy, Joe Maloney. Neil Greenberg joins us at 11.
LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. College, went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the
7, the Fan. If you missed our interview with Joe Maloney, Joe used to work for the Commanders in a what do they call that? Government relations capacity. He now works for the American Gaming Association. He made a lot of good points on why, the leagues and the teams are working so closely together to protect the integrity. I tend to believe. I'm not sure I buy any of the Shohei stuff, but that's not his world because that was done through a bookie. But we also talked stadium right there. There was a Washington Times article that Chris Van Hollen might cause some trouble. And then there's obviously everything going on with the Montana senator. Apparently, the Montana senator is in a more advantageous spot because he's on a committee. What I cared most about, Brian, and I'm guessing what you cared most about, is Maloney said he still thinks he's in a good position. 1st and 10 from the 40.
Yeah.
1st and 10 from the 40. You think they're going to get to the end zone?
I think so. Listen, man. I've always felt that there are always people in those political positions that's just there to try and mess up stuff. But I don't think they're gonna overall succeed in this one.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to watch unfold. I think, what I believe now more than ever, though? Like, I know this to be fact, that when Dan and Bruce were trying to get back to RFK, their strategy was to send Bruce over there, shake a couple hands, slap a couple backs, and he just thought
they thought
the deal would
Bruce's
get
brother's
done.
connections in the political world was going to help.
Well, and B, we know this. They operated from such an area of arrogance that the Redskins name and brand carried the weight, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, think about the stories we know and have heard, whatever, of them just being like, well, we're the Redskins, and just the assumptions that were made because of it. I don't think this new ownership group operates like that.
No, I think they understand what relationships can get you. And that's the ultimate thing in this world right here that they were operating in. They didn't understand that without relationships, you get nothing. And every relationship they had, they ruined them. Point blank. So now you got a group in who understands the power of relationships. You know, you go through life and you meet people, just show a little respect. You don't know in the next life when you're gonna need those people. And I think they really
I love that
found
story you told. Yeah, you saw this dude in overalls at a party, and you were talking to him just like everybody else, and then you realized he was a billionaire.
Well, I realized if he was in there, listen, bro, I've always been kind of had a little keen sense of understanding who's around. If everybody else is dressed up and one dude walks in overalls, he's somebody. Or they wouldn't have let him in. Get what I'm saying? So started talking to him.
Totally.
And for everybody out there listening, guess who it was? It was Sam Walton. So he was the richest person in the world
whatever he wants
at that point. Big backer of Arkansas football.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Go Hogs. I think this is the group to get it done, and I think they do it through a place of like respect. And I mean, frankly, when you got to deal with the government, throw a little cash around. They got that too. I just want RFK to happen. And dude, for Chris Van Hollen, who I suppose is my senator as a Maryland resident, like I understand what the Maryland delegation is doing because it's a huge economic asset to have the stadium in PG County, especially if you get a new one built. If you get a new one built and it's dope and it actually is a real economic driver, I understand it. It's just not what I want to happen. And I think, dude, if you're Maryland, if you're the state of Maryland, and I mean, there's no way right now, after what happened in Alexandria with the Caps and the Wiz, that you can go to a podium and announce a new stadium in Virginia. I think I just don't see how that could happen. Maybe there's other areas besides Alexandria. If you're the state of Maryland right now, you got to kind of like your chances because you can mess up the Senate. And I don't know. It's an interesting time for the stadium. Our guy Neil Greenberg has all the stats for everything. I want to do an NBA Finals preview with Greenberg. I want to do some hockey with Greenberg. I want to talk some football with Greenberg. He joins us next. B. Mitchell Finley, 11 a.m., 12:15 practice. OTAs start for the Washington Commanders. I'm out here in Ashburn. B holding it down in Navy Yard Studios. Iron Man cranking on your speakers. Rather than a different metal song every time, I think we should just play this one for Greenberg. Greenberg, how do you feel about that?
I'm all for it. I love this song. The song's a classic.
This is a classic, and I know who it is, and I can identify it. And it
so you really want the song to be
presence.
the same.
Yeah, that's what it is. He wants it, Greenberg. He ain't doing it for you. He's doing it for himself.
But if you've ever met Neil Greenberg in person, you think of Iron Man. That's the vibe he gives
Yeah,
off.
it's hard to tell us apart. I mean, we're both smart. Together we have like $1 trillion. It's very hard to tell us apart, me and Tony Stark.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. How are you, buddy? How ready are you for the NBA Finals to get going?
I am ready because I'm sitting on a Dallas Mavericks future from last year at 22-1. So I'm very excited. That's my only rooting interest in the whole thing. But I think it's going to be interesting. I mean, Boston has kind of been the team to beat this whole time. They have an all-defensive backcourt. How are they going to stop Kyrie? I mean, there's just a lot of things to talk about for this final. So I think it's going to be a good one.
Do you think how many games are you anticipating this whole series going?
That's a good question. 5 or 6. I think we'll see some tight games, and then we'll just see someone figure it out and start to run away with it.
What is obviously you're rooting for the Mavs because you stand to, I hope, make at least 4 figures. But when you look at the numbers for this thing, Boston's metrics are going to be off the charts. How do you, as somebody that is, a data-driven analyst, consider that Boston beat up on a lot of bad teams all year, and then their road to the playoffs was littered with teams where the star players were injured?
Well, that's a key component of it. I mean, we talk about this a lot in sports. It's not only how many you win, but it's who you beat. And not to take we're not taking away from Boston because they beat these teams pretty handedly.
Mm-hmm.
But this is going to be a pretty good test. I mean, it's going to be an interesting situation. It wouldn't surprise me if this series came down like the rest of them between who stays the healthiest and who hits their difficult jumpers. That's kind of what we've seen throughout the playoffs. This has been a make or miss league for years. So it's going to be, who has the hot hand at the right time. But yeah, I mean, you got to discount Boston a little bit, but I wouldn't go too crazy with it. I think it comes down to more, who on Dallas does Boston let beat them, right? Because if it's Luka, then, that I think that they can live with. But then if Kyrie starts to do stuff or, other things start to happen, I think Boston is in trouble. But they're not going to stop Luka in the conventional sense that we know it. It's how they're going to deal with everybody else to try to, bring this title home to Boston.
But look, Porzingis was hurt for a lot of the playoffs for Boston, and he's important to them winning it. If he's healthy throughout, how big of a factor is that when you're looking at Dallas now?
Well, it's a big factor. He's certainly kind of what we're talking about here in terms of who gets healthy and who who's defended. I mean, if you start to let these star players run amok, I mean, it's gonna cause some issues. But I think that he's a key point, a key player, obviously, and it's really just a matter of who's going to be the best on the night that they need him to most. And I think Boston probably has the better chance of that because they're pretty deep. But I don't think no one really had Dallas getting this far, and here they are. So again, it's going to be an interesting series to watch.
It's going to be a really interesting series to watch. I think, to your point, role players will be massive in this. Gafford, Lively, Washington hitting those threes. Do you have an official prediction? Didn't you tell me that I should bet the Mavs money line in every game? Isn't that your betting strategy for me?
Well, I was saying if you think that they're going to win at the time, the future doesn't really do much for you. You probably get better value just picking games that you think that they're going to win, and parlaying that on the money line twice because you get a better return. I get why
so
the
you're
betting
saying
markets
bet
have
the money line.
I'm sorry.
You're telling me bet the money line tomorrow night, and then if it hits, put it all back on the money line the following night.
Or another game. Doesn't have to be the following night, but you're getting like plus 190 and plus 190, which is going to give you a better return than if you just bet the Mavs to win, which is what, like plus 200 something, I think it was, or
it was
something thereabouts.
210.
Yeah.
So actually it's down to plus 175. So, if they win, the first game or they win a game that you think, then, you've already made more money than if you would just bet them the series.
All right. I like it.
And they'd have to win probably on the road at least once in order to win this whole thing, right? I mean, I think we're probably in agreement on that. So I think the future market for this has passed, and now you just really have to pick your spots or go with some of the alternative market.
I think they steal game one, frankly. We're talking with our friend Neil Greenberg. Yeah, I think.
Well, put 300 on the J, you'll win your money.
You don't have to wind me up too much. Talk with our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. You can follow him at ngreenberg and check out all his content at the Post. Dude, let's talk a little puck. What are you expecting? Panthers are pretty well-established favorites. I, however, am sitting on a Panthers future and an Oilers future, so I'm in the money regardless. What do you think happens?
I think this is Canada's year. I think McDavid is obviously that good. He's been the best player in the NHL for years, or at least one of the best players, undeniably. It's going to be a long thing. You have to give, Chris Knobloch, the coach of the Oilers, a lot of credit. Could be the 8th coach in NHL history to make it, to take a championship after taking over the team in season. So he obviously, knew what levers to push here and get things going. McDavid is that good. And I would say that maybe if it was another player with the weight of a country on their shoulders, it might take a toll, but McDavid has been there, done that. I equate this to very much like an Olympic type atmosphere where it's literally a whole country united around one team. My only concern for the Stanley Cup Finals is that no one's going to care. I mean, it's the Oilers and the Panthers. Those aren't two teams that a lot of people are familiar with. They may be familiar with McDavid, tangentially, but my biggest concern is, will anybody watch this? Because I think it's going to be a very good series with the league's brightest star shining at the best possible moment.
Does he have enough cachet to make people want to pay attention to it?
I mean, no, he doesn't, because the NHL does not do a good job of marketing their players. I mean, McDavid has 700-point season. He had 100 assists this season. I mean, I don't think people know like how long he's been kind of anointed for this moment and for this path of his career. They made special exceptions for him in the juniors, and when he came out early, but he's lived up to every ounce of the hype. And people probably still don't know who he is. I think that I unfortunately, no, I don't think he does unless something spectacular happens in game one and he has like 4 or 5 goals. I mean, I think that has to be something to kind of spark the interest in him, in this country especially.
Dude, can I counter that though? I think
sure.
like we say that, right? And I mean, we talk about, despite Chris Russell claiming he's the only person that talks about hockey, we've talked about all the games really since the Caps went out, because I don't know, I've been enjoying the playoff hockey a lot this year, and Brian's been watching it, and I think we're talking about it. I think, dude, if you watch Scott Van Pelt, which I think is the most watched Sports Center every day, he's always showing the highlights. The NHL's back on ESPN, so it's with the worldwide leader in sports. I think it's possible. I don't mean, like, obviously if it was the Rangers versus the Stars, those are two bigger markets. But like, I think hockey people just got to recognize that Like where hockey is the fourth sport, and people like it, but it ain't NVIDIA. Like it's not necessarily a huge growth stock. So I think people will watch. And it's probably outside of market size, the same amount of people would watch.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Fan has done an amazing job supporting hockey throughout the whole Ovechkin era, right? I mean, the station,
our radio station, you're saying?
Yes, by far has done that. There are not a lot of radio outlets that are like that. ESPN, I get it, shows highlights. That's when people take their coffee breaks. I'm almost certain of it. Gustav Forsling could fall on someone and they'd have no idea who he was. And I have a theory about this. My hockey theory is the helmets impede more interest. And it sounds silly, but it's very difficult to recognize players. It's very difficult for fans to identify players. It's very difficult for casual fans to follow the action. It's not like basketball where you always see the players' faces. It's not like football, which does a lot of marketing and you see a lot of the players outside of their uniforms. Baseball just kind of has the hat. But I do think the helmet in hockey does impede the ability of casual fans from identifying players. And I think that hurts the sport. Now, not to a degree that people aren't going to watch, but I just think that hockey is clearly number 4 behind the four major male pro sports. And I just don't think Edmonton and Florida is going to move the needle enough in the U.S.
And I think also you look at him on ice and then you see him off of it, you don't know that that's the same person.
That's right. That's a great point. People change, and you think you're following McDavid. And you're following Dylan Holloway, and you don't people don't make that connection, and it's a difficult sport for the new person, and I just don't think that this matchup is going to be enough to lure the casual fans to watch in droves.
I've been rooting for Edmonton all year. I know McDavid, and I know the next dude. I just call him the wrong name. I don't know his official name, but I just call him Don Drysdale. That's my guy.
Leon Draisaitl.
Yeah, Don Drysdale. He's really good.
Great perfect game.
Dude, I mean, that goal, what the NHL should do is just, how do they handle their rights? Are they like the NBA where you can post that stuff to YouTube, you can do whatever you want with it? Or are they like the NFL where it's super contained and they'll strike down stuff?
I never heard of anything. I never heard of them policing it. I think they do a great job of the highlights. I mean, the spectacular goals.
The McDavid goal to start Game 6 was so unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that everywhere. That's gonna pique the interest in the highlight, but you're not gonna say to yourself, "Oh, I'm gonna go watch a 2-hour game and see if McDavid does that again in the 18 minutes that he's on the ice." Right? No one's going to make that connection. It's great water cooler talk, and I'm sure people will be like, "Oh, you see that McDavid goal?" And they've never seen another goal in their life.
Mm-hmm.
But
what they should do? Show the Edmonton lady fan. Get her around the country. Get her on a barnstorming tour.
You got to get another rating on your show to be able to do that.
She'd be good for business, Greenberg. Dude, two things. I out here last week of OTAs, next week's mini camp. Then the Commanders have this big break. Earlier this offseason, you sounded fairly optimistic. Now, I understand it's based on odds. You kind of like their odds of things turning around, and the NFL is kind of a quirky league. Now that we are almost through the offseason program, right? How are you feeling about these Washington Commanders? Do you still feel relatively optimistic?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that they've done that prevents me from being optimistic. I mean, it's all going to come together on the field, or it's not. And that's not a cop out. That's just what's going to happen. There are so many new parts. Either it's all going to work, or it's not. None of it's going to work, because I just don't like a little bit of it working is still going to be 4, 5, 6 wins. Like you can get to 4 wins, 5 wins in the NFL with just a little bit working. So yeah, I mean, I think everyone's saying the right things. The ownership's doing the right things. Everything's everything seems good. Like, except for the kicker situation, like there's been no bad buzz. If anything, people are just saying, well, we've been tricked before. Lucy's pulled the football out from under us before. I refuse to believe it until I see it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. I mean, you're certainly able to go through life that way. But, if you don't see that there's a massive change for the better happening with this organization, you will never believe that the change is coming. And then once you see it, then it's, that's not hope anymore. That's just reality. So, I think there's a lot to root for. I think that people will probably will be pleasantly surprised. Feel free to say I told you so if it doesn't work, but I just like what I'm seeing, and there's no reason for me to think that it's all going to come crashing down.
I tend to agree with you, dude, and I think the further we get away from it, the Quinn hire makes more and more sense. One, as like a motivational dude, I get that kind of changes things from last year, but just to hit the ground, to allow the Harris group, and it was really actually pretty telling when Marjorie Harris spoke during the Commanders' kind of community service day, and she's like, last year we were here, but it wasn't really our organization yet. Now we're starting to build our organization, and if Quinn the guy to lead this team back to the promised land and Super Bowls? I'm not sure, but I think he allows them this year to hit the ground running. They signed enough vets at key positions that they should at least be able to hit the ground, even if they only get to Vegas has it for 6.5, right? You kind of juice to the over. So let's say they only get to 6 or 7, but they eliminate the embarrassments. You know what I mean? There's no more 27-3 at halftime to the Bears at home on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah.
Like, eliminate the embarrassments, become a real professional football organization again, and then you take another step the following year. Like, it feels like that's the track, and that is refreshing.
Yeah, there's almost a built-in excuse for year one, right? A lot of new faces, a lot of new stuff, new quarterback, trying to get everyone in the system. Like, I almost feel like this year will either be very good or excusable, right? Like, there's no, like, what's the downside here? Like, Dan Quinn, goes after his quarterback on live national TV and, like, throws him to the ground. I mean, like, stuff like that probably is not going to happen, right? So I just feel there's so much upside here. Why not embrace? I'm not an optimistic person by nature either. Like, this isn't me, through some rose-colored glasses. It just doesn't make any sense to me to think that there's going to be tremendous downside because there's been no indication that there should be. Everything's been positive.
Yep. Very positive, to be honest with
Greenberg, thank you, buddy. I have we got some breaking news, and we're going to reveal it when we return. Neil Greenberg, thank you, buddy.
All right, talk to you soon.
Take care, buddy.
knowledge. Leader of the old, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Let's go. Let's go. Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up. Let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the old, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some
Me,
Nothing from
nothing leaves nothing. If you want to be with me. All right, Brian. I teased big news, and I think you will understand why this is actually big news. I think some people won't understand, and I don't care. Ready?
All right.
I tweeted out the pictures. You know that terrible, god-awful, old-ass AstroTurf field that was in the middle of the 4 practice fields out here in Ashburn? They finally got rid of it, B.
Good.
Do you know what the only hurdle to getting rid of that years ago was?
What was it?
Spending the money to get rid of it. There was absolutely
we know that the people before did not care about anything but preserving money when it came to making sure your team was better and taking care of themselves. That's what it was. So,
I mean, B, this is such a simple thing. So folks that have been out here should understand what I'm talking about. But if you stand, there's a number of offices on the back of Commanders Park, formerly Redskins Park, right? The head coach gets a dope-ass corner office. The general manager gets a huge office in the middle. The owner, the team president, they get these dope-ass offices
on the corner
that look out over the practice fields, right? And it's beautiful. I mean, it's open grass surrounded by woods. You got the field goal posts. You've got scoreboards. You've got tackling dummies. Like, if you are into football, the view is so cool, except for this incredible eyesore of an AstroTurf field that had the old logo on it that they never even removed. They just tried to cover it up more than once, B. Like, at least a dozen times you would walk across that AstroTurf field to go watch the practices on the other field, and there'd just be dog poop. Like, that happened all the time. It was such an eyesore.
So it was dog poop, could have been fox.
Could have been fox, could have been deer, could have been bear. There was a bear congressional yesterday. And who knows? But, Brian, it was such a commitment to the status quo, to the arrogance of we don't have to do anything. We're the Redskins, and it was just such a freaking.
But that's why they
eyesore.
made. That's why they made money early on, because it was the Redskins. When they lost that luster of being the Redskins, then they showed that they weren't very good as business people.
Totally, and they just allowed it to continue, dude. And it was just a joke. And B, I mean, did you guys even practice on that?
Yeah, we did.
But by the end of your time in Washington, weren't more places going to the newer turf?
Places we're going to, but I'm like, when I was in Washington, we did practice on it.
I mean, it's at least a decade obsolete, and probably more than that, probably 2.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been changed to a better surface or whatever, or you could have done something with it. But instead, like you said, they just tried to act like it wasn't there when it was. And they started utilizing putting tents and stuff on it to try to cover it. But you could walk in spots and you'll trip because the turf is starting to come up.
Dude, I mean, as long as I've been coming to practices out here, which is more than 10 years, it was nothing but it was basically like an impediment. Like players had to walk past that field, which was the closest to the facility to get to the other field.
Yeah.
And it's just, there was the only hurdle.
It just showed what
was
was important, you know?
Right.
And I think that's the ultimate thing where, like I mentioned before about the chairs that were being bought for offices, that was being discussed and promoted more than it was getting the things best for the players. The players need the best so they can be ready to go out there and play big time football. If they're not playing big time football, everybody doesn't make what they're supposed to make.
Totally, man. It's for folks that haven't seen it, I know that Cody just asked for a picture of it. I don't know how to provide that because I don't have a picture of the field. But it was such an eyesore, and it was like guys just had to walk past it. And the only thing that stopped it from happening was wanting to spend the money and recognize that something needed to be fixed. And for whatever reason, that never happened. And it's a positive step, man. It's such a simple little thing, but it is a positive.
That is why
step.
we have new people in place doing the right things and moving forward. And we had it was trouble in paradise. Now paradise seems to be getting better. The trouble is starting to leave.
Right. Totally. It's something that is remarkable. And I'm glad they did it, dude. Like I can't. The other thing I'll confess is when you are here to watch practice and you have to stand on that AstroTurf, it is at least 15 degrees hotter.
Oh yeah, it's hot.
Like it just bakes. It just bakes in the heat.
It's hot.
And that'll be a refreshing change too.
But you get used to.
I mean, how hot was that to practice on?
I mean, back in the day, that's what you had. I mean, nobody cared about it at that point. You know, I think right now, as we know better stuff, is something you're concerned about. But back then, wasn't bad. I mean, I'm ready to go.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. That was I don't know. Landfill, do you share my excitement about getting rid of the turf field?
I mean, I think it's a positive to see that the new owners are willing to spend money to improve things out there. They're not just totally cheaping out like Snyder did.
Yeah. I think it's a very positive sign. And honestly, it's like we don't necessarily need this sign. We've kind of known this, that they are spending money and doing things to improve. But this is a very visual example of it. And it definitely makes me happy. All right, Landfill had a topic for us here before I blew it up with the turf field. So I'm going to try to get us back on topic. Give me 5 teams that could win the Super Bowl this year.
5 teams that can win the Super Bowl. I'm going to go with the Kansas City Chiefs first. Then I'll go with the San Francisco 49ers. I'll go with the Green Bay Packers. I truly feel
Packers.
Yeah. I think that quarterback and the performance they had in playoffs can show you something. I'm going to go with the Detroit Lions. That's 4 right there.
That's 4.
And
Lions have never won one either.
I'm going to go back to the Buffalo Bills, but I'm going to need better play. I know they got that listener that gets mad at me. I'm going to need better play overall, especially down the stretch from the quarterback.
Dude, pardon my take, PFT's podcast I was listening this morning, they did a ranking of all the quarterbacks in the NFL, 1 to 32, right? And there's certainly no debate about who's number one. It's Mahomes by a damn landslide, right? I think there's real debate at number 2, and it's Allen or Lamar. And both have had a lot of success in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
Neither's had much success in the postseason. And I think that debate between Allen and Lamar will be answered by who finally wins a ring. Don't you?
Yeah. I mean, that tells a hell of a story for you right there. Once somebody get a ring, then they will have where this person went and they were able to get all the way through. You know, we've seen people play great in a regular season and they never make it to the playoffs. You know, when we start talking about how great people are, we don't bring Kirk Cousins into it, saying he's one of the top because he hadn't won but one playoff game. So you got to do something at the next level of it to be able to be considered the best of the best.
Yeah, and
Pat
I think
has done that multiple times.
Well, dude, I mean, you could debate Allen versus Lamar all day. Obviously, health's the question, but it's why I tend to lean Burrow in all these discussions after Mahomes because he's had the playoff success. You know what I mean?
He's had it, but I think
I recognize he didn't win the Super Bowl, but he got there. He's won
he's
in
going to
Arrowhead.
have to be healthy because, like, moving forward, he's going to have to get away from some of the injuries he's had.
Sure, I think he's got to start to be smarter and not try to make every play. And sometimes you do got to throw that ball away, man.
Hell yeah.
I really feel that. You know what else I really feel? The need to get good steaks, especially for Father's Day. Here's what happens on Father's Day. The U.S. Open is on. This year they're playing in North Carolina at Pinehurst. U.S. Open will probably end around 6:30. You know what Dad's going to want to do? He's going to want to watch the U.S. Open unabated, unbothered, and he's going to want to grill a steak. Here's what you need to do. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use the promo code JP at checkout. Here's what the JP promo code will do. There are gift packages for Father's Day starting at $99. When you use the promo code JP at checkout, you get $10 off. You're going to get your dad a Father's Day gift from omahasteaks.com that he will love, that he will actually use on Father's Day. And remember that for the rest of his life. It's simple. U.S. Open, Omaha Steaks. omahasteaks.com. Use the promo code JP and you'll get $10 off. Gift packages starting at $99. They've got awesome bacon wrapped fillets, the world's best hot dogs, tomahawk ribeyes, whatever you're looking for, they can get it for you. And Father's Day is now 10 days away. It's like next Sunday. So if you're going to order this stuff, you need to get on it now. omahasteaks.com, promo code JP at checkout. You get $10 off. B. Mitch Fenley, 1067 The Fan. All right, so Landfill sent us this list, B, of teams that have never won Super Bowls that are most likely to break through and win one.
Yeah.
And there's still, I mean, it's kind of crazy how many teams still have never won a Super Bowl, all things considered.
And just let you know
how
damn hard it is.
Sure. But think about it, dude. Lions have never won one. Bengals have never won one. Bills have never won one. Like in their organizational history. I'm not saying like Burrow hasn't won one. Like Jim Kelly tried 4 times and didn't win one. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I'm saying.
So of those teams, I get the Texans have never won one. Their organization hasn't been around as long. Hell, the Browns are one of the founding football teams in the NFL and have never won one.
Mm-hmm.
If you had to, all the teams that have never won one, I think the top of the list is probably Bills, Lions, Bengals, maybe include the Browns if you want. Hell, people love Stroud, maybe include the Texans. Who do you think of those organizations that have never won one could be the first to break through?
I'm going to go with Detroit Lions.
Why?
It seemed to be a better overall team, not just having a great one side of the football. They seem to be a better overall team, and they play better together as a team than some of the other teams. We get so caught up in discussing 1-2 people, and people start looking for 1 or 2 people. But Detroit overall has a team, and we can look at what's called him as a meathead, but he's a damn good motivator and leader. Campbell.
I think he plays up the meathead role, honestly.
Yeah, but still, he gets the job done. If you play up the meathead role, you don't get the job done. You're a meathead. He shows that he has a little bit more than just the persona he pushes.
I totally agree. I would lean Bengals or Bills. I'm just not sure I trust the Lions. I trust the Bengals and the Bills more. But the road to win in the AFC is so much more difficult because Mahomes is there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you got to go NFC. If you get further down the list of teams that have never won it, I mean, it's almost all AFC teams. So the Lions are at the top. Then it is Bengals, Bills, Texans, Browns. Dude, if Deshaun Watson can ever be Deshaun Watson again, that team is loaded. Mm-hmm. They're really good defensively. I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to my man Jeffrey all day. Jeff, of these teams that have never broken through, who do you think is most likely to break through?
I'm going with the Texans for real. Hey,
really?
Remember what I told y'all last year, right? I told you they can win that division, and they did. I only see it going up for them.
Did he just say us?
Yeah, he definitely said us.
Like
I'm a Texans fan.
Are the Texans your second team or third
Ravens,
team?
The Commanders, the Ravens, and the Texans.
Commanders, Chargers, Ravens, Texans.
No, the thing is, I was watching them because y'all really made it seem like I was crazy when I said the Texans could win their division. Yo, I like seeing the young guys do it.
We thought it was crazy, but because it hadn't happened prior.
So it's proven.
This is what we want you to do now. Put a little something behind that they'll win the Super Bowl.
Nah.
All you need to do is put $10. You win something.
I put something behind the Commanders going to the playoffs, but not them going to the Super Bowl. Sorry, that's the only team I'm betting money on this year. Okay. Washington Commanders.
All right, we're listening.
Jeffrey likes the Texans. What about you, Landfill?
I actually don't think he's. I mean, even though he's totally a fraud by claiming to be a Texans fan, I don't think he's wrong. Actually,
well, and he's certifiably insane.
Yo, I am not a Texas fan. I am a Commanders fan and a postseason Ravens fan.
I don't think that the Bengals can really stay healthy. I don't think Burrow can really stay healthy. Plus, I think that team is going to kind of maybe fall apart in a couple of years with all the dudes having to get paid. I don't think the Lions are that good. I think the Texans could be it.
Dude, what about the Bills?
Nah. I kind of
like the
a lot of chances.
I
Haven't
mean,
been
it's
able to
like
get it done.
we talk about the Bills as if they don't fall flat on their face every damn year.
I mean, they lost 4 Super Bowls in a row.
I mean, they did that, but I'm saying
unprecedented.
We give them the love and the luster like they have really like just kicked down the door. Most years they do something to harm themselves.
Yeah. I mean, not wrong. Why don't we? I don't know what time it is, Landfill. Should we break early to try to get the Quinn when he comes out?
Sure.
I guess I should pick my team. Maybe I'm more of a Burrow stan than I should be, but I kind of think it's the Bengals, man. I just think Burrow is the type of player. I think Burrow is the type of player some in the media want Josh Allen to be. Does that make sense?
Burrow is what?
Burrow is the actual player that some in the media want Josh Allen to be.
I think so. I think Josh.
People, you know what I mean? Like, I like Josh a lot, but he, at least so far, and it's very early in his career, and he's got a chance to change everything, right? All these guys do.
He does.
But at least so far in his career, in like the biggest moments, he hasn't made the biggest plays. And it's not always on him. There was that, obviously, the famous game where, you know, Mahomes was able to score in 14 seconds or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But
I think Joe Burrow
was able to go to Arrowhead and win.
Yeah, he was going there. He was
happen.
able to go to Arrowhead, win. He made it to a Super Bowl, but you know what? He puts himself in harm's way a lot.
He does.
He does what everyone was suspecting Jaden would do. He does that all the time.
He does.
So he's gonna have to correct that, because if he starts getting nicked up, their chances go way away.
They go way away. So do I. I'm gonna go talk to Dan Quinn. You will hear that live next on The Fan.
Beam to Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Let's go right out to Ashburn. Dan Quinn is speaking to the media.
And I think, number one, I think you guys would all understand this is under investigation, so I can't comment on a lot. But what I can say is a little bit about what I told the team. And I think, like most things, not necessarily related to this, but as a lesson, let's make sure you always, let somebody know and tell. There's usually a whole bunch of people that want to be part of the solution. And so when you have that, whether that's for this team or any team or a parent, that kind of communication allows you to, come up with some solutions. So like I said, not, specific to this, but it was just a good lesson, to always have that conversation. It's usually much more difficult in your head than it is really having the actual conversation. And so just wanted to make sure I got a lesson out to the guys as we're going through it. So we did release, Brandon, I found out some of the information on May 27th, and then we released him on June the 3rd.
And then switching to the offensive line, like a lot of talk about that. You have four new starters, some young guys there. What can you guys do as coaches to kind of help that process? And what things can you look for now? Because as you said, you want to see them in pads, but what do you look for now that shows maybe growth or whatever?
Yeah, I think first part, think about walk, crawl, run, like how are we doing the meetings first, in the system and the learning. And so there's walkthroughs. In other words, assignment wise and targeting, are we in the right spot? We may not be able to assess all the physical things we want right now, but there's still a lot to assess, all the individual skill work. And so where are they at big picture wise, playbook, where are we at doing the individual skill work? And then the last piece, like you said, will really come at that position, offensive and defensive line. The evaluation's much more critical for the physical part once we get to the pads in that portion of the training camp. And so we'll have a good long window to compete with a number of guys and get to the bottom of it.
Can I go back just to clarify? Were you guys aware at all of the allegations or the alleged incident before you signed?
First was May 27th.
Dan, with Jaden continuing to grow, continuing to learn over these last couple of weeks, any specific examples that you've seen that's really stood out to you? Be like, you know what? Yeah, he's starting to get it. He's starting to grasp. He's starting to go to another level.
Yeah, I think the situation work we've been working really hard on. And so some of the timing and mechanics are different from college in a 2-minute setting than it is in the NFL. And so to see every day him going through those mechanics at a 2-minute. So the other day of, at the end of the half, working down in a clock situation where it's still moving on a first down. And so like that type of urgency. And so seeing him being comfortable in that environment, I would say that's one example of many that shows the work that he's putting in.
Over the course of this next week and a half, pretty important because after next week, they go on their summer break. What are some of the key elements, key important things you're trying to drill home to your team before this final stretch run?
We're trying to work the situation side of the game as much as we can. And knowing that, about 70% of our league, the games are 8 points or less. And so it kind of speaks to the importance of what can happen at the end of the half or the end of the game. And so much of that can tie in, to special teams and how you're working that part of things. So all three phases working together. And so we're really trying to dig in on those. We're getting a lot of reps inside and some jog throughs, on the system offensively and defensively, but being outside and the timing elements of situations, those are harder to walk through, because these 7 seconds have to be done and executed at a really high pace. So we've been really pleased with the work that the guys have been putting into that spot.
Dan, it looks like you and Adam really value positional size across the board, but outside, your corners traditionally have been bigger guys. So with a guy like Emmanuel, who's got obviously a very unique skill set, but is on the smaller side, how do you work with him and work around whatever physical limitations he have, or do you even see him as having physical limitations with his build?
The first part is really, the ball skills. And at that spot to be able to turn the ball over as a defense, that's something that you really want. And that's, I would say, his superpower, and the thing that he was so strong at. And so from there, you look for length. And so it doesn't always necessarily mean the size to it. And he's bigger than he was for sure. He's worked hard on that this offseason to see that weight going up. But the length and the ball skills at that position outside on that freeway, there's some real athletes. And you're just seeing more of this happen. You see some of the big numbers at contracts at receiver and corners. And so that position alone, man, it really calls for athleticism, the ball skills, and having that length to be able to defend some of the bigger players.
And then generally, how do you work with Chad and his staff to kind of get guys where you want them, both from a build standpoint, but then a physical trait standpoint?
Yeah, and so that's the good part of assessing every player. Not one size fits all, from their body composition to where they're at. And so each player will have a specific weight and a goal that they're trying to work towards. And so it's not one size fits all. In other words, they have to be between 180 or 190. It's really customized to the player. And that way we'll find what's best for them.
You said 7, 8, and 9. Anything surprised you in this process with these guys who are dealing with an entirely new coaching staff?
Yeah, I don't know if I would say surprise is the right word, but man, I felt like the intent of improving. And really, that's what this time of year is for, not just for a ball player, but for coaches too, to say all of us, collectively are getting better as we're going. I expect to see that more this week and then next week into our mini camp. But that's really what this week is setting us up for, is to get into next week. It'll be more of a traditional in-season type of schedule on a Tuesday, a Wednesday, and a Thursday, which, in a normal NFL week for a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll model some of that and some of the things that we would work on during those spaces. So that's what we're looking to, to gain out of it. But more than anything, man, I felt like an incredible work ethic to get better.
And historically, as a coach, guys who are playing for that next contract, you got a guy like Jamin Davis who's got to do that.
Yep.
Have you noticed a change historically with players that are doing that? And what do you need to see from him in order for him to get to that next level?
I think that's a natural question, at the end of a contract or you're in a contract year, and what does that look like? But more important even than that is like this improvement, and we're trying to really push him specifically on the versatility. So you'll see him working some with the defensive line. You'll see him working with Ryan Kerrigan on the side. We're adding, parts to his game that maybe we didn't use, and we're certainly trying to explore that. And so if that's something that he can add value for himself and for the team, then we'll dig in. And that'll take a while as well. That's not something that's in one practice or in 1 week to say, okay, it's there. Let's take the time and work through it. And I've been very impressed by his work ethic.
Hey, Coach. Obviously, you and Adam Peters and ownership inherited the history of this franchise under previous ownership. You weren't part of it. But when a situation like this arises where those kind of allegations, does it impact your decision making?
I said it earlier, there's nothing that we can comment on. There's an investigation that's ongoing. So what we always want to do, like in all the spaces and all the, the players, let's have open communication. And that's what we're trying to dig into and find. And like I said earlier, a lot of people want to be a part of the solution. Our team has an army of support like most teams do. And so that communication, that's a critical piece of it.
Coach, as you look forward in the minicamp next week, how advantageous is it as a staff to have so many people present for the voluntary portion?
Well, it's been this way the whole session, and it's been exciting because now you can try different people at different spots. Maybe some matchups that you want to see. Okay, some man coverage versus zone. How is that look going to go? The competition during this phase of, spring football is certainly different than it is in training camp. It's speed, it's your execution, but not the physicality. So we don't want to go too far in the evaluation physically, because so much of this evaluation is assignment, where we're at, the communication. If we get that part right, then we know when we get to camp, we'll really let it rip. But getting the part of the communication, the speed right, then we can add the last element to it.
And then as a coaching staff with, people coming, obviously some of you know each other from the past, but some of you don't. How do you feel the unison in the staff is coming together as a group?
And that part's been fun. That's one of the great parts about, our game is like, it's always evolving and changing. And so what has been good, it started probably, I recognized it during free agency, where people had different backgrounds, had even been around different players. And so that carried into the draft. And now we're able to share ideas on the things. And so planning for a mini camp or planning for a training camp, it's very easy now to ask, Aylin or Cliff, let's compare what was good, what'd you like, what could we do differently? So those are questions that's nice to have somebody right there to discuss with. And, so that part's been exceptional for us.
With the new kickoff rule, does that change your thinking on how you handle that specific play? You use it as a kicker?
Yes, that's how we're at right now, unless somebody emerges in one of these specific tryouts that they've got real punt, pass, kick background as a child. But right now, that's how we're leaning towards it. The fun part about this, Nikki, is like there's a lot of exploring going on. And you'll see some things today that might be a little bit different than Friday. And that's kind of the fun part about a new challenge, a new thing to go. So at one time we didn't throw the forward pass, so that worked out pretty good.
So from a football perspective, though, McManus was here to be the kicker. Now you sign Ahmed. Like, how is that going to impact the roster? Do you have to sign a place kicker also, or how does it go forward?
No, he kicks and kickoffs, the whole thing. Like, he's a full-fledged kicker.
Okay, do you expect it to be a competition, though, or is
Ahmed
Ahmed
we're going to compete
guy?
at every spot. It's one of the cool parts about, like, Adam and his staff. Like, we're going to dig forever, and not just a kicker, but, like, at every spot. And so, like, that's what our whole program is based on, is the competition. And so that being the central theme, that goes through kicker, that goes through quarterback, that goes through center, that goes through linebacker to corner, to everywhere. And so having Adam and his staff always digging and looking, that's what it's about. But it's also moments like this that guys get their opportunity. And when they do, a lot of times, people have been waiting for that shot, that moment, and we take it from there. So we have fresh eyes on somebody when they come in, and then we do the evaluation, as opposed to looking way far down the line. I recognize that's part of your job to look down there, but I try to put that off and just have fresh eyes for the moment and the player and what we think he can do.
We didn't have a chance to ask you last week about the report that they could be moving this part of the schedule, the OTA schedule, up towards training camp and changed all that. What do you kind of make of that, compressing it that way?
I don't have a lot of details on that, but what I can say, if it's something that, from a player standpoint, it's better, there's, health-related reasons behind it, we'll find a way. And the teaching is the big piece. I would imagine there's probably some guidelines that you want for the new player who's learning a system, much different than like an NBA team that may keep a group from a year, maybe one new player into the next. You're adding a lot of players every year. So as long as there were some teaching elements to get the system down, I have full confidence. This is not the old days where you get to training camp to get in shape. These guys are really ready. And so whatever guidelines are there, that's good. I know there's some, push for an 18th game, which I think there's a lot of fun for that too. But until then, we'll play it out like we got it.
And your safety tandem, Quan Martin, Jeremy Chin, I'm not assuming that they're the starters, but the guys who may be in that role, just what have been your early impressions of them, and how do you kind of see them merging together as a duo there?
Yeah, and we'll also play where there's 3 safeties on the field at times, and that position has some flow to it. Quan's got experience at playing nickel and down and in by the line of scrimmage. Jeremy can, come from the top down and play over tight end. So they're unique things that they have. That's what this part of the year is for, is to find those unique things. But I've been really impressed by the two of them, their communication together, but they're not the only ones. You're seeing different guys and different combinations, and we'll continue to do that.
Dan, I know you guys were on different sides of the ball in Dallas, but Tyler Biotish, having a guy like him here so far, what have you seen from him? How has he kind of meshed with the offensive line with the team?
Yeah, I think having Badass here, working with him for 3 years, I knew not only, the ball player, but I knew, the person under the helmet. I knew what was behind the rib cage for him, his toughness. I saw, him with a bad ankle playing. Like, I knew how tough this guy was and what an important teammate he was. And so for him to be around guys like Zach Martin and Tyron Smith that had incredible standards, guys like Nick Allegretti and Tyler to join into here, it's fun to see new leaders emerge into different spots. And I think we're seeing that with Tyler.
Real quick, Jaden throwing out the first pitch of the Nats game coming up this weekend. Have you ever thrown out a first pitch? Do you have any tips for him?
We had a big discussion about that just yesterday. So all eyes are on that first pitch. And I asked if there was going to be some practice involved going out there. Oh, no doubt about it. So, yeah, we're expecting him to rip a strike on that one.
Thank you.
This one here, what field? No, I'm just kidding. The good news, turf field had been here a long time that we didn't utilize. And so let's give some props to Josh and to his team of recognizing when things have to change, for the betterment of these players, that he's going to find a way to do that. And that's his pack to the guys, and knowing that, like, there's a way to dig in to let them know that he's going to, turn over every rock, so to speak, to make this experience as strong as it could be. Man, are we appreciative of that. So it'll be another grass field that we'll have here, and hopefully that'll be by the end of training camp. Around that's a timeline for that as we're going forward. But yeah, it's pretty cool thing to see that when there's a chance to do it a little better, and obviously you see a lot of construction going on here, and taking that shot to do it, we've got a lot of appreciation for Josh and his team of what they're trying to accomplish here. All right, you guys have a good one. See ya.
All right, that's Dan Quinn talking to the media about a lot of different things. And what I love about him a lot is, we we've gotten to a point in society where we make it a one-size-fit-all type of person. When we was talking about Jaden Daniels being drafted, oh, he's too small. And then Lamar comes back at 205. We look at, Lil Man, okay? I call him Lil Man right here. A cornerback, Emmanuel Forbes. And everyone looks at his size, but he has tremendous ball skills. And he don't have to be a certain size, but you have to be able to work at what he does well. And as Dan said, we're going to fit everything to each individual person. And I think that's the thing about working out. You can see right with Peloton right now, there are people that are working out that may be in their 60s, maybe a female, but doing the same thing, but at a different thing. It's a male doing it that might be in his 30s. So on the football field, why do we not expect the exact same thing to happen? And so I love that about him. But when I'm listening to him, I'm listening to stuff I did not hear for the last 4 years. They will tell me about their schemes. And I could care less about your damn scheme. If you can't get the player to play full speed what he does well in your scheme, then your scheme is a waste of damn time. So right now, they are now trying to get these guys ready to go. We talk about Jamin, and everybody basically assume he's out. But no, they're working this dude in the D-line and linebackers because he has that potential. But we drafted him and said, oh, he's very versatile. He's a great cover guy. We drafted him because they say he was the guy that covered Kyle Pitts. And then all of a sudden we drafted him and we want to make him a middle linebacker. You didn't utilize the strengths that he had. So I just feel comfortable. Every time I hear Dan talk, I understand everybody. I wanted Ben Johnson. But the whole thing about it is this guy has a history of teaching people, getting the best out of them, multiple things. He's also a motivator. And this coaching staff is here because of him. Not just about anybody else, because of him. So he has influence on people. So I'm expecting this team to get a little better. And we don't know how good that's gonna be. I know there are people that are expecting the best of the best, but no, you have to learn in this game. And at this level, you don't just step in and it starts happening for you. You have to figure it out. So I'm going to expect some better things going on. We'll take us a break here. When JP comes back, we'll break down a lot more things that he was talking about. But ultimately, the field turf, gone. That's old. People don't use it anymore. They would have left it there. But no, you have a new owner in Josh Harris and his crew. They look at stuff, say, no, let's move it out, because they may be able to utilize that field for something else. They may be able to put some pits and different things there where people can do some training. As I stated earlier, do everything you can to give your players the best chance of being the best that they can be. If you do that, great things are going to happen. Be Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We take a quick break. We get back. We'll discuss a little bit more of what Dan Quinn had to say.
1067 The Fan. You just heard live from Dan Quinn, Commanders head coach, speaking to the media out here in Ashburn. Coming up in about 15 minutes, maybe 18 minutes from now, we will be giving away Martin Lawrence tickets. Martin Lawrence going to perform at MGM National Harbor later in the year. You guys can enjoy that courtesy of us if you call and listen at the right time. B, let's start with the main topic Quinn had to address, which was the Brandon McManus stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The only real question for Washington was, when did they know about it? And then, did they sign this guy knowing about the allegations? Quinn was very clear that the team found out about it on May 27th, which I believe is the date everything first came out.
Mm-hmm.
And he was released, I think, on June 2nd. So, they didn't know about it, and they didn't waste much time once the allegations came out. Listen, I don't know what happened in Jacksonville. I don't know what happened on that plane, but I think the Commanders handled that the complete right way.
They did what they were supposed to do. They heard the information, they went and they investigated it, and then made a move. That's what they're supposed to do. I mean,
yeah,
just like if they had found out information that pointed to where he was cool and they kept him, wouldn't have a problem with that.
Right. I think, like we've said, kicker's a hard spot to deal with trouble. Quinn was also asked about, franchise history having any impact on the situation. And he's like, listen, man, I can't talk about ongoing investigations. The one thing Quinn said was you always got to be ready for difficult conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if the allegations, the lawyer for, what do you call that? Because they're not defendants, the complainants, I guess. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Busby, the lawyer for the two women making the claim against McManus, said that they've been trying to handle this privately for some time, which means McManus has at least known about this for some time. And you wonder what would have happened if he had let the team know earlier. And I think that's what Dan was trying to say. He had a team meeting, and he basically told all his other guys, listen, if something happens, let us know, and we can try to get through it together. Waiting and hoping something goes away very, very rarely works.
Yeah.
So that was like you had.
But I think, still, although they released him, we don't know exactly what happened. And
no,
just
we're never
because
gonna.
they released him doesn't mean he's guilty. Because the dude Busby can say what he wanted to say, but there was another law firm that had that case as well. So at this point, he was released, and he has to go out and defend himself. And if he feels he didn't do anything, I hope he defends himself to the fullest. If he did do something, then that'll show.
Yeah. I am. That situation should play itself out in courts or civil courts or whatever. And I kind of just going to move forward. Perhaps more important to our show was Dan Quinn confirmed he's a frequent listener of B. Mitch and Finley. I think. Did you hear that part?
I didn't hear that part.
Landfill, did you hear that part?
Yep.
My man. He was asked a question about Tyler Biotish, and he just calls him badass.
Yeah. I thought they said something else.
No, now listen.
But that may have been his nickname when he was in Dallas.
Yeah, you know what?
That came off his tongue so easy, it could have been.
It may have been, Brian, but it also may have been that he just heard it on our show because he listens all the time.
Could be.
I did speak with someone from Dallas who said, yeah, that's what they've been calling him for a while.
Yeah.
But it's also entirely possible that he was reminded of it because he's a frequent listener to the program.
All right, JP.
Dan Quinn seems like a dude that would enjoy our show. That's all I'm saying.
Probably will.
All we do is talk football and make fun of each other. That's, it's a pretty good place to be.
We make a lot of fun of you.
A lot of fun gets made of me. A lot of fun gets made of Jeff. I wonder who gets less fun made of them, you or Landfill. Probably you, but neither of you catch the heat Jeff and I catch.
Well, but you and Jeff are just that type of person.
Jeff, how are your heat catching rankings?
I definitely catch the most heat on this show.
Well, hell, he catches it from the moment you get on the mic to the moment you get off, JP.
Yeah, like what? I don't even know why we asking this question.
I'm not disagreeing with you there, even though you caught no heat from me today.
Everybody, Jay.
Who do you think catches the most heat? I think it's Jeff, then me, and I legit don't know who's 3 and 4.
Oh, it's definitely me, you, Beat, and Landfill.
Okay. Yeah,
I just wait till we get off air and I beat Landfill up every day. I walk in that little room. He can't run. I get him right there.
It's amazing that the 4 of us end up in that little room. That room makes the prison cell look like a 5-star hotel.
Yep.
I thought his answer on Emmanuel Forbes was interesting. That picture of Forbes went viral, and I don't really understand why it did, but it did. And I don't understand why it did in that there were pictures of him from last year, and they played a full year in the NFL. Like, I don't know why now it became like a viral thing, how skinny he is.
It's social media, Jay. It doesn't make sense.
That's true. But Quinn was like, listen, size is what it is, but we believe in the ball skills and the length. And if you look at Forbes, you ever stand next to him, he's got super long arms.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you had to bet bounce back year, Davis or Forbes, new defense, ideally these are better defensive coaches. Who would you put your money on between those two guys?
I'll go with Forbes.
Why?
It was so far away. It's so bad. I mean, Davis did have some moments.
Yeah.
Forbes even had some moments, but he was a young guy who came in, and as I tell you all the time, you got to learn how to play at this level, and he had no support. Whenever it happened, they basically threw him out there and was like, hey, he's not getting better. That's the way it seemed. Nobody defended him. Nobody tried to go out there and say, well, we're working on this, that, the other. Dan is already talking about how they're going to try to make sure the things he does well is going to be out there. So I would suspect he'll have the biggest jump.
They put the skinniest dude in the NFL one-on-one against the most physical receiver in the NFL, then seemed surprised when it went poorly and then benched the guy.
Right, so, it couldn't have been them because their schemes is great.
Yeah, I think Forbes could be, I don't know, it'll be interesting. Quinn was also asked about the safety situation where it appears maybe Quan Martin and Jeremy Chin kind of appear to be your starter, and he was very clear how fluid he considers the safety situation in his defense.
Mm-hmm.
And he said specifically, he's like, we're also going to play a lot of 3 safeties. And I think that is interesting and kind of plays, I don't know if it plays to their strengths, but I think, you've got Percy Butler there, Quan Martin, Derek Forrest, Jeremy Reeves. I think it's going to be a pretty interesting watch to see that all unfold.
That tells me a lot of depth. We've seen all of them play very well. So it's a lot of depth. And they're going to have some decisions to make, but, hey, they're here to make the team better.
Yeah. I mean, well, I circled back to them letting Cam Curl walk.
Mm-hmm.
And clearly they like the depth because I guess they drafted what round was the kid from Washington? He was the 6th rounder, I believe. So they did add a safety in the draft. But I think they are believers in not the strong and free, but just like a lot of rotational pieces on the back end. And they clearly believe they can be fairly interchangeable is my hunch. Now, the Chin thing that worries me is he's a really physical player and he's a lot bigger than I thought seeing him in person.
Yeah, he is.
But you need I worry about the deep end, and we've seen that problem here in Washington for years now, getting beat really deep. And that's what the folks I talked to down from Carolina said might be a problem for Jeremy. Maybe they, Forbes, I think BSJ could have a big bounce back year too, because he showed real promise the first 2 seasons. Last year he slipped. The whole defense slipped, but he wasn't great. I think that's a guy going into a contract year that could really be well served by having a good season, I would say.
Yeah.
I'm just look, man. I just can't wait for them to get on the field because I keep saying stuff because of what I envision and what I hear and what I know, and I just think things are gonna be better. So I want to just see them get out there in the pass because right now I can't judge anything with people in t-shirt and panties.
Do you know if they're in pads next week?
I don't
can't
know
remember.
that.
I feel like they might be allowed to.
I doubt if they'll be in pads.
I mean, maybe just little shells or something. But,
Yeah, but shells, that's shells. It's not pads.
Right.
Mini camps have gone away from pads for a long time.
Quinn did say that they've gotten to the end of their OTA work and that now they're going to be running 11 on 11. So I do think when I walk down there in 20 minutes or so that we'll see some legit 11 on 11, which at least is more fun to watch, even if the linemen just kind of stand up. What is a staple of not real football 11 on 11 is the O-line getting pissed when the D-line kind of makes a play. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Like, they're passing.
They know I can cut
there's
him.
no blocking.
I can slice him at any time and he'll be complaining.
Right.
But they run after they know that you tag them and you say, I got you. Then they continue running and go, oh, I got there. If he had cut you, hit you on that knee, you wouldn't have been running no more.
Landfill, this is a question for you. I posted the video of Dan Quinn kind of non-answering the thing about Forbes' weight. And I got this reply from Dylan Conahor. He said, send him to Arby's twice a week, mandatory. If we had to advocate for one place to bulk up Forbes, would you say Arby's? Would you lead with Arby's?
I mean, Arby's is pretty good. It would definitely be up there.
So here's my thing. The Arby's curly fries are good, right? But I don't know that I could eat those multiple times a week. I think the one place, if you're looking to bulk up, it's my one seed for all fast food, although maybe this isn't quite fast food because they don't have like drive-through. I'd say Five Guys. They got the best fries.
You have to have
if you want him to gain weight, you don't send him to either one of those because
Why not?
He's going to gain weight wrong. You want to gain weight the right way.
Also, we want Forbes to gain weight, not become poor. So don't send him to Five Guys multiple times a week.
If you send him to those places, he's going to gain weight. He's going to be pudgy instead of getting muscle. So they have protein shakes and powder to give him over there and have him over there with Chad. That'd be good.
B, don't you think? I hear you. I hear you in general, right? But that dude, you might need the protein shakes and the Five Guys and the Arby's.
No, you don't. I mean,
he is skinny.
He might be skinny, but I like this whole thing about weight. It amazes me as so many people discuss it, but like we all know how we gain weight outside of being in the football field. And those people inside that building, they know if he needs to gain what he needs to gain and how he needs to gain it. But just go and eat fast food ain't gonna help him. Because Emmanuel Forbes has a high metabolism.
Sure.
That's not gonna help him. That's gonna make him have some problems, some medical problems and things like that going to some of those fast food places. But Chad knows what he's doing. And if he were to gain just 5 to 10 pounds and it's muscle, that'd be way better than him going to gain 5 to 10 pounds of fat.
So Landfill, just real quick, you vote protein shake or Arby's?
Arby's.
Landfill not trying to play football.
Martin Lawrence tickets when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley. at the casino, I wonder, is that just the perfect venue for him, or is this a way to maybe to work?
It's a perfect venue because like you have a lot of people that come there that don't hang around just with Strom, but that's one thing that most hotels have, like the legitimate hotels. They have venues like that they do stuff. Some people just have a higher appetite for certain things than others. And they get caught up sometimes. So that's all that is.
Certainly. I think that venue is dope. I've gone and seen a band I love, Widespread Panic, there a few different times.
Mm-hmm.
And Panic can play wherever. And they chose that, maybe for the size, maybe the acoustics.
You got to realize, do you pay top dollar when you go to concerts there?
Yeah.
There ain't no such thing as what are the cheap seats? There ain't no cheap seats in those places.
Right. I mean, the only thing I think with comedy shows is that like DAR, Constitution Hall is so legendary for comedy shows with going back to Eddie Murphy doing Raw there and everything. I just wonder if there's not like a pull to try to do it there, especially for Martin in his hometown. But I'm confident he's done shows.
Casinos have a hell of a draw, though.
Yeah, they got.
Because if you go to Constitution Hall, once it's over, you got to leave to go somewhere else.
Right.
You go to the MGM, you do everything right there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You got all the entertainment the eye can seek over at MGM National.
Yes,
Harbor.
indeed.
So I'm about to walk down to practice. Is there anything? So Jamin Davis is going to address the media today. I believe it's the first time he's talked to the media in quite some time. Also get to talk to Andrew Wiley. I think Biadasz might be talking today. I'll give you the list of names. When you get to talk to somebody, I'm a little more interested in watching them that day and just trying to like pick up on all the body language and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So this afternoon, speaking to the media, will be Quan Martin, Tyler Badass, Andrew Wiley, Dorrance Armstrong, Jamin Davis, Olamide Zacchaeus, and Jeremy Chin. Armstrong's an interesting one. Everybody's got a huge opportunity. It's the NFL, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's got a different kind of opportunity because he showed a ton of promise and just didn't get on the field all that often because of the prowess of Micah Parsons and Tank Lawrence, everything they have going in Dallas. And I wonder for a young man like that, kind of what that opportunity means.
What time is the interview?
So practice wraps about 1:30, and then the guys they kind of slowly, you know how guys are getting off the practice field. They sometimes they stretch or sometimes they, talk to each other, talk to coaches, and there's no way to know kind of the order of who will come over there. Mm-hmm. But I imagine players will start talking by 1:45, 10:02, something like that.
All right.
So maybe we'll be able to run some of it. If not, we can run it tomorrow. But let's do this. We gave away the tickets. Whoever wins them, I hope you enjoy it. That's a cool lineup. Bees has texted and said that the arena is 2,900 people. So that's a pretty dope crowd to see a major headlining act like Martin Lawrence. Nobody go anywhere. We'll be live from the practice field next.
Be Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Be Mitchell Finley Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Well, every time we bring a guest on, and since JP wants to be a guest, we play him a theme song. And JP's theme song is playing right now. And what you got going on out there, brother? What's happening?
One, I did not request to be a guest. Two, I definitely did not request that theme song. But
You're not in studio. You're on the phone. You're not on the Comrex, so you're a guest.
Well, because I'm going to give you live updates from practice. Well, we timed it well. We're now getting to watch 11 on 11. This is the first, I believe, 11 on 11 we've seen of the spring. First pass, Marcus Mariota out there with what looks like the starters. Certainly the starting defense, I would imagine. Mariota whips one in there to Zach Ertz to kind of get things started here. They're definitely going with tempo, G. I mean, the offense is already back at the line of scrimmage. And McLaurin's in motion. Sandistril's in the slot. Forbes on the outside. Looks like Chin back deep.
Did they huddle up?
Briefly.
So it's like a fast pace. It's like a huddle.
Here, the play just got blown dead. I'll tell you how long it takes them to get on the line of scrimmage. So the play was blown dead. Now it looks like there might have been a flag or something because they're going back to the original line of scrimmage. Substitution, Eckler came in, and Mariota's got him at the line, looks like he's calling a play. They are set. They are set now. Eckler in motion to the far side. Quick bubble screen out to De'Ami Brown. Wasn't a great throw. De'Ami not able to bring it home. But the tempo is quite noticeable. This is the first time we've really seen it.
Could this be a little bit of what Whichcomb was talking about? Brian Robinson? And they could be being more fast-paced instead of just no huddle all the time?
Yeah. Now, presumably, this would be a third down, I think, in this situation. There might be a down marker on the far side. Yeah, so now it's third down, and they had a real huddle. Fox broke the stop that. Yeah, Mariota's under center now. Rolling out to his right. Airmail. That's a rough pass there. That effort looks like would have been a third down.
Jay, you got talking to the phone. You're going to talk to us, brother.
You hear me?
Yeah, you can tell when you start talking, you're looking away from the phone.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
So did you hear the third down play was
airmail?
It was under center, airmail to Eckler. I think Jaden's in now. Yes, sir. Jaden Daniels at quarterback. Looks like McCaffrey lined up in the slot. Still, I believe what amounts to be the starting defense out there. Jaden kind of sidearm throw to the sideline to Brown again, another drop. Daniels put it where only Brown could catch it, and he did not catch it. Looks like some pretty wholesale substitutions now. I would not call this starting defense anymore. I would not call this starting offense anymore. They're on the line of scrimmage again, fast. Daniels in the shotgun. Seems like he's trying to adjust something here. Waiting on the snap. The defense is moving all over, probably trying to confuse the kid. Looks like a three safety look that just drops from the line of scrimmage to deep. Daniels dropped back, fires it into traffic. Wow, that's a heck of a throw. That sent it probably a 20-yard gain.
Caught it?
Caught it, yeah. And again, put it where only Senate could catch it. And I'd have it. For everybody says he can't throw over the middle. It wasn't exactly over the middle. He's probably he was between the sideline and the hashes. So
everybody that say he can't throw over the middle, they must have not watched his football because he threw a lot of deep passes over the middle.
This last play, I don't know if that was an RPO or just a design fake handoff, but that was quick. And I think it was Rodriguez came inside on kind of a draw look. Jaden faked it, kept it, and connected with 84. I might need a roster to pull that, but it was nice. I mean, Daniels hasn't missed a throw yet.
Hey,
there was one incompletion.
That's something we love hearing.
Dude, I mean, that's one thing. When he's out here, it looks crisp. It really does.
right there. Jaden just completed a little kind of dump off to Eckler. And the other thing with Jaden is that, the never go broke taking a profit thing?
Yep.
He seems to totally understand that. Like, he is fine to kind of dump it down and just get a couple of yards. And honestly, for all the folks that really liked Howell or didn't like Howell or whatever, one of Sam's, I think, biggest flaws was that he got them in bad down and distance, and it's just so disruptive to your audience, to your football, to your offense, that it wasn't just the sacks. But think about Howell didn't put it underneath very often either. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And Jaden, it's probably too early to make a ruling on it, but he seems certainly capable of doing that and understands why it's advantageous. Mariota's back out here now. See, I can't trust it. Seeing them in an 11-on-11 so much faster.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you're not surprised, but it stands out, I'd say.
Nah, I'm not. I don't really get too surprised about none of that stuff right now. It's all scripted. When they really get in the competition and them pass on, we'll find out what's what then.
Well, I don't mean like the play faster. I mean like it's not quite no huddle, but it is like it is noticeably different how much faster they are going from play call to line of scrimmage to.
Oh, no, I understand. But I think that's exactly what Brian Robinson was talking about. We probably go more no huddle. It's more not necessarily no huddle, but more faster pace. You can stop the defense from going out there and substituting and things of that nature, make them have play a certain group. Then you have the advantage. So that may be what they're working on.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been a lot of runs. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to run the ball much when there's no pads. Mm-hmm. But they did just bust like a handoff to B-Rob off the left side. And, I mean, he looks good, but that's what you'd expect from Robinson. I mean, he's a physical specimen. And people that are like, Robinson's going to suffer in this offense. I think Robinson can play in any offense, dude.
Mm-hmm. You think who?
Robinson. I don't think he's like offensive dependent. I mean, maybe would he love maybe playing for who's my man that's now the Steelers OC that was the Falcons head coach that was with Derrick Henry and the Titans. I'm blanking on his name.
Arthur Smith that want to run it all the time?
Yeah, right. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, but I think Brian showed he could catch the ball in the backfield and get involved with that stuff too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, remember the play he made in the Seattle game? That little screen where he like made two guys miss, but then at the goal line, he just ran right over the dude.
Yeah. I mean, I just think he can do it all, but like also when you get in those like passing offense, they forget about the run sometime, and then bam, you kill them.
Right. All right, Mariota just made a nice throw down the left sideline to Zach Ertz. Nice catch. That was a pretty impressive little 1-2 there. Ertz has had just in the 11-on-11 sessions, pretty good.
So Zach looking like he's healthy in your book.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm trying to figure out who they've had running at left tackle.
Luke, isn't it?
I'm trying to. So that's on the far side of where I'm standing, and I'm standing further back, so I don't. Oh. Jaden just fired deep down the field. It was a little high. Who was that? McCaffrey, unable to bring it in. Would have been a big gainer, too. It was a little high, though, in McCaffrey's defense. He got one hand on it, but wasn't able to bring it home. But I'm kind of standing back like 20, 30 yards from the field so that I don't annoy people constantly talking while they're trying to watch and take notes.
Just lower your voice a little bit, dog. That's all you got to do.
I thought it was fairly lowered right now.
Saying you could be closer and talk because you backing up and you can't see.
Daniels just had a nice completion underneath. I assume it's Big Luke, but I haven't physically been able to spot him to confirm that. But yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the best battles we get to watch for training camp, don't you think, is that left tackle spot if the rookie can really push for it?
Yeah. I mean, listen, man, either the rookie can push for it and take it, or Luke gets better and hold him off for a minute and he gets more time to grow. But I've always said, if you're going to go to young guy, you need to give him some help. And I've seen people here not help out the left tackle, which I don't understand for the world of me. You know, if the quarterback can't get time, you can't run your damn offense. So just chip a little bit. If you chip that left tackle, that left end, and then come out late, you're probably going to be wide open.
Right.
You know, that could be an addition to you. Like, hey, just like you said, he's taking a profit. He's not waiting too long. He's taking a profit.
Right.
Well, that guy leaks, boom, you hit him, he might get 10, maybe 15 yards, maybe more.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to assume Eckler's pretty good at that, right?
Oh, damn.
Playing for all those years with how often they were throwing out there.
Mm-hmm.
One cool moment just having here on the sidelines, after I described that Daniels, down kind of the left side to McCaffrey on a deep crosser, and McCaffrey was only able to get one hand on it.
Huh?
He jogged over to the sidelines, and I was able to watch McLaurin. McLaurin was kind of talking to him and seemed to be explaining like when to make that cut across the field and like the footwork with it. It's just always cool when you see those moments. And dude, I mean, when you think about it now, I remember when Terry had his breakout game his rookie year in Philly. It's cool to see a homegrown star like that's now trying to help younger guys.
Oh yeah, totally. And I think that is what makes your team. I'm sure if you talk to coaches and find out about the veteran players that have learned some stuff and they're always helping the young guys out, that makes the coach job easy as well. And
totally.
Players listen to players a lot quicker than they listen to the coach.
Yeah, well, so Daniels is back on the field now, and I've described it numerous times that he takes the profit. He just would have taken a big loss right there. They were trying to set up like a screen to the left side. The entire left side of the defense saw it. He threw a pass that frankly looked like it was going backwards, and it was batted down by a DN. It would have been a disaster. And then the next play, again, I hate that I keep calling out this dude's name. The next play, they had a serious blitz off the edge. Daniels just let it go because he identified he had Brown one-on-one on the outside. And it seemed like Fiami just never got his head turned around. Bobby Ingram's talking to him right now. So I don't know why you wouldn't look to the outside where that ball might be coming from or what. But it seemed like a lost opportunity there. But I do like that Jaden saw the blitz, knew to just give his guy a quick opportunity.
But that's a situation where you got to be on the same page where, sometimes you'll see a quarterback throw the ball and they go, where is he throwing it? No, if the quarterback threw that ball there, somebody's supposed to be going there. We're breaking there, especially when it's a blitz situation.
Making it even worse, Fiami was kind of there. Maybe the ball was too far out in front of him, but it looked like he wasn't looking for the ball or he wasn't looking to the right side for the ball.
If you're not looking for the ball, guess what? You don't know. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
If it's a blitz situation, your head come around, you're not looking for the football, then what the hell are you on the football field for?
Well, and there's that red line on the practice fields that shows receivers where they need to be outside of. Nice pass there from Daniels. He just zipped one in. Would have been a first down gain. Good pass there. Dude, when he needs to rip it, he can rip it. But there's that red line about, what do you figure, 5-7 yards in from the sideline that's supposed to identify where receivers need to be outside of when they're running kind of like deep or sideline routes. The ball, best I can tell, and I can follow up with somebody who's close to it, but the ball landed inbounds outside of that red line. So, somebody should have made a play on that. Maybe it was too far out there.
Yeah.
Good tempo today. One thing I was curious, Brian, how they're opening practice with that bags drill all the time now?
Yeah.
Where everybody runs around kind of like crazy?
Yep.
Does that not get tedious like August 10th? Do you think it really does bring the energy out?
I think it brings the energy out because this is what happens. And I think this is like the same drills they do before practice they've been doing since they were probably 6-7 years old. And they still have them doing because what happens is it becomes second nature to you. that bag drill, if you know it's coming, is going to motivate you. Like when you're playing in the game, you look for the sideline for the guy that's going to give you a spark. I told you when I was out there, I got fired up. You know, I like it. But I think even if you come out there, let's say you got 90 people out there right now. Let's say 5 people aren't ready to go. When the other 85 start rolling, what's going to happen? Are you going to get fired up? Are you going to stay lackadaisical or don't do your stuff? And then they start looking at you and say, that guy's dragging. You know, it gets to a point where there are going to be days where you need your teammates to pick you up. And they're going to probably do it. And days where you could go out there and pick up a teammate. So I think that's what that's all about.
I tell you one thing that I couldn't help but notice, and I have the legend Doc Walker standing next to me. Can you guys hear Doc if he says hello?
Yep.
Is that Walker and Landfill and Mitchell?
Yep. Yes, it is.
What's up,
They
Doc
let
Walker?
you get out on your own again?
Now, Doc can't hear you, B, but you guys can hear him. What I just saw, it looked like third string to me, at least third string defense.
Yeah.
And it was Mariota QB. He missed. It was my man Yankoff, who's having a really good spring anyway. The ball, he had to reach back. He's diving, trying to reach back, make a play on the ball. It rolls incomplete. You saw Dan Quinn and Joe Witt from about 15 yards behind the play run about 20 yards to the play, screaming incomplete. And for the head coach to bring that level of energy to a June 5th third string rep stood out to me.
Well, Jay, you got to realize this is
It's like having 10 or 15 Brian Mitchells on the field at one time.
But what it is, you used to seeing a corpse. Right now, you're seeing a guy who that's who he is, though. He's not acting. That's who Dan is.
Right.
You know, so
it stands out.
Yeah. He's a motivator, and he's gonna get involved. That's very much like John Harbaugh, who will be running down the damn field full speed on kickoff coverage and stuff like that.
I'm going to ask Doc real quick. The deep shot, the blitz on Jaden, deep shot to Diami. Did he just not get his head around on that? Was it uncatchable?
Uncatchable.
Okay. Yeah. So it was that far out?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm up here and didn't see the angle. Looks like we just had a nice completion down the left sideline from Jaden. That might be Zacchaeus, right? 14. I don't know. Today, it looks like about 2.5 minutes left in this period. And based on time, I wouldn't be shocked if they wrap after that. What are we at, 121?
They'll probably wrap it shortly.
What do you think, B? Or Lamp, you want me to just go these last 2 minutes and then we'll go to break after that? Might as well, right? People probably enjoy this.
We probably got to take a break, brother.
I know Professor Landini believes in the clock. So I will, as the guest, I'll stop talking and let you take us to break,
All right,
B.
goodbye. That's our guest, JB Finley. We'll bring his other theme song when he gets back with us. We'll be having Denton Day join us when we get back. Get all kind of takes from Denton, college football. We ain't worrying about no basketball right now. Football is coming. And that's what we're going to talk to him about. This is Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back. And as I hold it down in the Navy Yard Studios, JP is out in Ashburn at Commander's Park watching practice. But as we do every Wednesday, we have our friend join us here, Mr. Denton Dave. Denton, what's going on, brother? How you feeling?
B-Mitch, I'm good. This is the first time I've heard that song over the phone, and I got to say, it's weird. It's a very weird song to hear.
But it's your theme song. You asked for it. So, what are you saying about yourself?
I don't know if ask is the unique word there. I think it was just given to me. I'll accept it. I mean, I'm all about being unique, but it is just weird to hear in the car.
Yeah, it's a little troubling, I would say. That's the way I look at it, man. So, all right, then. We know you give us college football, college basketball, but NBA basketball is coming up here tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that you like to wager a little bit.
A little bit.
What's the best thing we should be looking for in that game?
So I'm a big guy, B-Mitch, on shying away from the public. So I'm nervous right now because it feels like the public absolutely loves the Dallas Mavericks. I'm nervous because at the beginning of the postseason, I put a 24-1 ticket down on Dallas. So if they win, your boy's going to be feeling pretty good. But as it stands right now for game
you remember
one,
saying that we were going to share whatever you win, right?
I'll have to talk to my agent about that one. But I'm looking at game one, and everyone that I talk to, they're like, "Oh, love Dallas."
Mm-hmm.
And one person says that, you're like, I trust this person. But once it becomes like 4 or 5 people, I'm totally off Dallas for game one. So I got Boston laying the 6.5 in game one. I think we've seen series to series. Teams are just different. Nobody would have anticipated after Minnesota beats Denver that they're going to lose in 5 games to Dallas, and a Dallas team that kind of had a bit of a fight with OKC. So I think series to series, teams are just different. And I don't know if Dallas, is ready for the depth that Boston is going to have. So I like Boston in game one to lay the 6.5.
All right, but Kristaps Porzingis, he wasn't there for a lot of the playoffs, and they still handled their business. Him coming back, can that be the kryptonite for Dallas?
I think it can, because I don't know who they have that can guard him. Like Derek Lively's done a really good job doing a bunch of different things, but it's completely different when you're asking him to guard a guy that can now shoot threes. And you kind of mitigate his ability to defend the rim. Like if you take him out of the paint, who is there that's going to defend the rim for Dallas? And Boston has so many different guys that can get to the rim that don't really need a lot of help in doing so, and they move without the basketball. So I think Kristaps, I don't know how much he's going to play. Certainly in game one, bringing a guy back in the finals is a ballsy decision by Boston. But I think he's going to provide a lot of offense that Boston has not had, and I think it's going to be really difficult for Dallas, at least in the first couple of games, to figure out how are we going to guard him when he's on the floor.
All right, when I look at this series, this is what I see. Okay, Kyrie and Luka, they are unbelievable offensively. Now, I hear people say, well, Luka played some defense in the series against Minnesota. But if you watch Luka on a regular basis, Luka normally don't play no defense. And now they're
the kind of defense that I play.
They're playing against the best defensive team in the league now. Can they? This is what Boston does. They play defense and offense.
Right.
Dallas normally plays offense a lot, and they played some defense in the last series. If they play their regular game of basketball, do they have enough with this Luka and Kyrie against Boston?
No, I don't think they do, and that goes back to the Derek Lively thing. Because when they got Derek Lively, and then when they got Daniel Gafford, they started to play a lot better defense because they were protecting the rim a lot better. And so when guys like Luka, who has like cinder blocks for feet at times on defense, when he gets beat, well, he's getting beat when they're going to the rim, and they got these 2 Titan towers over there that are ready to swat you. So if they can utilize Kristaps and get at least one of those 2 dudes out of the paint, you're going to see a lot more of the bat that Luka provides on defense. He's going to get a lot more exposed to those that think he plays defense, because he doesn't. He doesn't play defense. He is an offensive guy, and he's really good at offense, but they do not ask him to play a lot of defense. So that's going to get exposed if Joe Mazzulla can craft a way to get Kristaps engaged early. Now, that's a big X factor too. Can Joe Mazzulla craft anything? But Luka is in danger of getting exposed.
Well, see, I had this guy, this bigger guy asked me this question earlier, Denton.
Now hold on. Who's that?
This big ear guy to me, like, who does this game mean more to, Luka or Jason Tatum?
I think the answer is Jason Tatum, because we've had these expectations that Jason Tatum was going to be the guy in the NBA for what feels like a couple of years now. And they had that opportunity against Golden State when they were far and away the better team in that series, at least on paper. And then it didn't work. And Steph Curry did what Steph Curry does. But the superstars weren't there to be found. With Luka, you at least have the excuse of, well, this is his first time that he's played at this stage. It's not the first time for Jason Tatum
That
anymore.
was Jason's first time too, when he didn't play well.
Well, and they lost to the Heat last year.
Now
they left early to the Heat last year.
Yeah. Now Jason Tatum has to perform.
Dallas wasn't even in the playoff last year, were they?
No, they tanked at the end of the season, which ended up getting him Derek Lively. Which, I mean, if you tank at the end of the season and get a guy that helps you win a championship, I think that's a good tanking job.
That is a good tanking job. Talking with our friend Denton Day, the College Sports Insider's insider here. So it sure sounds like you like the Celtics a lot in this series.
I like the Celtics in game one. I got a 24-1 ticket on Dallas. So Luka needs to come up with some magic here to make me some money.
Okay. What is the
and
line?
he's sharing with us, he said.
Yeah, Omaha Steaks on me next time if I win this bet.
Hell yeah. Use the promo code JP, save $10 at checkout. Did you get any steak the other day when we had the cookout in the office?
I didn't get any steak, but man, those apple desserts are crazy. Those go so hard. Even without ice cream, they go so hard.
Okay, so you at least got one of those.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. At least you got something. So what is the line for tomorrow night? What is the line for the series?
The money line for the series is, I think it's still Boston minus 225, and then Dallas is like plus 186. Tomorrow I got Boston laying the 6.5, and it's been 6.5 really since it opened, which leads me to believe that's a good number. I kind of thought it was going to fluctuate a little bit, but it really hasn't. Maybe that changes tomorrow once a lot of the big time money starts coming in here, but I'm on Boston purely because everybody else that I talk to seems to be on Dallas. And I just don't like being on the same.
You got another guy on this thing on Dallas too, JP.
I think everybody's on Boston.
Really? Yeah. Everybody I've talked to is all
You're
on
saying
Dallas.
specific to game one.
To game one. Yeah, to game one. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we just haven't talked to enough people. I feel like everybody we've talked to is saying Boston. Like, who do you like tomorrow, B? Don't you think Boston's going to win the series, right?
As long as Kristaps is healthy, I think that they are going to be too much for Dallas.
Am I the only crazy one that thinks as long as Kristaps is healthy is kind of a big qualifier? Like, that dude gets hurt. Is what he does.
It's a hell of a qualifier. But if he's healthy, he's been a problem this year.
Yeah, he has been good when he's on the court. He's good. I mean, it was the same. Honestly, I feel like his most healthy year in a long time was here.
Yeah, it was here. He was really good too,
which is kind of a waste. Sorry, Kristaps. In Big Daddy, when he walks in and they all go surprise, and she goes, "We wasted the good surprise on you." That was Kristaps playing well in a Wizards uniform in a year they forgot to tank. While we've got you, Denton, and we're talking Wiz, Brian Keefe is clearly not a dude that loves talking to the media, but what do you think about the hire?
He definitely doesn't seem to be a guy that loves media, which is fine. If he can coach basketball, I don't care how you feel about the media.
I totally agree.
I mean,
Nick Saban
if he was their guy, I trust the brass at least now. I mean, he seemed to get a lot out of the guys. The roster still isn't very good, so they have to make a lot of adjustments and they have to get a lot more talent. But I don't think there was anybody else that was going to really be in the running for the job. There was no splash hire. Like, they weren't going to get Van Gundy. I don't know if you consider JJ Redick a splash hire, a weird hire, but they weren't going to get him either because LeBron isn't here. So I like the hire. If they like him, I like him for now. And hopefully in the next 2 years, we care about the team in March, April, and May.
And we hope we still liking him.
Yeah. I don't think the Redick thing was a weird hire, but I never for a second thought he was coming here. Was that a dumb internet?
You think a guy that's never coached and nothing higher than Little League is not a weird hire for the NBA?
I think you've seen that kind of become a thing.
Normally they have some level of coaching somewhere else other than Little League basketball. And
Isn't that what Steve Kerr did?
And doing a podcast with LeBron.
Yeah, Steve Kerr was in a front office, then did broadcasting, and then got a coaching job.
Yeah.
His direction was very weird. The JJ thing was never a rumor here, but he just felt like a big splash hire. And I know sometimes in these processes, fans are like, we want the big name. We want the big name. You were never going to get the big name this time. If things don't work out well with Keith, but the roster looks good by the end of it, maybe then you'll get a splash hire, but no big splash hire is coming in to rebuild the situation that's going on here.
Dude, in the NBA, I'm out on splash hires. Like Doc Rivers, no thanks. I mean, think about
Doc's awful.
The Doc Celtics has proven he'll mess a team up, but most of the other splash hires will normally do some good for you.
Dude, I mean, the Celtics have Mazzulla, who was kind of the last man standing after the last dude like made out with the owner's wife or whatever.
That's not what he did, Jay.
I don't know what he did.
You gotta stop saying stuff that's not true. You get yourself in some trouble.
What did he do?
He
I don't
slept
remember.
with one of the employees at the job.
Okay, I wasn't that far off.
You way off.
Wow,
the owner's wife and an
Neil
employee.
Long,
That's a hell of a difference.
He was with Neil Long and slept with somebody else.
Yeah.
That's a big miss.
Man. And Jason Kidd is certainly a big name, but he's got to be on like his third job by now, right?
Yeah, but Jason Kidd's coaching right now.
Right, but I'm saying
I don't. It was a disaster in Milwaukee,
you got. But we can say we want about these coaches. You don't have players. I don't care how big your name is. You're gonna suck.
I totally agree. That's why I don't think now's the time for the Wiz to spend big on a coach. Like I think
that's why Keith makes sense.
Yeah, like when
that's
they had
probably why
Scott
he wasn't too
Brooks.
excited to talk to y'all because he probably know when this thing get good, they're gonna move somebody else in there. That's probably what he was.
Did you guys? I only heard him on the Junks this morning. Did you have him on, Kevin? Did he come on with you guys?
He did not. He was supposed to come on at 11, and I haven't heard from him. Maybe he's calling in now.
Yeah,
kind of call when they feel like talking.
We should definitely get Keith on with Russell. That's the interview we all need.
He was on with him yesterday. He apparently called your guys' show first.
No, he didn't call our show.
We just didn't answer.
That's just what I was told. I don't know how true that is.
I find that hard to believe.
No, he didn't call
with
our
the crack
show.
staff of Jeff and Lamphill that we wouldn't have answered if the Wizards coach called. I think we would have answered. Denton, we got to take a break. Keeping us on time. I'm a very timely person.
We're already at 143, Jay.
Thank you.
You
for
show
your
up,
time,
we
Denton.
go over.
All right, see you, boys.
That's Denton Day. We'll be right back to make some bets.
if it's supposed to follow me, it should follow me back to the seat.
All right. B. Mitch's camera's driving him crazy. Let's make some bets.
All right, Jay, answer your question.
Okay.
Did Jeff post a video of you yesterday on his story? Because it looked like the same shirt you wearing today that the person in the video had.
Yo, I almost always will share videos on Instagram that I'm tagged in. I did not share that one. That was not me. That was an imposter.
That dude looks just like you. Y'all got on the same shirt, and your ears are the same.
I'm better looking than that dude.
That's why I said it's your evil twin. I'm not going to say who looks better because that's not my way of life. But that is definitely your evil twin, JP. He's tatted up. He has the big ears.
Looks just like him.
His shirt literally says "I'm all ears." He's literally you.
Is
with
it a green
tattoos.
green shirt with white writing?
No, it's a green shirt with Baby Yoda on it.
Well, but JP got on this green shirt. He's sitting in the truck, running from the rain.
It's a different color green, dude.
And he's seasoning his food. So it's JP's evil twin.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, do I kind of see it? Sure, but I don't think I look that much like that guy.
Yes,
if you
you
want
do.
to see it, you can find it at Jeff Too Funny.
I beat Miss 30.
We'll give Jeff some plugs here.
I posted it too.
Jeff.
Yes.
Who took I'm now on your Instagram page. Who took the picture of you and Magic?
It was some I think it was a photographer out there. I don't know.
I thought it was me.
It was JP, I thought.
It was?
Yeah.
Yeah. No photo credit.
I'll
on your
give it to you.
pinned
My
photo.
bad. I got you, bro. I was just
All
shocked
good.
I met
Make some
Magic.
bets quick before landfill
All right.
kills us.
Yeah. So everyone, landfill hit. B, you hit. I hit. JP, you didn't make a bet yesterday because
I took the Yankees in honor of Ben White.
He did.
I didn't hear that on the thing. But well, we all won yesterday.
Okay.
That's how you ride the Yankee bandwagon.
Corbin's pitching. I got the Mets money line.
It's a smart play.
Oh my Lord.
Give me the
Ooh,
Yankees
I'm taking-
again.
Yo, I got Paul Skeens pitching for the Pirates, and I can play the run line. I got the Pirates plus 1.5.
Give me the Orioles again.
That's a good place to be, B. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to the boys in the aquarium and to Brian for dealing with me in the field. Thank you to all of our guests, Mr. Neil Greenberg, Joe Maloney, Denton Day, and I'm forgetting somebody that I don't want to forget.
And I'm a
Who do we have
parlay
in-
with the Phillies.
Now, do you have a parlay you got to throw out there too, Jeff?
Nah, I'm good.
All right. Jeff is parlay free. Great show today. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you some rain gear.
Let's do a radio show, Washington, D.C. What say you? We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. It's Wednesday, June 5th, 2024. Got a nice 90 minutes planned for you ahead of Nats baseball, matinee style. We're giving away tickets to the barbecue battle in D.C. The giant barbecue battle is back this summer. We got tickets at 3 o'clock. And if you want to go see Nicki Minaj this fall at Capital One Arena, we got tickets to that too. We'll give those away when we're done at 3:30. Hello, Daniel.
What's up, buddy? We are only days away from the NBA Finals starting, aren't we? It feels like we've been wading through some long waters today and then tomorrow night, I suppose.
Let me do some quick math. It's been about a week, so it can't be much longer. Probably only another 2 days until basketball's played.
Man, goodness gracious. But yes, they will get back going. Really frustrating, to quote our buddy Fred Smoot, that the Mets all of a sudden look like a great team when they're here in town. Their bullpen's decent enough. They're getting timely hitting. You know what it is? The Brandon Nimmo thing. He's hitting 210 against everybody else and is like 886 against the Nationals. Stuff like that always drives me crazy. That's all.
My Mets thing, having been at the ballpark the last 2 days now to take these games in, is it's been a nice reminder that I hate Mets fans.
Yeah.
And that their fans are insufferable. Just annoying, intoxicated, loud, New York accents, vulgar, flicking people off, just dumb stuff that you see. Mets fans stink. It's just a nice little reminder because they've been so harmless for so long that I mostly generally say Braves fans are more annoying because the Braves have had the ability to talk the most trash.
Pretty good run, yeah.
You know, Phillies fans have gotten loud again the last couple of years. The Braves are the Phillies, the Mets, they're all in the division, but the Mets were the team you didn't really have to worry about or care about. They're harmless. They can't do anything to you. They never win. They're one of the worst teams in the sport over the last, 10, 12 years or so, if you look at it, minus their one run that didn't net them a title. But it's been a nice reminder that I hate Mets fans.
Yeah.
These last 2 days.
We'd forgotten. I mean, all those days of Matt Harvey and that, what were they? They weren't the Seven Nation Army. Were they the Seven Train Army or the Flushing Army? I don't remember who they were. But they're yelling. They got there early and were screaming. And Matt Harvey with his giant dip in was good. And all the pitching. Oh, I hated that group. Yeah, just a nice little reminder. I went to college with pretty much all those guys. Not the players, but Mets fans. Super annoying. They like to remind you every once in a while.
Our head is on a swivel today. So we're supposed to be done at 3:30. Give way to Charlie and Dave pregame. And then the ball game's supposed to start at 4:05. But weather's kind of gross. It's not yet. Right now, it's just sunny and nice. But supposedly, it's supposed to rain at some point. And with that in mind, we bring in our show meteorologist, Ryan Clary, who is guaranteed rain before 4 o'clock in the afternoon at first pitch. I want an update from Clary on the weather.
So, yeah, I mean, I must say, I have not seen the sun all day long. It has been an overcast all day. Now, with that said, though, there will be some storms here coming up probably around 3:30 is my estimation at this point. There were some rumors of some rumbling thunderstorms coming in the area around 1 o'clock today. I did hear one little thunder, you could say. I don't know if it was just a plane because I do live near Reagan, but...
Wait, so our weatherman is saying he thinks there was thunder, but it could have been an airplane.
Yeah, and these are the type of things that confound meteorologists all over the world. I get that.
When I watch Channel 4, Doug Kammerer says this frequently. He says, I'm pretty sure there's going to be thunder, but it might also be flights.
Well, that was when I was outside. Now, again, there are thunderstorms in the area. Now, I can confirm that Manassas, Virginia right now is getting pummeled. Dale City is in the thick of it right now. It'll be making its way northeast up to Washington, D.C.
I would love to hear from someone in Manassas or Dale City to corroborate Ryan's report. I have to imagine some guy's just sitting in his car looking up at the sun going, what is this guy talking about?
We're getting pummeled with sunshine? Is that what's happening?
No chance. If you're in southern area of Manassas, in Dale City in particular, Dale City, you are about to get pummeled with a thunderstorm.
About to? Or is it raining right now?
About to. Now, again, the radar is a few minutes behind, so it could be right over Dale City as we speak right now.
Can I get a correspondent in Dale City, please? 800-636-1067. I would like to put Ryan to the test as we sit here on a lovely day in D.C., indoors in our Half Street studios, to see if Ryan is on to something. Now, I think he is our show meteorologist.
Yes.
He makes these calls. I think he made the right call overall, probably, not to go down to the ballpark, to the red box, because it may rain eventually. And even one raindrop, 2 raindrops before the end of our show at 3:30 is too many. But if it's nice through 4, he's going to look like the Nats when they call a game too soon.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't want for Ryan Clary.
I don't think that'll be the case, though, because, again, you guys sleep on my weather knowledge. I have been on...
Comfortably.
Yep. I will admit that I do.
On a beautiful mattress with a nice pillow and a nice pillowcase.
I nail the weather reports almost every time. Now, I will say this. When it's really humid out, which it is today, and again, there was a cold front, now there is going to be a warm front coming in here, it can get a little bit tricky. Things can change. Patterns can change. Now, at this point in time, I would expect that there is a pretty decent-sized storm coming its way. I predict that it will hit the D.C. area, well, really Washington, D.C. in particular, in the Navy Yard, by 3:40.
In particular. Okay, very good. Looks like we've got some correspondence on the scene for us here. Drew is in Manassas. Ryan says you need an umbrella right now, Drew, that the rain is falling. Can you confirm that?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, buddy.
So I am here in Manassas, and it's like a light, maybe minimum rain. Hardly need an umbrella. It's not too bad.
Not bad, but it is raining. So Ryan's Doppler that he's staring at is giving him the answer key.
It is in fact raining, and it's only going to get worse, I hear.
Any thunder and lightning, or is it just a drizzle?
Did you see an airplane overhead?
I see no airplanes. I see all clouds. No thunder, no lightning. Just a light to very minimal medium rain.
Thank you, sir.
What to make of that?
Boots on the ground in Manassas on this here radio program. This could be a fun little segment we do every now and then, just checking in.
Just a little spot check.
Where we're like, need someone in Ashburn. What's this? What are the vibes?
What's the status in Ashburn?
What's the scene out there? Kenny is in Manassas. Oh, he just hung up.
No, he's not.
Kenny, the nerve of you to hang up on us like that. Let's go to John, who is in Dale City, who wants to talk about the weather. John, thank you for the call. What's up?
Man, it's pouring right now on Dale Boulevard, right here in Dale City.
Wow. Larry's all over it. You driving in this? Are you going to have to pull over?
I am. I might. It's getting heavier as we speak.
Kevin's in Prince William. Kevin, are you willing to confirm Ryan's weather report?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm on the Parkway, just, I guess, north of Dale Boulevard, near the intersection of the Parkway and Smoketown. It's sprinkling. Behind me, it's very dark, so I can believe what he's saying, but I guess north of us, it's kind of light. It's sprinkling right now, but nothing. I wouldn't be afraid to get out of my car and walk around a little bit.
And do you see an airplane, or do you see any?
Have you heard any airplanes?
Any airplanes flying overhead?
No airplanes, no thunder, no lightning, just light little sprinkle. That's it.
Okay.
So nobody's stomach is growled. You're not sure if it's thunder or not.
See, this is how you do weather.
Yeah, right here.
You go to the people. You touch the folks. Raymond in Manassas. Hello, Raymond. How are you?
Hey, guys. I'm doing all right. Listen, I can confirm the reports. I just left from the landfill on 234. It's pouring over there.
Oh, I think we can even hear it.
Yeah.
Is that rain hitting your windshield that we hear?
Yeah, that's it. That's what you hear.
Can you put your phone kind of up to the windshield so we can hear it?
Let me see if I can help you out. Let me see.
Okay.
It's not as bad as at where I am now. I just left the landfill about 2 minutes ago, and so I'm at Dale Boulevard and Holy Road for those who know the area.
Oh, very specifically, yes.
Very specific.
Yeah. Yeah, it's dark on the northeast side of the town, and I guess northwest.
I hear it.
Not too shabby just yet.
Okay, thank you, Raymond. See, we should do this more often. Act like rain is snow. Or we're like, is it raining yet? Huh? What kind of...
Send a correspondent outside.
How hard is it raining? Do it the local This is basically what the local TV stations do for snow. You know that, right?
Yeah, what's...
They're just like, do you see any? Is it falling yet?
Snow hasn't fallen yet, guys, but I have a ruler and a shovel, and I'm desperate for it to come down. Back to you in studio.
So we'll keep you up to speed. We'll keep you up to date. We just wanted to prove that Ryan's on it, okay?
Yeah, he's on it.
Ryan understands what he's doing. Ryan gets it, and he's going to keep you abreast as the day goes on.
I just want to say that you guys slept so comfortably. The lines lit up, and everyone's saying that it was pouring in Dale City, and Manassas was about to get pummeled.
So
as
what's
I
next?
said.
Tell us where should people take cover?
people should not be taking cover, but there are some severe storms on the way. And as I said, it'll be making its way northeast towards the Navy Yard. You'll be getting hit. Lorton, Virginia will be getting hit as well, probably here
Not
relatively
Lorton.
soon.
Take my arm,
no,
but don't
Lorton's
take
on the way.
Lorton.
It's on the
Fairfax
path.
pummeled. Annandale pummeled on that trajectory
Home
as well.
of the Adams?
Home of the Adams
Okay.
pummeled. DC and Navy Yard will be making its way, I say, by 3:30-ish.
What about Springfield?
Springfield pummeled.
Burke.
Pummeled.
What?
Burke
Burke too?
actually, especially, will be in the epicenter of it.
Epicenter. Epicenter.
The epicenter.
What I like about the epicenter is when you eat that shrimp you're allergic to, and then you need the epicenter. And you're like, where is the epicenter? You know how you fix? Do you honestly know how that works?
What?
The epicenter.
What is an epicenter?
It's the center of the storm. This is like you'll be getting hit.
Yes,
You'll be
but
getting
how
pummeled.
does that relate to someone being allergic to something?
Well, I get the bit. I
No, there's no
mispronounced
bit.
whatever
There's
it
not a
was.
bit. No, there's no bit. I'm not joning.
I don't know.
If you so Darius is allergic to peanuts.
Yes, he
If
has an
Darius
EpiPen.
eats peanuts, he then needs to be taken to the epicenter. So you have to drive him to basically the main area where it all started, the epicenter.
Fair point.
And that heals him.
Fair point.
You're familiar?
I'm familiar.
All right.
I'm not sure that you are familiar.
He is.
Is he?
Show meteorologist. Ladies and
There
gentlemen.
he is.
Ryan Clary.
The epicenter of the show.
We do have tickets. As I said, Giant Barbecue Battle at 3. Nicki Minaj at 3:30. Charlie and Dave's pregame. For now, slated for that time. Dan Quinn today out in Ashburn talking about Brandon McManus, the head coach of the Commanders, says that he got cut essentially because he wasn't honest with the team before they found out in the media what happened.
Yeah, and I think number one, I think you guys would all understand this is under investigation, so I can't comment a lot. But what I can say is a little bit about what I told the team, and I think like most things, not necessarily related to this, but as a lesson, let's make sure you always let somebody know and tell. There's usually a whole bunch of people that want to be part of the solution, and so when you have that, whether that's for this team or any team or a parent, that kind of communication allows you to come up with some solutions. So like I said, not specific to this, but it was just a good lesson to always have that conversation. It's usually much more difficult in your head than it is really having the actual conversation. And so just wanted to make sure I got a lesson out to the guys as we're going through it. So we did release Brandon. I found out some of the information on May 27th, and then we released him on June the 3rd.
So I actually really like the sentiment of be honest.
Yep.
Something happens in your life. Come tell us. Let us help you. Let us try to get to the bottom of what it is and how to move forward. Most of the time, your fear and anxiety about how it's going to go, telling something to someone that you don't want to, is worse in your head than the reality. And I think that is really good advice in life and is probably true. But when I hear that, my translation is there was not some big, thorough investigation where they found something terrible out, that they didn't have a smoking gun video or picture from that flight necessarily, that this was as simple as they got blindsided. The kicker of the team wasn't forthright in their mind and didn't come forward and tell them. So whether it was a lawyer calling the league and them or the Jaguars calling them, however it went down, they didn't like the fact that he wasn't forthright. And that's why he got released, according to at least what he said there to me.
Yeah, and it's also a good way to, and I don't mean to be flippant about this, but it's a good way to spin it in so much as you cut him before he's innocent or guilty. It's a way to say, I mean, think back to in Kansas City when John Dorsey was still the GM and they moved on from Kareem Hunt. There was a moment where, and Dorsey had a similar explanation for it, where he basically had a conversation with Kareem Hunt going, okay, is this it? We've dealt with your previous thing. Is there anything else we have to worry about? And his answer was no. And then, shortly thereafter, whatever, another video is released and they cut him because he said there's nothing else to worry about. You've seen that play out before, right? Where someone will say, I don't know exactly how the conversation went, obviously, but the team is going, is there anything that we need to know? And you go, no. I bet you some notice had been served. I bet you a letter had been received. I bet you, some lawyer had contacted the other lawyer, or this previous notice with the Jaguars or whatever. And it's not something the team would necessarily be thinking to look for, right? And it's not that they failed to do due diligence or whatever. I mean, they had no idea about this. They were blindsided. And that's kind of the point here is from their perspective, from what Quinn just said, it wasn't as if they, as unearthed some sort of definitive proof one way or the other. This was as simple as, hey, Grant, is there anything I need to worry about? And you go, nope. And then now I have to worry about something. You probably knew, and you withheld that. And that's enough. That's grounds.
Do you have any issue if they cut him to send the message, we want you to come to us? Don't let us be surprised.
I don't.
Is that enough of a reason?
It is. And I think back to my own college career where our coach was, if I find out through the disciplinary process, aka you guys get in trouble in the dorm or do something stupid, it then goes to like student services, and then you get punished, and then the athletic director gets a note on his desk, hey, one of your athletes or 3 of your athletes or 10 of your athletes were drinking in the dorms, and then he goes down and yells at the coach. If I find out that way, you are in way worse trouble. What happens is you come to me, you tell me, you're still going to get punished, by the way, because you can't do stupid stuff, but I need to know about it in advance. I can't be blindsided and ambushed on my way into work or whatever when we're trying to come up with a scouting report for Denton this weekend because you guys were getting hammered in the dorms and the AD comes down and screams at me. We're not doing it that way. So I get that.
So I agree with that logic. The problem is, when should he have told them? It is very possible he found out about when the teams did that this lawsuit was coming. Now, that's not to say that if he actually did this, alleged to have committed sexual assault, I want to give both the benefit of the doubt to him, innocent until proven guilty, and the benefit of the doubt to the alleged victims that what happened did take place and that they were victims. I think you can extend that to both of them. But my point is, even if he knew, let's say, that something took place and they came to him several weeks ago, months ago, whatever it was, as we have heard the agent Tony Busby for the women say on the Junkies, he may not have known that there was a civil lawsuit being brought. He may not have known that these allegations were going public until they sent it to the team, they sent it to the league. So at what point should he have told the Commanders before he signed for a year and $3.6 million? In a hypothetical, Danny, where he's innocent, they call up his agent, go, we want to sign Brandon McManus to a 1-year deal. And he goes, love to sign. Just so you know, in a couple of months, there's going to be a suit against him for probably not getting signed. Yeah. Do you do it right after you sign and before they bring forth the case? I don't know when he found out that the civil case was coming. If he had 7 weeks and he never went to the team, then I'll agree with Dan Quinn that he botched it. But if he found out an hour before they sent something over to the CO Jason Wright or whatever at the park, I would feel a little differently about this idea that he didn't come to them. He may not have known it was coming.
Right, it's a good distinction, but I will say as part of that process, you have to receive notice at some point from the opposing legal party.
Yeah, I think that's now. I think that was it's potential that is the notice. It's not like this case is happening this
No,
week.
but I mean, in other words, like a letter, because Busby said in one of his statements, like we've sent letters to the team, to him. We want to maybe be made whole, and they ignored us.
Right. His point was that they tried to essentially end this without a court hearing, and maybe my point is Brandon McManus may not have known that the court hearing was coming.
Totally right. I got the
But
distinction.
I guess you're saying go to the team and let them know someone's coming after me. Here's the detail.
Yeah, if there's I think this is the way it goes. Again, I'm out of my depth. I obviously didn't go to law school, but I believe if you're going, you don't just get to go like today. I am suing Grant Paulson. I have to notify you of. There has to be like a trail where it's like, I've been damaged. Are you going to make it right? And then you come back to me, no, pound sand. And then we go back and forth. And then I get to pursue my thing. So in other words, there's got to be some kind of notification at some point where you would say, hey, team, employer, this thing is hanging over my head. This is a thing. I believe I'm innocent. I didn't do it. Whatever you want to say, but notifying them in due course, I think has to happen. I don't think you can't find out about a lawsuit when it's announced in public.
I agree. Maybe it's semantics and we're talking past each other, but I think all of the contact before that could not be someone saying, I'm suing you.
Right.
And it could be, I'm upset about this. What are you going to do to make this right? And he's going, I didn't do anything. You'll go away. Leave me alone. And then, as Tony Busby told the Junkies, they said, okay, well, he's not responding. His agent's not responding. Let's contact the Jaguars.
Yep.
Let's contact the NFL. Let's contact the Commanders. And you up the ante. And maybe he just didn't realize that there was going to be a lawsuit. But to your point, I think it's reasonable. When someone's coming after you, whether we're at the point of a civil suit or not, you should probably let your employer know. Just common sense says the first thing you would probably do if someone's coming after you for something is go, hey, I got this thing going on. Just so you know, I'm going to fight it. I don't think I'm guilty, but I want you to know that if you hear anything, like that seems like pretty easy operating procedure.
And again, to awkwardly make it about myself here for a second, long ago, I won't bore everyone with the details, but driving in high school, this woman stopped short on an intersection, and I'm already slowing down, and I rear-ended her. Everyone was fine. Her car was scratched. It was my fault, and insurance said so, and no problem, right? That happened.
Darn high school drivers.
Right. It's a thing. So everything was fine, except until it wasn't. Until she decided that she had whiplash and all sorts of other damages and this, that, and the other thing was total nonsense, right? The layer that she took it. So what I found out, I'm my freshman year, I'm trying to make the team, and not make the team, but I got a scholarship, but I'm trying to like earn playing time and whatever. And I find out, hey, somebody might come onto the field and serve you notice because of this court case that might be hanging out over your head. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like mid at bat, some guy could just walk up and go, you've been served, and like hit me with papers or try to come into my dorm room or something. And I'm like, this is terrifying. I don't know how to handle this. I'm an 18-year-old kid. I had no clue. But the first thing I did was told my coach, and everybody starts to be aware, and it's not something they're going to be blindsided by. So I get that. Like it wasn't like a court proceeding had been announced, but it's like there's the threat of this that's hanging over my head that I had to make sure I dealt with. So to me, that's reasonable.
Did you ever get served?
I never did.
In the middle of your at bat?
I never did. I was worried about it for like a whole year.
She walks into this room right now. That'd be funny.
Yeah.
I guess it wouldn't
be.
be.
Almost 30 years ago.
Right.
You were going 3.5 on Chain Bridge.
She's been looking for you ever since.
Trying to find me.
Walks right into the room. Grant and Danny on the Fan. CJ Stroud's one of the great young quarterbacks in football. He had an opinion that has led to quite a debate on a larger sports discussion. What really matters if you play athletics? Let's get into that next on the Fan. Danny, on the Fan, you want tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle? Better listen at 3 o'clock and get ready to call in 30 minutes. CJ Stroud's coming off one of the great rookie seasons in history. Just magnificent in year one out of Ohio State for the Texans. How about 4,100 yards, 23 touchdowns, and 5 picks for CJ Stroud en route to his team going 9-6 when he was on the field. Threw the ball downfield a lot. So because of that, completion percentage was right around 64%. That's going to go up. He's going to take more layups. He's only going to get better. Looks like a star and one of the best quarterbacks moving forward in the NFL. But one of the things I like about CJ Stroud is he is very media friendly and he's very involved in the new media game. He's got his own podcasts and shows and he's opinionated in a very respectful way. This is a guy who seems like he's got his head on straight. He's very classy and he kind of is a CEO of the organization. He doesn't really say crazy things, but I do like that he's front facing. He's out there. He communicates with fans on his own terms. I like a lot of that. On a recent show that he was doing, he said that he would rather have the career of Eli Manning, who won 2 Super Bowls as a good quarterback, than Aaron Rodgers, who won 1 Super Bowl as one of the greatest quarterbacks who's ever lived. And the idea is, I want the rings. Give me 2. That's better than 1. I think this is crazy. A lot of people are saying this to me now, like, oh, you got to go Eli over Aaron Rodgers. And it sounds like virtue signaling, ridiculous nonsense. You're just saying what you're supposed to say. I played for the championships. I know to an extent you do, but it's not like Aaron Rodgers didn't win one. If it was 2 versus 0, you might convince me that you'd rather be Eli Manning than like Dan Marino or something like that. But Rodgers won a title, a 4-time MVP. Eli Manning, if you doubled his stats, wouldn't have won an MVP award in his career. I think it's crazy. I'll make the case for Rodgers in more detail, but I want to tag you in and see. I really don't know where you're going to come in on this. If you are team win me my 2 titles, Eli Manning, or if you're team Rodgers.
So it's not crazy for a player to say, I want to win as many championships as possible. That's not nuts. I think that's a reasonable thing for a guy that's a competitor, is maybe about, winning over his own numbers or the like. And I understand a player saying that. A media member saying that, an analyst saying that is crazy, right? I understand that Eli Manning was the quarterback of a team that won Super Bowls. I'm very aware. I saw it. I had to deal with all the stupid comparisons where people were saying he's better than his brother because he's more clutch or some other kind of nonsense. You mean the guy with a 500 quarterback record over the course of his career was more clutch? And even though we don't do quarterback record, when you idiots use it, I have to use it back to you. So no, for a player to say that, not crazy to me. For someone that studies the game and recognizes that Aaron Rodgers probably belongs on an all-time Mount Rushmore list, or maybe he's the first one off, like among the top quarterbacks ever to play this game, that's where he belongs. Eli Manning is going to make the Hall of Fame because they won 2 Super Bowls,
but hang on,
and he played in New York.
I don't think that people are saying Eli Manning had a better career than Aaron Rodgers, or that Eli Manning, because he won the 2 Super Bowls, was better than Aaron Rodgers, right? I think what they're saying is they would rather have Eli Manning's career than Rodgers, which is a very, very different thing.
Right. That's why I don't think it's crazy that a player says that.
Sure.
Meaning I win the Super Bowl twice, sign me up.
But even you're like, but a media member who analyzes it or studies it, or someone who's just looking at it, again, it's 2 different conversations. It's like, to me, and it's, you're making up categories, but with Tom Brady, I am happy to tell you he's the winningest quarterback, the most successful quarterback all time. I don't think he's the best quarterback who ever lived, right? Similarly, to your point, I think it's absolutely within reason, even though I would disagree with it, for someone to look at Eli Manning's career and go, like Mike Rizzo today is a good example. Not a football player, played baseball, minor league level, obviously an executive. And he said, oh, definitely you'd rather have Eli Manning's career. And they're like, really? He's like, yeah, you play this game for championships. That's what you want. He won 2 rings. I think that makes sense to an extent, where if you are the person who just goes titles and nothing else, that is different than, I don't think Mike Rizzo would say Eli Manning was ever a better player than Aaron Rodgers. He's just saying, yeah, you should absolutely rather want to have his career. And my point is, Rodgers has won. Do you need to? you'd like to. 3 is better than 2, 2 is better than 1. But a 4-time MVP who's a top 5er ever, in my opinion, top 2 or 3 ever to do this, I just think it's a no-brainer.
So the only pushback I have is I understand someone that's a competitor going, if I have to not be as good, if I have my touchdown to interception ratio is 1.5 and Rodgers is 5-1 for his career, but I win 2 Super Bowls and he wins 1, I guess I'll sign up for that. I understand that mentality and, and
working
that thought
back
process.
from the result.
Yeah, I understand that. Like if you tell me when it's all said and done, like maybe Rodgers wins 1 this year, by the way, with the Jets. I'm going to doubt it because it's hard to win. And they're in the AFC where Pat Mahomes is. But I get somebody approaching it that way. But when it's anything beyond, I'd rather win 2 Super Bowls than 1, as soon as you get beyond that first stanza, if you have to qualify it in any other way, it's ludicrous. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say there?
Sure.
Like,
Well, also, where does this end? Okay, so to straw man this thing past the line of no return. Rohan Davey and Damon Heward have 2 rings as backup quarterbacks. Now, they didn't play, but they were backups on those Tom Brady Patriots teams. They won rings. You wouldn't rather have their career, would you?
No.
They won 2 rings, though. But someone will say, oh, well, they weren't playing. It's different. So, like, where is this? If you played in and were the starter for the championships, that counts. But so you'd rather be then, by that definition, Danny, you'd rather have Trent Dilfer's career than Dan Marino's.
Which is insane.
You'd rather have JaVale McGee's career than Charles Barkley.
Right.
Think about that.
Yeah, I know.
mean, that is certifiably dumb. I may control what you can control, guy. I think it's important to win. And if you're playing, the reason you do it is to try to win the championship. I'm not selfishly going to only care about myself. A lot of what I do when I put in the work, if I'm a player, is for my team, to get the team wins, to get them into the playoffs, to try to get a title, to improve the standing of this org within the city where I am. Like, it's bigger than me. But all I can control is what I can control, being the best that I can be. And if I'm great and I never win because the team's not great around me, and I did all that I could, and I'm one of the top 10 players in my position ever, I will absolutely take that over not maxing out my potential or just being pretty good. And because I had a great supporting cast, winning once or twice.
Smell what you're cooking there. Yeah, I mean the debate falls into almost 2 distinct categories to me. It's who was the better player, and it's not close. It's laughable to assert anything other than Aaron Rodgers. By any metric, even ones that we don't use, I'll use. Ones that I shy away from, I'm happy to use. Everything from he won 2/3 of the games that he started to the leading the league in touchdown passes, leading the league in interception percentage. Everything about his career was better than Eli Manning's, with the exception of those 2 amazing runs that they deserve credit for, by the way, those Giants teams, where the defensive line carried him and Eli Manning made some huge plays, some clutch, enormous, biggest stage possible, ridiculous plays. That throw he had to Mario Manningham down the sideline in the Super Bowl is the stuff of legend, let alone the stupid helmet catch or whatever. Like, amazing plays, huge, awesome stuff for a guy that won exactly as many games as he lost at quarterback, for a guy that has a 1.5-to-1 touchdown interception ratio over the course of his career.
That first Super Bowl run for the Giants, 17-14 win over the Patriots. That was the David Tyree year.
Mm-hmm.
He went 12 of 18 for 150 yards against the Cowboys. Mark Brunell called. He wants his stat line back. That was in the second round of those playoffs. And then in the NFC Championship game, he went 21 of 40 through the air. I actually think his second Super Bowl run, he was a lot more involved offensively, and it was less like hand the ball off and make the occasional
I remember him
throw.
being hot that stretch run in playoffs. Yeah,
he had a great game at Lambeau Field where he threw for 330 and 3, and then he had a really good game against San Francisco on the road where he had 315 and 2, and that was one of the hottest stretches of his career. They also had some dominant performances where they allowed 2 points as an example to the Falcons in a playoff game. They won that one going away during that Super Bowl run, but it's not to say that he wasn't a good player. Like, he certainly was. I happen to think he's one of the most overrated players ever. But he was a very solid, above average NFL quarterback for a long time. Had runs at the right time. We call that the Flacco. He's got a couple of rings.
Yep.
But the idea that you would rather, like, what is the point of playing? someone will say to win a championship. In an individual sport, certainly. On a team sport, I agree that players will tell you that and feel that way, and that they, to their bones, they feel that way. But really, you're a competitor. It's to be great. It's to be one of the best to ever do it. What is your goal? To be one of the best that ever lived. Aaron Rodgers got there. Eli Manning didn't. This mindset, though, is why you probably want C.J. Stroud running your program.
Right.
Because, number one, it sounds awesome to hear your quarterback say, I don't care if I'm really good, if I'm putting up 303. I just want to win football games. That's a good mindset to have.
Mm-hmm. I want that.
Anti-diva mindset, which is good. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Prices are going up on everything. There is one item where the price has not changed in decades, and it's not changing anytime soon. That is next on the Fan. We're expecting to be on until about 3:30 today. Nats pregame at that time. They've got a 4:05 first pitch against the Mets right here on the Fan. There is a chance that rain comes here in D.C., and we keep talking in our normal time slot. So we're playing it by ear on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. We do know we will be giving away tickets at the top of the hour in 12 minutes to the Giant Barbecue Battle. If you want those, you better be listening. We've also got tickets today when we're done at 3:30 to give you to a concert at Capital One Arena that everybody wants to go to, and that is to see Nicki Minaj in the big city. So if you want those, be listening right at 3:30. Danny, prices are just going up.
Yes.
That's what happens. Inflation, man.
We get it.
You look back 10, 15, 20 years ago, the very item that you're paying a few bucks for now, you're paying a lot less for then. There are very few items that have withstood the test of time and have not been elevated. One of them is the Costco hot dog.
The Costco hot dog.
$1.50. Now, recently, the then CFO of Costco, a guy named Richard Galanti, was doing an interview, and he led to a bunch of speculation when he told Bloomberg that it's probably safe for a while. When they asked, are you going to up the price of your hot dog? Something that comes up a lot because, believe it or not, these hot dogs at Costco have cost the same price, $1.50, since the mid-1980s.
It is a staple.
Used to be that you get your hot dog and a soda for $1.50. Right in 2022, when a lot of things changed from a food development, shipping, preparing standpoint, that was like one of the big mile markers in kind of food getting more expensive. They did make soft drinks more expensive, and they changed a couple other things on their menu in terms of prices, like I think they call it their chicken bake. Those things went up a little bit. So now it's like $4.40 for a couple things that used to be $2. But the one thing that's never changed at Costco is the hot dog, $1.50. And this week, the person now in charge came out and said, the hot dog at $1.50 is going nowhere. We're known for it. We stand behind it. We guarantee it. That's what we do. Our $1.50 hot dog.
I hope he didn't say put it in all caps.
Didn't go full Snyder.
Good. You never want to go full Snyder on anything. But it's so silly because the point is, and this is my favorite thing, if I can just wax poetic. I'm not there just to eat the $1.50 hot dog, right? I'm there to spend an enormous amount of money on good valued goods, right? Where it's like I need a tent for the beach. I need a canoe and 50 pounds of dog food, like whatever I need. I'm spending so much money with you. Give me something nice. Doesn't have to be a lot. That little one thing, that little hot dog. Or it's like, hey, a frequent customer card. You get a punch card, your 10th smoothie where you spent $11 per smoothie. That 11th one's on us. Just a little something. Because I'm just pouring money into your coffers. Just acknowledge me. I love that.
I'm a Costco guy. Big Costco guy. That's one of the few stores that my wife will go to where I'll go, yeah, I'll tag along.
I'll go with you.
Because it's like, it's people watching and it's product watching. I mean, you feel like you're in a big factory. There's like a show to it. Then they've got the little bar where you can go get your $1.50 hot dog. They've got really good pizza. Always been a Costco guy.
Pizza's so good.
Like you can eat good at Costco, man, for cheap. But what you're referencing, they do it for a different reason. Like you're saying, they give me a present and I feel good. It's actually a strategy and it's dying, but there are a few companies like Costco that still do it. It's called loss leader pricing.
Yes.
And loss leader pricing is a strategy that companies used to implement way more frequently than they do now, in which companies sell certain products below their market cost in order to get customers in the door. And then you buy more stuff. But hey, let's go to Costco. We can get that hot dog for $1.50 or whatever it is, right? They also are famous for. Do you do Costco? Or are you?
We're not Costco members.
So one of the things we always do is we'll go to Costco, and it's just a staple. If we're there, just like checking out at some point, we're going to go get the rotisserie chicken. Any file on the Costco rotisserie chicken?
It's everything. I'm telling you, everything they do is fantastic.
But how much do you think they sell their rotisserie chicken for?
It's like $10, I think, right? Like for the whole unit.
Oh, not even a little bit, Danny Rouillet. Their rotisserie chicken has also not changed in price. $4.99.
Unreal.
the treasured $4.99 rotisserie chicken. Another thing that they just say we're not changing the price on. So you go in there, you go, I'm going to get my rotisserie chicken. I'll pull that and have that throughout the week. I'll get my hot dog or a pizza to take home, whatever. And then while you're there, you're like, oh, we need this. We need that. Next thing you know, you're leaving with the cart. You're dropping a couple $100, but they got you in the door.
They got you in the door.
And that's the whole point. But they're not changing the hot dog price.
Rightly so. Good for them.
And I don't know why more places don't do this. Like, yes, they're losing money. They could charge more for a hot dog. Someone would say, well, just bad business. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's great business. It's the Falcons.
Check the stock price, by the way.
Concession stands.
Yes, exactly.
Right? Like, they have concession stands that cost next to no money. They get so much positive press out of that. Somebody might say, well, if they charge more, they'd make more money. Maybe. You probably also buy a lot more crap when you're in line.
And I can totally tell you, there are a number of reasons why, I don't take my kids to a ton of sporting events, but that's one of the big ones where I know I'm not getting out of there for less than, $120, $130, $150, where it's like, I want this Dippin' Dots. I want a different hot dog. I want to go get this nut. And it's an endless hassle. We don't even watch most of the game. And now I paid for a ticket. I paid for parking. I'm not getting out of there cheap. I would love if someone just went, here's the free thing. I know the Nats do the kids eat free bit, which is awesome that they do that. But to me, that needs to be more of not an exception, just kind of the more normal thing.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders were at Ashburn's Commanders Park today. Like, saying the name, fine. It's the other stuff that just ricks me. Commanders Field, Commanders Park. I don't know what the difference is. When I say the Commanders, Commanders Park.
It stinks, doesn't it? It stinks.
It's not good.
Nope.
They were in Ashburn today at the team facility. OTAs. Let's get you an update. Some news and notes next on G&D. It is officially raining in the Navy Yard. Doesn't mean there will be a delay, but could be headed in that direction. We will, as of now, be turning over these airwaves to Charlie and Dave in a half hour for pregame. First pitch against the Mets expected at 4:05. The Grant and Danny Show, sponsored exclusively by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation. Fairfax-based attorneys waiting on you now. kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention that we referred you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. As promised, caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning a 4-pack of tickets to the 32nd annual Giant Barbecue Battle, June 22nd and 23rd, historic Pennsylvania Avenue. Family fun for everyone with over 100 free food and drink samples, giant corks to cap tasting tent, Monster Energy Extreme Sports, and live music on the Pepsi Taste More summer stage. Visit thefandc.com/events for more information. Danny, let's get the latest on the Commanders. They were at the facility today, OTAs and practices. Dan Quinn spoke. Big item. We hit this right off the top of the show. He was asked right off the beginning of the press conference about Brandon McManus, and he said they released him essentially because not something that they found during their investigation, but because they weren't told anything.
Right.
Sounds like May 27th, when the rest of us were finding out about this, is about when they did. They didn't like that he never came to them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a catch-all, and I'm not criticizing Quinn or the team for this at all. I don't mean to diminish that, but it's a way to catch all and sort of quantify their position. If, let's say, for the sake of argument, Brandon McManus is completely exonerated, we find out this is all drummed up, made up, whatever, still the team has an out there in terms of some kind of PR where they would go, he didn't tell us this was coming. This was hanging over his head. He's received notices. Lawyers are involved. This isn't just somebody like in your direct messages. It's not somebody like, texting you, hey, you're annoying, or I don't like you. This is threatening legal action, threatening these sorts of things, saying there's damage here that you caused and we need it fixed. And you didn't share that with us. You didn't come forward. You didn't, do your part of your role here, which is to say, hey, this is something you guys might have to deal with. And so that is a way to say basically like, we don't have time for that. Now, you'd probably have time if this was a star wide receiver or a Pro Bowl defensive tackle, but a 1-year kicker where that position is fickle and short-term anyway? Absolutely.
I think most of us agree that if this was a starter on offense or defense, and certainly an impact player, one of their better players, they'd probably still be on the roster and they'd still be doing some information gathering. But because it's a kicker, which is viewed as more expendable, you see it all the time in season with guys getting cut after bad games at that position. They decided to move on. This was Quinn today, right at the start of his press conference.
Yeah, and I think, number one, I think you guys would all understand this is under investigation, so I can't comment a lot. But what I can say is a little bit about what I told the team. And I think, like most things, not necessarily related to this, but as a lesson, let's make sure you always, let somebody know and tell. There's usually a whole bunch of people that want to be part of the solution. And so when you have that, whether that's for this team or any team or a parent, that kind of communication allows you to, come up with some solutions. So, like I said, not, specific to this, but it was just a good lesson, to always have that conversation. It's usually much more difficult in your head than it is really having the actual conversation. And so just wanted to make sure I got a lesson out to the guys as we're going through it. So we did release, Brandon, I found out some of the information on May 27th, and then we released him on June the 3rd.
Fatherly advice. It sounded like he was being dad there, like sitting down. He was getting down
Totally
on the
right.
knee for a little conversation nose to nose with us. I don't think he has kids, by the way, Dan Quinn. I'm pretty sure. Could be wrong about that. But he came off there like a father. Like
that's what I would say to my son. Seriously.
Exactly. The players are his kids, and he's saying, hey, guys, let me help you. Let me and my assistants, mom and uncle and aunt and grandpa and grandma, let us take care of you. But we got to know what's going on in your lives. You got to communicate with us. They didn't like that Brandon McManus did not do that. So there's a new kicker in town. Ramiz Ahmed is the guy for now. 28 years old, kicked in college at Nevada. Ramiz Ahmed has had success in the United States Football League. This past season, he was in the UFL, which the USFL and the XFL were separate entities, remember? And then this year, they merged into one league. This past year was not his best statistical season. He was 10 of 13, long of 46 from what I could find. But back in 2022, he kicked a 61-yarder in game, which was the longest kick at the time in USFL history. He has had some success in that spring league. He even kicked in one NFL game with the Green Bay Packers back 2 years ago. He kicked off 6 times that day. I'm guessing they scored some points. He did not kick any field goals, so apparently that offense was operating.
They were doing just fine.
High level.
Good red zone numbers.
Would have been better if Eli Manning was leading the way, I'm sure.
Oh, thank you.
But 3 touchbacks on his 6 kickoffs, so showed off a little bit of leg strength there. That's the only time he's ever kicked in the NFL. I have no inside knowledge on this. This is just completely speculative, but I'd be willing to bet a good bit that this is not the only kicker they're going to sign going into training camp. There's going to be at least 2 kickers competing for the job. And here's where I would go out on a little bit of a limb. I'll bet you the next kicker they sign would be the favorite at FanDuel to be the starter, so to speak.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I think he was available. You called him. You got him in. He's kicking as we speak at a practice where you needed somebody out there. No problem. But the next guy, whether it's Jake Bates, who was playing in the playoffs, who was the best kicker in the UFL this year, or Matthew McCrane from the Defenders, who had a great season, or maybe it's a guy that wasn't in that spring league, who's just available and kicked in the league for 2 teams last season or whatever. My guess is someone that's got more NFL experience, a little bit beefier resume comes in here, and then Ahmed has a chance to compete with whoever that is leading up to week 1.
Yeah, I would bet, with all due respect to the player, that he is not the week 1 kicker, that Ahmed is not the guy that is on this roster to be their kicker. I think this was can you get here tomorrow? We need a camp kicking body, just a way to get your foot in the door, right? As somebody that's, been on the fringes or even out of the NFL altogether, we need somebody when we do special teams work or, for whatever reason, you would need a kicker at these spring workouts. We need that done. I think they're going to go shopping once again and start this process over for whoever the kicker is, whether it's camp cuts, whether it's, as you said, the UFL season finishing up. I would bet against him being the kicker. And he may end up surprising everybody winning the job and just being awesome. That'd be cool if he does. But to me, this is not done.
I have a weird thing about me. This is one of my nerdiest traits, of which there are many. I love a kicker competition. I get so excited for a camp battle at kicker. I used to get steamed up when I was on the beat to go over if 2 guys are competing and you track how many they make and how many they miss. And you're out there saying, all right, this guy was 7 of 8 at practice. This guy was 5 of 7, but he did hit from 55. And then in the preseason, how do you go about it? Do you go quarter by quarter? Do you go kick by kick? Who gets to do kickoffs? How are we doing this? Do you go game by game with 3 games? I'm a kicker competition guy.
How about it? That doesn't move the needle for me at all.
What would you rather be known as?
Yeah.
Commander's team puppy guy.
Oh, God.
Or kicker competition guy?
Well, kicker, because it's a football thing.
Even though you hate kicking and kickers.
Correct, on both counts. But it's in football, so I would care for that a lot more.
But let me be clear, Obama style.
Mm-hmm.
You claim to love dogs. You're a dog guy.
That's right.
And you claim to hate kickers and be an anti-kicker guy.
Mm-hmm.
But you were going with kicker competition Rouye over dog guy Rouye.
Nope, it's not dog guy Rouye. It's team having a dog or team telling me about the dog. The team needs to tell me about the team. I need the team to be focused on the team, and they need to do football team things. I don't need them doing anything else. I need it to be about what's going on with the football program, and they should specialize. Not even specialize. They should just do football stuff. I don't need to go to McDonald's to get the Chilean sea bass. Right? I go there for the burger and fries. Do what you're supposed to do.
Darius, where are we on the planning and development of our brand new segment? We were actually asked about this by 2 people at Nats Park yesterday.
Really?
Walking out, Usher Kenyon, my guy over there at section, I think
Love
like
Kenyon.
117 or so, flagged us down. He was asking us about this debut segment. I believe the segment's going to be called Does Danny Hate It?
That would be correct. And it's hot in the streets right now. People are requesting this at a high level. I think tomorrow we are set to do this.
Okay.
Tomorrow at, let's say, what are we thinking? 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock? What do we think? Let's talk this out here.
Ooh,
I hate that. I'm kidding. Anytime's fine.
I think we want to build this into a 45. Probably.
Okay.
This feels a little one-offy.
Okay.
For the top of the hour. Does Danny hate it? We present 3 or 4 items to him. We go around the room and bet on whether or not he hates it. And then we see who scores the best on Does Danny Hate It?
How about 4:45 tomorrow?
That's a great game, by the way.
I like it.
That was Josh in Upper Marlboro, I believe, who programmed that. Yes,
Josh. Yep.
I know Josh. He's a great dude.
Shout out, Josh.
That is an outstanding game because that's just fun in general. To play games like that where there's a little bit of betting involved, like, does Grant like that food? And then we go around and bet. Like all those sorts of things are fun.
Oh, you keep wanting to have a game. Now we have a game, by the way.
Yes.
Danny's every time they're about to play a game, Danny's like, "What? Is there a game we could come up with for me to?" And we're like, "We can't come up with anything." Now we have one.
Now we got one because I always feel bad. It's like, does Ryan know it? And it's like, who was the president at that time? And he was like, and so it's always bad. And then for you, it's like you've heard of two bands and they're both Queen.
Yeah, I always tell you, I
always feel bad.
Don't feel bad. I'm not going to lose any sleep over. Like every now and then out in the wild, people will say, "Dude, you don't know anything about music." And here's how the conversation goes. You're right.
You're right about that.
And that's kind of it.
Well, see you later.
Exactly.
So I like that there's one where I'm the butt of the joke. I'll take that.
Good.
I like
we
it.
will play Does Danny Hate It?
Guys like to write.
Tomorrow on Grant and Danny. Another Commander's note from practice today. Another day where Emmanuel Forbes was getting a bunch of work as a punt returner. Now, there's the way that we're being told to view this. And then there's the way that I'm viewing this.
Okay.
The way that we're being suggested that this could be viewed, Emmanuel Forbes, twitchy, explosive, very tiny, hard to tackle perhaps. Nobody ever returned more interceptions for touchdowns in a season in the SEC or in college than him. He's got something to him. He's got some juice. When he gets the football in his hands, oftentimes nobody tackles him. Let's get him the ball in some space and see what happens. But for the record, I don't mind that at all, and I kind of like it. I can't help, after seeing what I saw last season at cornerback, thinking they're going, I don't know how much he can help us at this position right away. How can we allow this first-round pick from 1 year ago, who's got ball skills and got some talent, to impact this team in a positive way? So I kind of view this in some ways as a little bit of an indictment about him at the cornerback position. Because let's think about this. And maybe if you guys come up with one really quick, then I'll look silly. When is the last time that this team used someone as a punt returner who was a premium member of their corner room or secondary, or even wide receiver? Like Tana, if you remember, was an unbelievable punt returner with the Jets. He came here and they go, "You're too important now." And he ended up returning punts occasionally.
He would do like the special one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Big spot, Deshaun Jackson style. We'll put you back there, see if you can break it, right? But at corner, like Champ Bailey, same thing. They lined Champ Bailey up late in the season in his final year here at wide receiver. I remember he would occasionally go back and return a punt. But they felt like it was way, way, way too important to have him on the field as a corner than to risk him taking shots, returning kicks or punts. And in this case, Forbes, I guess, more specifically, was returning kicks with the new kickoff rule. But it doesn't really matter.
Right, he's a returner.
And it's also now essentially a punt return because it's kind of, with the amount of speed you're building up, the way you're going to be hit, it's kind of comparable. But I have a hard time viewing this as not an indictment on kind of how they view him as a corner, because if you come in here, just generally, you think the Seahawks, with their first-round corner that everybody loves from a year ago, are going, "Let's have you return kicks this year"? No chance.
Yeah. I mean, you got to go back to the special occasions of like throwing Darryl Green back there. Some of the great memories, certainly that I have of him. Think of that Chicago game where he, hurdled a guy, pulled the muscle in his rib cage for a touchdown. That's decades ago. The league has changed. It's to that point, right? Where a guy that's a starter for you, presumably, or not a marquee, but a impactful regular snap garnering player, you're probably not putting that guy back there as a returner at this point, unless he's not a regular snap getter, unless he's a guy that's supplemental in terms of your plans, and you're trying to find something for him to do. That's how I view it. They could say whatever they want, but this is my own bias here creeping in, because I'm kind of going, they should never have drafted him. Nice kid, but can't really do it at this level at this point. But so they're trying to find something for the do because they can't just cut him.
They should never have drafted him. Is over now.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah.
Like now it's about figuring out moving forward where to go. A bunch of folks talked today. I want to hear what Joe Witt said tomorrow. Remember Joe Witt's introductory press conference?
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time, to my knowledge, that he has held court since today. He had a presser. I found him to be one of the most likable, inspiring, awesome coaches that I'd heard do a press conference in a long, long time in that introductory convo. So maybe tomorrow we could play the Joe Witt presser and react to some of what he said. That is a dude you can imagine running through a brick wall for.
He was cutting promos left and right. Like, we're not for everybody. This is like, if you want a clinic on how to do a defensive coordinator press conference, like he set the tone. He's ready for SummerSlam. He was great.
You got your traditional kind of play-by-play of what happened at practice, this completion, that completion, this run, that run. Here's what I care about. The play-by-play of a training camp practice, 11 on 11, couldn't be less significant. And even that is head and shoulders, night and day, more relatable and legitimate than some of what's happening today. So I'm just not going to care a whole lot about the play-by-play of who caught what pass, who threw it, was it intercepted, how far did they return it? All of that doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I want more reporting on and more intel on Jayden Daniels from a mental standpoint.
Yep.
Jayden Daniels as a leader kind of running the locker room. And it's up to the team to give me this. I want my mic'd up, behind-the-scenes access on how Daniels interacts with teammates. I want to see how he's conversing with wide receivers. The way the Patriots gave you that look at Drake May after a couple practices, I'm still waiting on that. Like, I really, really want to see how those bonds are coming on. That's what this part of the offseason's about. Completions and shorts are cool, too. Those are fun. I want to know about the rapports being built, and really not a comment from a player at a podium like, yeah, Jayden's a leader. He's smiling. I want to see the interactions. I want to see him taking control of a huddle. That's the stuff that gets me fired up.
Yeah, I have nowhere near enough of that for me. A lot less like, so he completed that one to Mitchell Tinsley. That guy's not going to play enough. Boring. I don't care.
And why isn't the team like doing more of that? This part of the offseason now, everything should be a Jayden Daniels hype video. Yeah. Everything should be about putting him over and getting people excited. Like, I know when they did the big event, when we had Josh Harris's wife on, Marjorie last week, as an example, that day they didn't have Jayden Daniels speak, which I was surprised by, because it would look pretty good just on television to have Jayden Daniels at a charity event talking about working with the kids or whatever. And I was told by somebody, in the media, well, the team's really careful that they don't want to make Jayden like a bigger deal than everybody else. Sorry about luck. Number 2 overall pick, Heisman Trophy winner, face of the franchise, heavy lies the crown. Now, if you don't want to go the Robert Griffin route, you could.
You don't have to be on the Tonight Show.
There's plenty of wiggle room there. You don't need Josh Harris to pay for the honeymoon of the player or whatever was happening at that time. But you also need, you want to be putting him out there. The guy's likable when he's in front of the camera. He says funny things. He's interesting. Like, I don't know that there's enough being done right now to just sell the excitement on. You got the guy that was the best player in America last season. I want more of that.
Yeah, but they got a dog, and they tweeted about that. So I would rather Jayden Daniels content. No, but they got a dog. So we'll substitute your Jayden Daniels content that I want, which is about football, but we got a dog. So
that's not the same.
Who's doing it? Social media team?
They could put the tweet out on the dog and also put a tweet out about Jayden Daniels.
If I got the Jayden Daniels tweet and the dog tweet, I could live with it, but I didn't. I got the dog and nothing. So the scoreboard, just to keep track, dog, 0. So I want the other thing. I want the thing that's not 0.
They're putting out like throws in slow motion, like to a running back in the flat.
Well, yeah, which is, again, thanks. Give me the thing. They're not doing enough to make people excited. I understand they're trying to do what the Nats did to a degree by protecting the player. Like remember they did with Strasburg, where it's like, hey, don't swarm the guy. Let him actually get his feet wet. He's actually going to pitch. This is a big deal. You'll get your chance. So there's some that you're slow walking some of it to a degree. Sorry. People, you need to help people get excited because people aren't just yet.
Part of why you take that guy, in addition to hopefully he'll be great and turn your team around, is sell this. Butts and seats. Like, this is the move. This is the one that get people excited. They should be frothing at the mouth. And the more you're showing of him at his best, you're controlling what you're putting out there too, right? So, you have 10 hours of audio and video. Grab the best stuff and put it out.
100%.
But see what the Nats just did. Do that. The Nats sent a crew for a couple days to Harrisburg, and then they just produced like a 9-minute piece. I'm sure it's on the team's YouTube or something, but but I know they put it out on X. I don't know where else it lives. And I watched it last night, jaws on the floor, and it probably took a couple hours of work that day, and then a lot of editing, for someone behind the scenes for a night. But it's basically interviewing a couple members of the staff and the players about each other that are in Harrisburg. And all it did was just feed the beast.
Yeah.
It took some food out of a bag and handed it to me and said, "Gobble this down, fat boy." And it was like, "Oh, you're talking about Dylan Cruz and Brady House?
Did they mention Brady House?
Bobby Barrels? Who else? Huh? Anybody else? Like, do more of that." Speaking of the Nats, we're expecting the pregame show to kick off right around 3:35 today. First pitch right around 4:05 right here on the Fan. We'll get you a preview of the game and hit the national headlines in sports before we get out of here. Next, remember as well, we are giving away tickets to see Nicki Minaj. Gotta be listening on Grant and Danny in our final segment. Okay, so there is a rain delay. The Nats will not start on time at 4:05. However, the pregame show will still start on time for the game that is not starting on time.
Everyone get that?
So the pregame show comes your way in about 10 minutes. That's still going to be happening. There won't be a game right after, but there might be a game at some point. In the meantime, me and Danny are going to sit here and wait until someone says go back on the air, and then you'll hear from us again. Ready, break. The Grant and Danny Show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murrah. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to mention that we referred you so that they can give you a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. If there is a Nationals game tonight, players are going to have to play. So let's give you your starting lineups and your pitching matchups. Presented by the Window Man since 1989. The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure and home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Patrick Corbin, leading off the shortstop seat. Check. Abrams batting second. Your designated hitter, Lane Thomas, batting third at second base. Luis Garcia. Cleanup spot, Eddie Rosario in right field, batting fifth, doing the catching. K-Bear Ruiz, batting sixth and left. That's Jesse Winker. Batting seventh at third base, Ildemaro Vargas. Batting eighth at first, Joey Gallo. Batting ninth, your guy, our guy, Jacob Young in center field.
Jacob Young, the one-man band, he of his 3 hits and 2 runs batted in for the Nationals last night. Big fan of Jacob Young. That is your Nats starting lineup, Nationals Park. This afternoon, if you're headed to the ball game, it seems like you might just need an umbrella. But Patrick Corbin's on the mound. So you got that going for you.
Yes, coming off a great start.
The weather might not be great, but Corbin is pitching. So you get to see the veteran horse, the big money man in the rotation, Danny. You got that working out for you.
You do. But I'm telling you, he's coming off a great start in Cleveland. That's against a good lineup. He was as good as he's been in some time. What if, hear me out, 2 in a row? 2 good starts in a row for Patrick Corbin.
Last night, Angel Reese got ejected in her WNBA game. They have since rescinded the technical foul. That was a thing. Reese was ejected after drawing 2 technical fouls for disagreeing with officials. She kind of gave him like the wave off, like, I don't care what you're saying thing. And she got teed up a second time. 88-75 loss to the New York Liberty. She was called for a 5th personal foul with about 2.5 minutes left. She didn't like it. But they have rescinded the second technical foul. Do you think that's for bookkeeping, like Draymond Green style?
Yeah, like if you accrue enough, maybe you get fined or something like that. Yeah. I like when that happens.
I'll bet they have the same kind of policy where you have X amount, you have to pay money, or maybe after your 15th, you get suspended for 2 games or whatever. So they wiped away her technical foul last evening. But she's been in the news constantly, just like Caitlin Clark.
Yeah,
the last few days. She came out with the comment saying, I'm basically just as significant a player. And then she gets ejected. She's also dominating the headline.
Indeed. Finding a way to be part of the conversation, right? I mean, any news in that regard is good news for the league.
Yeah. People have been talking more about the WNBA this week than I think I've ever heard before. So
Agreed.
That's a win if they're above the fold on the newspapers. That is a dated reference, by the way.
Above the fold. Remember that?
Congratulations, caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning 2 tickets to see Nicki Minaj presented the Pink Friday 2 World Tour, Monday, September 9th, Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. All right, go visit Uncle Charlie and Uncle Dave for about 30 minutes, and then come on back to our house, and we'll hang out with you a little more. Grant and Danny saying so long.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Toby, and welcome back. It's your friends, Grant and Danny, round 2. We'll be with you, we don't know, maybe for a few minutes, maybe until 6:15, our normal end of the show. Your guess is as good as ours, but we are here. That's what matters.
We're here. We knew you can't just leave. It's pouring rain outside. The Nats are delayed. We're going to come back on at some point, and at some point is right now. So we are back. We are back. Tell everybody, tell all your friends, tell your enemies, tell people that you're mildly acquainted with. The boys are back on.
One thing that's interesting is we don't actually have the ability to see what's going on outside sitting here because we are in the Junkie studio, Radio Insider, where they do their TV show that goes along with their radio show.
Yes.
So because of that, you don't want any of that natural light. There's no windows coming in. So they cover all the windows with basically what is kind of like big blankets. They're nice and they look good, but that's what they are.
Yep.
And they cover up all the windows, but because of that, we have no idea. It could be 84 degrees and really sunny outside right now, or it could be a snowstorm. It's probably not a snowstorm.
Not a snowstorm, I don't think, no.
We don't know, but we're told that it is still raining here in the Navy Yard, that we are expecting the inclement weather to lift in due time. There's a complicating factor here, though, Danny, and that is that the Mets fly to London tonight. Major League Baseball is getting in on the international game a little bit more than it has in the past this year. So we've seen games already taking place outside of the States in a couple different municipalities, including, by the way, the opening of the season in Korea this year. But the Mets have to get on a plane and travel internationally tonight. They come back to Washington in about a month. So to me, this is pretty cut and dry. If you can't get this thing going in short order here, you just allow them to go about their way.
Yep.
They got a terrible flight they got to take. They got to get ready to do all their media and press in another country. You know that their schedules are going to be packed to the gills. It's a huge showcase for baseball. And it's not like this is the Rangers or the Astros.
So I was going to say, this isn't the Mariners, the Diamondbacks weren't coming back out east at some point in August.
Here in early July. And they're a couple hours up the road. So if there's a common off day, you could jump on a train, late at night, stay in DC or come down first thing in the morning, whatever, and knock out a 7:05 game and keep it moving, depending on how they want to do it. So one way or the other, I think they could figure this out later on in the season if they just want to bang this game. But that's going to be determined by the weather, obviously.
This is one of those things where I feel bad. It sounds like I'm just beating up the Nats, and I don't mean to at all. They've had terrible luck with these sorts of things where they cancel and it's sunny. They don't cancel for hours and everyone waits around and they close the concession stand and then they call it 3 hours later or whatever. Just never seems to be the right call. It's inexact. It stinks. They're not blessed with the dome. So this is just sort of what they do. This one seems to be more ready-made and easier for them though. Right? Like this is one of those where it's like, well, the Mets have to make this flight. It's not your normal, like the plane takes off when it takes off because they're going back to New York or whatever. I think they got to make this one because they got obligations and there's a reverse. You're working back from an end time. So I think this one's a little bit easier for the Nats. A little fish in a barrel here.
I just had a bit of an epiphany. Something just hit me right now. I have filed this topic away since January of 2022. It is an evergreen topic. I said one day we'll get to it, knowing we'd never get to it. But I think about it all the time. And it's a tweet from one of Darris's favorite sports personalities, Mina Kimes of ESPN. And Mina Kimes on January 12th, 2022 said on Twitter, it was still Twitter then, now it's X.
Yeah.
What's your goofiest sports take that you actually kind of believe? Mine is, if the Bills want to truly get the most out of Josh Allen, they got to build a dome. Okay, that was her take.
Okay.
I don't really know exactly what the reason behind any of her logic or thinking is or why she wants to do that, but fine. That's her take. One of my goofy sports takes that I actually kind of believe. I'm okay with everything being played indoors. And I think about that right now today. The number of times I've had a ticket for a game at Nats Park or my plans have been ruined or I've wanted to go to a game and it's gotten rained out. And there are a lot of people that hate the idea of sports inside, especially baseball. Our buddy Chris in Hyattsville, there's a couple others I could think of that every time we talk about this, they say every game should be played outside. You should never play inside. I've been to a league championship series in Toronto at Rogers Center, one of the loudest venues in baseball. Love the place. It's awesome. I have been to an ALCS multiple times over and a World Series in Houston, indoors, at a ballpark that's changed names like 15 times over the years. Gorgeous and beautiful. I've been to a crap indoor facility at Tropicana Field, and I loved it because it was the summer. It was hot. I was sitting in the AC. And at that particular ballpark at that particular time,
you can sit where you want.
I sat in my own section.
Mm-hmm.
I had my own concession stand and my own bathroom. It was like having a suite. It was amazing.
The biggest suite ever.
But I am very much indoor sport guy. I don't dislike being outside. Like, it definitely adds a lot to see a skyline. Last night, sitting in Nats Park, it was pristine and immaculate and gorgeous. And I even tweeted and Instagrammed a picture where I was just in my feels. I was like, this is what it's all about. A beautiful night, baseball in D.C., DJ Hur's on the mound.
This is what it's about.
This is what we dream about. That's my starting pitcher, man. That's my pitcher. But here is my goofiest sports take that I kind of believe. If we could only have indoor or outdoor stadiums in this city moving forward, they'd all be indoor. I'm putting a roof on Nats Park.
So
I'm putting a roof on the next. Now, I want the ability to have both retractable roof, but as you said when we talked about this with the Commanders,
right,
teams don't pay.
Mm-hmm.
It just costs money. And in talking to some people with the Commanders, they say, look around. The teams that actually have the ability to go open or closed never do both.
They keep it closed, yeah.
It's always closed. It's just they choose one and they do it, and it happens to be closed for obvious reasons. But if you're telling me right now, for the rest of time in D.C., the Nats and the Commanders either play indoor or outdoor, we're going indoor.
How about that? You have come around to that position.
I don't know that. Have I? I don't think I've come around.
We had a fierce argument years ago during one of these, like a rain delay was happening. And I'm like, in the old stadiums, the Fenways, the Wrigleys, the grandfathered in whatevers, I get it. You're not going to put a dome on those things. This shouldn't be happening. It's such a disservice to fans. Not everybody gets to go to every game. So for some people, this is the game they're going to. And it's like, you're going to have a rain check. Well, I don't want that. I took off from work this time, or my kid's last day of school is this time, or whatever. To me, it's such an inconvenience for fans. And everyone's trying to do their best. We're all trying to do it right. But I'm like, we need to stop this. We need to not have rain delays. We need to not have games canceled because of rain. It's, at the time, I think it was like 2021 or 2018, whatever the hell the year was. So, yeah, I am all in favor of that. Like, to me, this is if you'd like to be in business of making fans happy, sorry, spend so much more money and make fans happy. Never inconvenience the fan.
It surprises me. I would have thought that because, I mean, going back to 2012, I remember sitting at the Trop going, it's pretty damn good. Now, the surface itself is terrible. The ballpark is kind of gross. I understand why they don't like it.
Right.
But the 69-degree temperature in this facility right now, it's kind of nice. The LCSs in Toronto and in Houston, pendulum swingers as well. But that might be my answer, Danny. My goofiest sports take that I actually kind of believe. Give me indoor stadiums.
Love that one.
Over outdoor stadiums.
Love that one. Again, I think there should never be a rain delay. There should never be a weather problem for any sport. Too much money at stake, too much TV, too much fan inconvenience. Stop inconveniencing me. I'm trying to watch your product. I'm trying to get there. So I love that one. I got a million of these. Any sport that doesn't have defense isn't a sport is my biggest one that I've gotten a lot of trouble for. So sports are about the direct imposition of will between two people. You try to throw it past me. You try to run past me. I try to pin you. You try to pin me. Direct combat. It comes from our need to directly compete and really comes from original acts of war. That's how we got sport, right? Throwing the javelin, throwing the heavy ball, sword, shield. Those sorts of things led us to who can run the fastest, who can jump the highest, who could push the hardest, right? Direct wrestling from ancient times. If your sport doesn't have defense, it's not a sport. It's an activity. It can be challenging. Golf's hard. Not a sport. Swimming, really, really exhausting. Not a sport. Sports have defense. That is people say it's goofy. I just think it's the most correct, succinct way to view what a sport is.
We can take some calls on this on the MGM National Harbor listener lines at 800-636-1067. I think it's relatable to what's going on right now. We were going to be off the air today.
Yeah.
Nats are going to be playing baseball. They're not. They're in a rain delay. We don't know if they're going to play or they're not. There's people who have taken off from work or, as you said, traveled into D.C. They get to catch a game. They're sitting over there right now. They don't know if they're going to get what they paid for. When you pay for a movie ticket, you're going to see the movie.
Yep.
When you pay to go see a show on Broadway or when you're going to go to a performance or something, it's going to happen. But the element of the weather at these outdoor facilities makes everything a 50-50 proposition this time of year, pretty much. And the question is, what is your goofiest sports take that you kind of believe? Mine is, if I could either go indoor or outdoor for the rest of time in D.C., we're going indoors, baby. We're not having this problem anymore. What about specific to the major sports? What do you got?
I love the no weather delays ever from here on out. I would make it a rule. If you're building a new stadium, you can't ever have a weather delay for people. So I co-sign that one. In terms of the major sports, I would say it as simply as.
Can I say too, real quick?
Yeah.
That the problem with this is that you do take away the ability to have every ballpark specifically, but stadium in general, be unique to that city in a lot of ways. Like the skyline behind it, you're showing off some type of important landmark. Like a lot of the uniqueness of stadiums that makes them not cookie cutter is based on where you drop them in and how they kind of are finagled into the downtown area or where they are. And I think when everything's indoor, just like being, in a room,
You lose some of that.
You lose a lot.
So what I would do super quick, because I would go, this isn't just about you guys. This is about everybody watching. This is a huge experience thing. If certain conditions are met, your roof has to be open. And I'm talking about my rules for new stadium building for everybody across all sports from here on out. Mostly baseball, because football is a slightly different animal, because I want bad weather games in football. But for baseball, I would go, if you're building a new stadium, roof has to be retractable. If it's between 65 and 75 degrees, the roof's open. If it's not raining, if the wind's not swirling, whatever conditions I wanted, the roof is open. I get to see the things that I'd like to see. Otherwise, if it's raining, if it's cold, if it's hot, close that SOB. All about that. No problem.
We'll hit the phones next at 800-636-1067. That's right. Grant and Danny live again after the pregame ahead of a Nats game that may or may not take place. We will get you an update as soon as we have it if the Nationals are going to play today. In the meantime, though, you're locked in on 106.7 The Fan. The Nats should be playing right now. They're in a rain delay. But some good Nats news. 2 of their prospects were named Players of the Month in their respective leagues in the minors today. We'll tell you who in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. On the Fan, we are in our Half Street studios, staying dry indoors right now. I just gave Danny a take I've had for a while that I think it's a goofy take, but I buy it. I'd rather go indoor than outdoor if I'm building stadiums. I think if we could only have all indoor stadiums or all outdoor stadiums at this point, you'd have to go indoor, even though you lose a lot, because you don't have situations like this where you have rain delays, you get games postponed, schedules are in turmoil. You just see it too often in all sports. But we've asked you, what is your goofiest sports take that you actually believe? Marco is in Largo. What's up, Marco?
Hey, guys. We got 2 for you here. One, I believe NFL QB contracts should be on a separate salary cap.
How would that work?
2, I haven't really put too much thought into it, but I don't know, maybe like a designated player a la MLS where they can go above the cap just to pay for that specific position.
I kind of like that. So the quarterback money is different. You basically do whatever you want to do, kind of like a coach or something. And then the rest of the team is its own salary cap.
Exactly. And then my second is I think the NFL should do Friday Night Lights type of games at like one of those insane high school stadiums you see in Texas or Ohio.
That'd be fire. You're seeing baseball start to get into some of the, I call them like gimmick games, but where they're doing like a game in the Iowa cornfields, Field of Dreams style, or they're moving around the country, and it breaks up the monotony of the long baseball season. I think it's worthwhile. They're made for television, which I think is great. Yep. You just saw, Toby was talking about it in the update, a $70+ billion TV deal for the NBA. So you want to not just have every game look and feel the exact same in the same buildings. You want to play on an aircraft carrier in the middle of the ocean once and have everyone tune in for some unique, different thing. So I certainly get the thinking. The second one he proposes there, that Friday Night Lights idea, is a lot easier to actually tackle. Under the Sports Broadcasting Act of 1961, the NFL is not allowed to televise games on Friday and Saturdays from the second weekend in September through the second weekend in December. And that is why, while they own Thursdays now and they own Mondays, we've even seen them during COVID play on some Tuesdays.
Yeah, there was Tuesday.
Obviously, Sundays are theirs. They have not made the transition into Saturday prior to the end of the football season, those last few weeks after college ends. And they've never really done the Friday night thing. And it's because of an actual law that those dates, Fridays and Saturdays in the fall, are earmarked respectively for high school and college. And they're not allowed to. Now, we see the Black Friday game, that Amazon Prime game that they're doing. They start the game early in the afternoon because they're not allowed to have it on at night, essentially.
Right.
So that people can go watch high school football, number one. And then we are seeing, number two, a Friday night game in the first week of the season this year, remember. The Packers are playing against the Eagles in week 1. So Thursday night, the Chiefs open with the Ravens. The following day on Friday night from Brazil, the Packers are playing against the Eagles. This will be the first week 1, like opening weekend in air quotes, Friday night game in the National Football League since 1970. And I looked this up. The reason they're allowed to do it is because it skirts the rule because it's an earlier start to the year, and it's technically not the second weekend of September. So as I said, from like week 2 of September to week 2 of December is when they've decided that
can't do Fridays.
That's the high school college window. And because it's a little earlier than that, the NFL is able to get away with it on that Friday.
So the first point that the caller brought up is actually similar to some of mine. Not only should there never be a tie in any sport at any time, period, full stop, no ties. If your sport has ties, nope, wrong. Go back into the room and figure out how to break the tie. But teams should play an odd number of games. There should be nobody that gets to be 500. The whole point of this exercise is to figure out who won and who lost, winners and losers. Nobody's even. I would have no one even. And you go, well, wait a minute. What about the odd number game? Where do you put it? Aha, I have an excellent plan for that. You go to a special site. So, for example, the Bengals and the Browns would play in Columbus, Ohio at the Horseshoe. The Cowboys and the Houston Texans would play, at University of Texas's field. You'd have the Rams and the Chargers play at the Rose Bowl. You would absolutely do stuff like that because it's made for television, excellent event, and you would find a way to negate that this team has 9 home games this year, 9 home games the next year, etc. You play an odd number of games.
Let's go to Jonathan in Mount Vernon. Jonathan, what is your goofiest sports take that you actually believe?
I think the goofy part of this take is that I still harbor belief that it might happen, but my dream is for the NBA to adopt a Premier League style relegation system where they divest from the G League and the G League stands as its own, as its second tier. You have, 29 times 2, 58 games a season, no more conferences. Everybody plays a home and away. Bottom 6 teams are relegated to the G League. 6 teams are promoted to the NBA every year. I think you have, crosstown derbies like they do in soccer. Imagine the Wizards playing the Go-Go, how much fun that would be. You could have the Knicks playing in Iowa
when
City.
that happens in soccer, right? So like you're saying the Wizards against the Go-Go. The gap between those two teams is astronomical. So does the Go-Go in their year in the NBA get to go out now with an NBA cap and sign a bunch of players and make trades and they're just another NBA team?
And it was your nugget about the $70 billion TV deal that triggered this idea for me, because that is how the Premier League works. When you get promoted to the Premier League in soccer, you get tons more money to sign better players. So the Go-Go's competitiveness would be enhanced by being promoted. So you have no more tanking. You have no more teams trying to lose as many games like the Wizards.
But I don't mind the tanking. And a lot of us don't. I don't mind the rebuilding.
But the point of because it goes with the current structure. But the point of the relegation, by the way, would be incredible. It's incredible theater. Teams going up, it's like they won their Super Bowl just by getting to the higher division. Teams going down, it's the ultimate stakes.
And then to get out of the league that you went down to, you have to win that league the following year.
Yeah, I mean the way it does for the Premier League and those leagues, the tiniest one, the lowest league that's barely professional soccer, the top 2 teams go. Then the next group up, like the top 3 teams go up, 3 go down. So it's like something like that. It's like that sort of to get.
But you don't get relegated multi-level levels down. You just get relegated one
down each time. So a team, for example, like Sunderland, that has that great documentary on Netflix, Sunderland Till I Die. They at one point were a pretty mighty Premier League team, finishing fairly high, and they've fallen on such hard times. Not only did they lose the Premier League, they lost the league after that, and then lost the league after that.
This is going to sound stupid. I love that for a league I don't care about. Like, it sounds awesome.
Mm-hmm.
The theater, to use your word, but the drama, that's amazing. It sounds also very amateur and just too wild for me. Like, I'm not that interested. I like knowing that the teams in the league are the same all the time. The idea of expansion, not to say I'm always against it, but we're growing these leagues, and in 10 years, there's going to be 36 or 38 or 40 teams potentially. I'm not into that either necessarily. Like, to me, the expansion of conferences in college football has ruined it for me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I like the rivalries. I like the traditional matchups, the teams. I don't want to. Darris's Madden League is now 14 teams that are actually NFL teams, and then a bunch of teams that are named fake names because they've moved around.
Right, which is a no for me.
That's not really for me. So if I'm turning on an NBA game, I don't want to be like, oh, the main Red Claws are now playing the Wizards tonight. They got no, thank you. That's a little too much. I like that it's his goofy sports take that he's into, and I actually think relegation just standalone is a cool idea. Like, if you're the worst show, if you're voted worst show, you got to go do weekends.
Gone. Yeah, that's it.
And you got to kill it to get back. Sean's in DC on Grant and Danny. What's up, Sean?
Hey, well, just to back up on that point, I actually saw a Division II team get relegated to Division III when I visited London, and it was awesome. Like,
when you say you saw them, you mean the game where they lost and got relegated, or
exactly?
Wow.
Yeah. We got tickets to like a Division II game. It was Leyton Orient against Scunthorpe, 2 teams we'd never heard of, and then Scunthorpe got its rear end kicked, and they walked off the field knowing that next season they were going to be in Division III. So it was high theater, even though it was a meaningless game. So it was great. But my hot take is that teams that are losing in hockey should pull the goalie at 10 minutes. Go all in. Get it done.
Ooh.
If you're down by 1 goal?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. I mean, there's just so much game left.
There is a lot of game left, but you got to get it done. Look at how the Rangers ended their season with 2 straight games. Granted, they were down by 2, but they had 2 straight games where they were down by 2. They pulled the goalie at 2.5 minutes, and they scored each time. So then they lost those games by 1. That's a lousy way to end your season. Pull the goalie way earlier.
So the analytics on that suggest that you should pull the goalie very early compared to what we did in the past. It used to be 90 seconds, like when I was growing up, it felt like. And then it became closer to 2 minutes, 2.5. There's certainly now teams that do it around 3 minutes. I remember Patrick Waugh, who has bounced around a little bit, Islanders goalie, got pulled with 11 minutes left at one point in their game to this guy's point. And he's been on the forefront of this. If you go back years ago, he was pulling his goalie down with 6 minutes left, and people thought it was nuts. And it's not really for me. I think that's extreme, and you're just kind of, if mac and cheese is great, it doesn't mean you need to eat it every hour of every day. And so it is possible that pulling the goalie at 3 minutes is better than a minute. 2.5 minutes is better than 90 seconds. But I don't know if you need to do it at 12 or 11 minutes. There's just so much. Go play good hockey for 7, 8, 9 more minutes, and let's see if we can outscore a team by 1, 5-on-5.
Here's my goofy hockey
Or maybe
take.
you just draw a power play.
That's one too. Yeah, but here's my goofy hockey take if we're going goofy.
Okay.
Goalies can't wear all the stuff. Pads, yes, but they can't add like 9 sweaters and 14 different layers to make themselves 80% of the goal. Then the goal gets bigger. Then each rink gets wider by 5 feet on each side. That's my wacky hockey take. Every other sport's like, we like offense. Hockey's like, no, not for us. We want more clutching and grabbing.
More ice.
Yeah, we want more clutching and grabbing and neutral zone traps. That's why people tune in. Neutral zone traps and dump and chase. No, thank you. Highlight the skill of the players.
Darius, you and I got a buddy. Old Fat Poet 10 on X, which is a great Twitter name, by the way. He says, my goofy sports take that I believe, linemen should never wear single-digit numbers. Now, offensive linemen don't do that, but defensive linemen do, and they shouldn't. If you're a defensive lineman, I need you wearing... I will allow, if you're a defensive end and edge, I will allow something in the 50s. I don't like it, but I will allow it.
Okay.
No 60s unless you're an interior defensive lineman. You can wear 70s and up if you're on the edge or the defensive interior. But on the inside, no 50s for D tackles. There's a couple of those guys that do that bit. I hate that. I'll give you, do I want to give him 60s? I'm not going to give him 60s.
You can't. You won't give him 60s.
I'm not going to give him 60s.
You can't have 60s?
Nope.
They've got to be 70 to 99 on the inside.
Nope. No 80 through 89 either. Those are for tight ends.
Well,
and wide receivers.
Okay.
And wide receivers.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. But defensive linemen don't wear 80s.
Why can't KJ
but you
Henry
were
wear
saying
55?
70 through 99,
No.
so I'm just making sure. We got to make sure people know.
Okay, I'll be more specific. If you are a defensive end, you can wear 50 through 59. You can wear 70 through 79.
For defensive end? Has anyone ever done that?
Yeah, and Dukwe Kalu is number 72.
Runs the 70s,
Top
I
of my
guess?
head.
Okay.
Bruce Smith, you heard of him? He was number 78.
I guess they do.
He had a couple sacks.
I think of them in the 90s a lot of times.
90 through 99. Interior defensive linemen. I want to give them 70s.
Yeah,
I'll give
interior
them
guys wear 70. Yeah.
70 to 79, 90 to 99. Have fun. Pick your number. Otherwise, it's all yours to choose.
Okay. It sounds like they got a lot.
They get plenty of
big
wiggle room.
buffet. Yeah.
I'm giving them like 18 options there. Luke in DC, what is your goofy sports take that you actually believe?
Hey, boys. Love the show.
Hey, man.
Thank you, pal.
I love the bananas. If you hit a foul ball and you catch it, the fan catches it, it's an out.
Ooh, that's
I think
tough.
it should be a little bit more clear that if you're wearing a jersey or a hat, so a visitor can be there and catch it, and it counts for the visiting team. But I love that. But you have to be signified, and you catch it as an out, regardless of whether it's the home team or visitor team.
So just like the relegation thing,
Man.
I love that for the Savannah Bananas. I think it is an incredible bit.
Like, I love that for you.
At that level.
Yeah.
It's not going to work for me at the major league level. That's a no for me, dog.
Like in the playoffs and the bigs, it would behoove the teams to get all the guys from like rookie ball, A ball, whose seasons are done, and stack them throughout the stands.
It'd be kind of funny.
You know, like go make a play for us.
But can you imagine? It's a big spot, bases loaded, 9th inning, 3-2 pitch coming. Abrams fouls a ball off, and some donk comes, falls over to his left to catch a ball behind home plate in section 217 at Citi Field.
Yeah, like Joey Boombots catches the foul ball. He's like, yo, I got it. It's over.
And now the game's over,
No.
and then they're going to interview him post-game.
Can't have it.
I can't have it. But
it's a good wacky sports thing.
It very much works for the conversation we're having. And also, I like it for the bananas. It's like, I like that shirt on you. That's a nice hat. Looks good on you. You get a free bowl of soup with that thing. I like that hat. It looks good on you, though. I'm botching that in some way, but you know what I'm going.
You had it. First of all, I did not have you pulling Rodney Dangerfield from Caddyshack during this 440 segment.
It happened. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. The Nats are supposed to be playing, but they're not. We're waiting on word if they're ever going to play. Have we heard anything? Thumbs up, thumbs down? We're just gonna keep chopping wood. We got a lot of stuff we could talk about. Right now, we're just letting our hair down and having a little fun. It's Greg and Dave on the Fan. We're going to have a baseball game tonight on 106.7 The Fan. It would appear. We'll get you the details at the top of the hour with Charlie and Dave from the booth over at Nats Park. But it sounds like game could be played bottom of next hour, maybe around 5:30ish. So we'll let the guys sort that out and get us the details for the top of the hour. We'll catch up with them coming up in about 10 minutes on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. What is your goofy sports take that you actually believe? I'm sticking with mine. This all got started because I do think that stadiums that get built now need to have a roof. Sorry. If you want to spend more money into a retractable roof, and that's what you should do probably, enjoy yourself. But if you are building a stadium moving forward and spending billions of dollars, there needs to be a roof on the top so that games happen when they're supposed to happen. Danny, your goofy sports take.
I got 1 million. I've gone with teams should play an odd number of games and have one neutral site game between maybe a close rival. The latest I'll give you, though, is this. Stop trying to copy international soccer. You're not as good at it. Do an American version. Stoppages. No offsides.
So this is MLS.
This is what they should be doing. No offsides, quarters, stoppages of play, etc. I know it's not the same. I don't care that it's not the same. Americanize it. We need this thing built for television. More television money equals better players. We could finally compete on the world stage at the highest levels. I'm sorry that you can't do this, be the 12th or 13th best league in the world, trying to copy the way the big boys do it. Stop doing that.
Let's go to Patrick and Culpeper on G&D. How are you, Patrick?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Hey, Bob.
Doing great, man.
So my hot take has to do with the Olympics, summer and winter. If the game or whatever it is, this is specific really to gymnastics and figure skating because it's scored by judges and that's very subjective. If it has to be scored by a judge, it shouldn't really count as a sport and shouldn't be in the Olympics. You know, one judge says it's 8.3 and the other one says it's 9.2. I don't think that's fair at all. Make it a definitive scoring system, not something that's subject to interpretation.
So what about boxing as an example, which is clearly...
Yes, this is where it gets hard, like boxing
offense,
and wrestling.
Yes, there's offense, there's defense, there's takedowns.
Boxing and MMA have a definitive winner. You can get a knockout or you can get a tap out. That's a definitive winner.
But if it goes to the cards, it's up to the judges.
The scoring part of that is usually by punches landed. So that's definitive.
Okay, so if you're saying, appreciate the call, you're basically saying then that the winner of each given fight should just be an analytical winner, where you go, who landed the most punches, highest percentage, did the most damage, they win, and a computer spits it out, basically, and you're not relying upon judges, which after watching an event this past weekend, I don't mind that. Yeah. Some of these judges that score fights, I don't know what they're watching sometimes. Let's go to Dre in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Dre?
Hey, Dre.
Fellas, love the show. How you doing?
Appreciate you.
Doing well, sir.
Mine is real simple. It's not that deep. It's just in the WNBA, I'm a basketball fanatic. I like watching the game anyway. But I would love it if I could see the girls just dunking on each other or just throwing alley-oops or just blocking shots. So my suggestion would be to lower the rim. That's what I love to see.
I love that,
I know
too.
it's a little controversy, but I love that idea to me.
I do not. So, Danny, why do you like it?
They already used a smaller ball. The dimensions already aren't the same as the NBA. I'd go all in. The women's game is distinctly different. It's it's cutting and more shooting and isolation. It's layups. It's a below the rim game. That's not a criticism. That's the fact. Doesn't have to be. If you're already using a smaller ball, why not lower the rim a foot?
Here's why. Because you can't. It's not practical then to go to every outdoor court in America and every high school court and in every place where basketball is and have a 9-foot rim next to the 10-foot rim for the women's game, right? In some places, you can lower them a foot or whatever. Most places you can.
So outdoor, you're right. Indoor, it's all adjustable.
A lot of it, where you went to school for sure, and where I went to school probably even by now. But in a lot of places, it's not necessarily that way where you're playing. I think that in a WNBA setting, obviously you can lower, raise, whatever. But in terms of just going and playing pickup basketball, like working on your craft, if you're a girl coming up, I don't think it's realistic that you'd be able to always find like a 9-foot rim versus a 10-foot rim. I get that if you're saying the product would improve, but also like how many people really care that much or are watching for a dunk? I don't know. Like I watch the NBA I know there are people that scream when someone gets posterized. I'm just not one of those people. Like the 3-point shot's pretty fun. Like there are other things that Caitlin Clark.
Well, it's not the only part of the game.
Has never dunked. She's captivated people pretty well. It seems like. Let's go to Ronnie in Arlington. What's up, Ronnie?
Hey, good morning. Good afternoon, gents. Yeah, I think I'm sticking on hockey. I believe I would like to see where the winning team at the end of the game should not be called for icing if the opposing team pulls the goalie. I mean, the winning team did nothing wrong to be called for icing other than winning. I mean, it's a losing team's problem to deal with it.
I actually love that. Do you get what he's saying?
So why if you take a shot at the goal and you miss from the other end, why don't you want that to be icing? Because they did something wrong. They missed. They set the puck all the way down.
His point is, you're being penalized for being in the lead essentially. So the other team has pulled the goalie, and they have an extra man, and in a penalty kill situation, you're allowed to do that, and you're in a penalty kill situation by design. I actually kind of dig that, to be honest with you, because I have the lead. Now, the whole reason they do it, I would think, is because they want the 6-on-5 goal and the excitement of another face-off, another ozone opportunity. But I do get his logic, which is to say, all I've done is everything right, and now you're penalizing
now I got to work extra hard
to help the other team tie the game, basically.
Yeah, but we do that in sports, though, right? We allow
totally
certain things and comebacks and the like. So, in general, I'm in favor of it.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. The voices of Nationals baseball, Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler, are going to join us next. Instead of calling the game, they're sitting in the booth, tapping their fingers on the table in front of them. But it sounds like they will have action to call in about a half hour. We'll get the details from them in just a moment on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thanks for making the show part of your day. Little doubleheader for your boys. They call this the day doubleheader.
Yeah.
Little sandwich Nats pregame in between a couple of doses. Went down smooth. Chase them with a little water of your guys, Grant and Danny. 2 Nats prospects named minor league players of the month in their respective leagues today. AAA International League, James Wood, you know about the slugger, top prospect in the organization, dealing with a hamstring. I've been told he's going to miss probably the rest of this week, and then there's a good chance he'll be back on the field early next week. Wood hitting .394 with a 1252 OPS, 7 home runs this past month. Got hurt in the final days of the month, so still the player of the month at the AAA IL level. And then in the AA Eastern League, Brad Lord, who is not a high-end prospect or a high draft pick for the Nationals, but he's been nails lately. 5-0 with a .87 ERA, Danny. 31 innings and 29 strikeouts for Brad Lord, who is becoming a bit of a household name this season in their system. He was the best pitcher at the AA level in the month of May.
That is a good deal. Again, the all of a sudden, it's the breadth of the organization, right? It's obviously the guys you see in the show, CJ Abrams, although he's had a dip in the month of May, but still been pretty electric and awesome. Mackenzie Gore, again, coming off his worst start of the season probably, but he's been pretty outstanding. Then you see the fruits of the labor of guys like Mitchell Parker, Jake Irvin. You start to you pile it up, and then the next group of guys waiting in the wings. This was frankly missing for a decade. I understand why they traded away every one of these guys that were marginal or good or even plus prospects to keep their window open. Well, now that the window closed, they're trying to pry it back open again. You need some of this depth, and it's starting to happen more and more often.
Speaking of the window closing, is the window open or is the window closed in the broadcast booth right now after the rains? Let's find out. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler join us right now from over at Nationals Park on Grant and Danny, and they will have the call of Nats baseball coming up in just a bit. What time are we getting underway, boys?
5:30 is first pitch. So we'll come back on the network at 5:25. They should have the window open by then.
Window is closed now. Will be open by then. It's they've got the foul lines down. They're working on the batters boxes, and we'll have the starting lineups around 5:25 and the first pitch at 5:30.
So is the jack of all things responsible for window open close, or do you guys do that manually?
Who's in charge of that?
We are not allowed to touch the windows. We get zapped. There's an electric
Right.
current if we do. The jack of all things, because he is the jack of all things, has received clearance and proper training as to how to open and close the windows. So he's not in the union, but he has received proper training, so he is allowed.
When I would occasionally take my mic on or off at the TV station, and someone would come running over and be like, "You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to touch that." A legitimate union issue if I touched my own microphone.
There's no doubt. When I started back at my first job out of college at KMOX Radio in St. Louis, they still had union engineers. And I walked in and, touched the cart machine, and they were like, that's, we can file a violation with the union for you touching that button. So it's changed a lot.
They got to
Things have changed a lot since
Yes,
then.
absolutely. As they try to get CJ Abrams going, one of the last times Charlie was on with us, he made something very well known on this show.
CJ Abrams is him?
Charlie, do you still think CJ Abrams is him?
Is him?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird construction, Charlie.
Uh-huh. I'm trying to remember when we did that.
So last year, and we're going to have to do a new one.
Right, that was last year. That's why I was trying to remember when we did that.
Basically, I put together a bunch of stuff that the kids say, and then you read it for us. Normally with a question mark at the end because you didn't know exactly what you were saying. But
I would have said he's the bomb, not he's him.
Oh, no, that's it.
That's a long time ago,
The bomb
Charlie.
is from the 90s, bro. I don't even think you were calling Rays games yet when people were saying that.
Maybe not. I was calling basketball then.
Yeah, exactly. You would have been like, across the timeline, he shoots, he scores, he's the bomb.
Hey, the other day, opening game of the series on a ground ball in the hole on the right side with a very tall pitcher, Tyler McGill, breaking the cover. It was McGill, right? Breaking the cover first when Iglesias, the pitcher wasn't there yet. He tried to lead him, and the ball bounced. He tried to throw a 6'7" guy a bounce pass. So it made me think of my days calling Bullets basketball, and the Bullets are at practice, and I'm watching Jim Lynam, who's a very animated coach, and you got George Murasan, 7'7", in the low post with his arms up, and the guys are running a play, and they throw a bounce pass, and the defender knocks it away. He's blowing the whistle. He goes, What's the matter with you guys? The guy's 7'7". He's in the low post. He's got his arms up in the air calling for the ball, and you throw him a bounce pass? Do you really think he's going to get his hands down for that before they steal it? Iglesias threw a bounce pass to McGill, and it went right by him.
And it zipped right past him. What kind of weather equipment do you guys have up there? Like, how confident are you that this baseball game is going to occur and not get interrupted 17 times?
Should we stay here again after we throw to you?
No, being this high above the ballpark, we see the weather first before the guys down in the field do. So I'm feeling confident that your show, albeit truncated a bit. I mean, we were the halftime entertainment for your show.
You guys did a great job, by the way. We got rave reviews.
We were filling in for you while you guys made your second half adjustments.
You were throwing a frisbee, and Charlie was chasing it down the court or something, right?
Juggling bowling pins.
I think we're good.
Hey, we get the best weather updates from our old friend Pete Medhurst. He lets us know if the game's going to be played or not.
Traffic and weather with Pete.
Yes,
he gives you a little bit of it. He'll tell you what the traffic is out in Maryland, and
you're in Southern Maryland. Swing by Offenbachers, and here's what the traffic looks like.
He's got it covered.
And you may even get the umpire bio history thrown into that.
He knows his umpire.
He does.
Yes, he does.
Absolutely.
He does.
Darius, give me another Charlie clip from last year, please.
Lane Thomas is the real no cap.
How's your no cap knowledge now, Charlie?
0. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Does anyone here in the booth know what that's supposed to mean? Dave?
Crickets.
Cap means you're lying.
That's falsifying a claim.
No cap means no lies, we're told.
Ah.
So if you were to say, like, DJ Hurst threw a couple pitches that were wild last night, that's no cap.
They hit the backstop on the fly. They were that was no cap. That was no cap.
Jags, I was a little nervous for my guy. I won't tell you who. I'm sitting next to someone over at Nats Park, and he threw that first one, and they go, "Uh-oh." He throws the second one, they go, "This could get interesting."
Then he locked it right back in.
He did. To his credit, he locked it right in.
I don't know if you did you you guys are obviously working on your second half adjustment. I don't know if you heard during your halftime show we interviewed DJ Hurst as part of Nationals on Deck. He is just bright-eyed and happy to be here. He's 23, but he's got the enthusiasm of a
high school kid,
of a young kid. I mean, he's just so happy to be here. It was refreshing.
Yeah, I was sitting with Jim Hickey in the dugout earlier, and he came out and he looked at Jim and he goes, should I throw my bullpen tomorrow or the next day? He was like very animated. Jim said, DJ, you can throw it whenever you want.
But he's like, no, but seriously, tell me when to throw it. What did you guys make of that start? Just big picture. Just the importance of having him come up. And I don't think it was banner, but still some good things happened out of there. But just what it means for the organization, what it means for hers.
I think a lot to like, but still maybe some more, not a finished product by any means. I mean, I think when you look at what we've seen from Jake Irvin, Jake is 27 years old. Last year debuted at 26. DJ's 23. Just a handful of starts above the AA level. But I think we see that if he can put the ball in the strike zone consistently, there's some ability with the different pitch mix. I mean, the changeup looks to be really good. He mixed in the slider and the curveball, although the stat system called it a cutter. I said, do you throw a cutter? He's like, no, I don't throw a cutter. So the pitch tracking system hasn't figured him out yet.
They think his curveball was
the slider and the cutter was the slider. I don't know. It was, but anyway, I think as far as his for him to be here, I think that's great. And this we talked about at the start of the year, the AAA rotation. We didn't even really. We included Mitchell Parker in that, but he wasn't at the top of the list, was all homegrown guys. And that's something that hasn't happened around here. It's usually been veteran stopgaps, and Parker got the first chance. He's excelled. Hers getting the second chance. We're still waiting on Jackson Rutledge to take that step forward and emerge. So I think organizationally, as far as pitching depth, it hasn't been this good in a while, and it's good to see.
The one thing I really like, too, about Hers, at times last night, because he was amped up, he popped 95, maybe even 196, but he's normally 91 to 93. And he said that in the interview. Normally, I don't throw that hard, but he's not afraid to pitch inside. And because you have that off speed, the mix of pitches and the changeup, it'll make that fastball running in on a hitter seem like it's got a little more velocity than it does. So, and he's not afraid to pitch in, which, a lot of young pitchers will fear pitching in, especially if they don't throw 98.
Totally. Career average against being 178 is pretty indicative of the stuff that he's had and showcased in the minor leagues. You're listening to Charlie and Dave, who are going to be on the call coming up in about 18 minutes. Nats baseball after a rain delay today right here on 106.7 The Fan.
So is this considered your post-game show?
This is our post game.
Yeah,
This is it. You're wrapping up.
Indeed.
No, we're your post-game. We're your Nationals talk. I mean,
Oh, no,
you're the attraction.
You're Grant and Danny live.
Actually, the way I view it, our first broadcast today was the pregame show.
Okay.
Then the pregame show that you guys did was the game. And now this is the postgame show that we're doing.
That you would have done. Maybe.
Right. Who's on first?
There you
Jags. I want to know. You normally plot out your day very meticulously. I've seen you. You've got little baggies of nuts. And
This is bad.
No, you're good. You're fine. Everything's going to be fine.
He had to impromptu change his whole routine.
Oh,
He just
no.
made an unplanned burger
Second
from
inning.
the press.
No, he
unplanned
didn't.
burger
Yes.
from press dining.
What? I've got a half-eaten burger waiting for this segment
Hey,
to end.
this is almost like going back to sending
This is
the
bad.
tank to eat the 7-Eleven.
This is bad.
Hot dog or
I
pizza.
had a dinner plan. And
This is back to the Dukes days of talking burgers with Jack,
yeah,
right?
this is bad because the hour and a half rain delay did not agree with the way with the plan.
So for people that don't know, Jags, I think I have the numbers right. At about 326, he eats his first grape, right? At 417, I think that's when he does 6 peanuts. And then right around, is it 513? You do like a few more pistachios or something.
Carrot sticks and hummus occasionally
There
mixed
it is.
in there.
Mixed in. So you went to the burger, and then I have to know, Chucko, did we hit the ice cream yet? Or is that later?
Actually, I don't normally hit the ice cream here ever, but I did in the delay today. The ice cream.
Yeah. You get delayed, you get the soft serve.
Yes.
Wait, why don't you
It's
do
the
the
first
ice
time-
cream?
I don't know. It's the first time all year I've done it. Normally, I have my own meal up here and my own plan and everything, but I ventured down there today because
we're going to be here a while.
We had too much time.
Has that always been the case with you and the ice cream? I could have sworn, for some reason, I thought
No.
we used to talk
Yeah,
about how great the ice cream was.
I thought you just kind of secretly left in the 6th and just
No.
grabbed some ice cream. That's not true?
No, not me.
Oh, they shut it down in the 5th, so you got to
Yeah.
get there early.
Oh,
I
yeah.
found out
No.
the hard way last night.
Yeah, it's bad.
I'm not a big ice cream guy here, but I did it today. I had a sandwich at 2:00, so that's all I followed up with. was the ice cream.
You're gonna. I'm predicting we're gonna need something else to get us through the game around the 7th, Charlie.
It's called coffee. It's called the
Or how
Keurig-
about the
Keurig
diesel
machine in the back of
How
the
about
booth.
some Bigelow tea?
We have that too.
Yeah.
We have some green tea. We can do that also.
You got any hits back there in that cabinet? Any runs?
Yeah.
Find some of those for
we
us.
have some bats.
We'll take.
Do they have any extra base hits on them?
I hope so. A little different lineup today. No Senzel, no Meneses.
All right,
Loading up the lefties against
I got
Severino.
10 minutes now to finish this burger. Let's go.
Yeah, you got to go get your burger.
We're back
Jack.
on at 5:25.
You are going to be. I'm going to say calling a 5-4 win today. I think.
There you go.
Nine hits for the good guys in a getaway day.
A Corbin win. Well, no getaway for us. The Braves here tomorrow. Getaway for the Mets going to London.
Going to London.
International travel for the
They're
Mets.
on a 10:45 jumbo jet out of BWI.
All right, boys, we'll be listening. Thank you for
Thanks, gents.
hopping aboard. And 2.0, Charlie and Dave, the best version, the 2.0 version, the real baseball version
Hey.
is 10 minutes away.
Hey, as Jacob Young would say at the end of every interview, go Nats.
I actually, I love that so much. He did an interview like a couple weeks ago. Was it him or Jesse Winker? Let me think. I think it was him.
It was him.
And at the end of the interview, he said, "Go Nats." I'm pretty sure it was Jacob Young.
Yes.
And he said,
he
"Go
does
Nats."
it. He does it every time.
So good. God, I love it. All right, boys.
See you guys.
Until we meet again, there's Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. Good times had by all.
See, the thing is, like, there's a lot of jocularity, a lot of humor.
A lot of
People
skits and
are messing around. Dave was serious. He's like, "Could you guys let me go? I want to eat my burger." I have to start calling this game.
Well, I mean, the guy's about to be working, locked in for the next few hours.
That burger's the most he's eaten in a day in 20 some years.
I am so amazed. Like, shtick aside, now,
Yes.
this is legitimate.
Mhm.
When you're at a ballpark and you're smelling those smells, and a lot of the places you're paying out $10-12, whatever, but there can be some pretty good food laid out for you, and you're talking about buffets and cookies and brownies. His
discipline's
the right word. I was even thinking more like militant approach.
Yeah.
Correctly to stick to the script
Mhm.
is amazing.
He is disinterested in all the treats at any time.
Yeah.
You cannot tempt him with anything. Anything. Whether it be it carbohydrate, be it sandwich, be it fry, be it
What do you
dessert.
think? Why on earth would he have gotten a burger today? He said because the schedule threw him off. But I'm still interested in
that. They're doing their normal get to the ballpark, recording the interview with this guy, the manager, this guy. Then we talked to DJ Hurst. So they do all their skits and bits for a 4:00 start.
DJ Hurst,
DJ Hurst, DJ Hurst. So you get to the ballpark for probably 4:00 game. You're there 12:30, 1:00, right? So you get you do your pregame stuff, get your first snack, your first meal for a 4:00 start. This is now like the fourth inning for him. And it's not. There's 0 innings. So he's looking at the rest of the night going, oh, my God.
It's a long night.
I'm going to be here, for a normal, ridiculous long day.
Okay.
I had audible.
Probably had a pretzel bun on that burger, if I had to guess.
You think you did?
They do that in that press area there, a little pretzel bun situation.
But don't you think Jags is like, nope, I can't have that. Just a regular milk toast burger.
Well, I bet you did
no cheese.
I bet you did no bun. No fries
over
on the side.
salad. Yeah.
Definitely no fries.
Yeah.
Probably no bun.
A small amount of mustard because there's not much calorie in that.
Maybe no cheese.
Yeah, no cheese is what I bet.
Definitely no ketchup.
Mm-hmm.
So basically just the patty.
Yep.
So when he kept saying, I've got to get back to my burger.
It's a knife and fork situation.
He is fork and knifing a patty that's right in front of him.
Uh-huh.
And Charlie, anti-ice cream.
Now, by the way, I don't know why we both had it in our head that he's an ice cream guy.
2 things. One, I thought for sure I had a conversation with him years ago where he had a routine where he would go get an ice cream in the 5th inning or whatever. But also, occasionally during games, I kind of feel like when he chimes in during a Dave inning, that if you listen closer to the pipes, it feels like they're cold and like there's some ice cream that just got consumed.
Interesting.
I've always gotten like, oh, Charlie's having some ice cream.
But I swear to you, we've had a conversation, whether it was you, me, and Charlie, or just Charlie and I don't know, where he eats ice cream. I've always, the press box ice cream. He's always done that. And now he's like, you guys are crazy. I've never done that.
You know how Clary stopped going to Nats games this year?
Mm-hmm.
The other night,
Yankees fan.
I'm going over. Darius is going over. Toby's going over to Nats Park. And Ryan says to us, he goes, hey, I'll go over there. I'm like, wait, what? And then he came back to us later, tail between his legs. He's like, actually, I can. I got to pick up my friend. And we're like, no problem, dude. Like, it's fine. We bust on you a little bit, but it's not serious. Like, dude, live your life, bro. And then he comes back to us a little bit later. He's like, I'm going to come. And we're like, dude, don't let us joning on you.
Right.
Now we feel like bullies. Like, just go pick up your friend. He's like, I don't need to. He's like, besides, I want to get ice cream. I'm like, all right. He's like, I'm going to go over there and eat ice cream. I'm like, all right, come on over. So we sat in the crowd. Twice he left where we were sitting to walk up to the press box to get ice cream. Twice.
2 times.
Comes back down. About the 5th inning of the game, we don't see Ryan anymore. He came for ice cream. He got his ice cream, and he went home. That's what happened.
That's what he did. That's great.
The guy loves his ice cream.
I mean, he had to catch the rest of the Yankees game. They got the best record in baseball after all, so he's excited.
Have you ever tried to put any of those Oreos, those little crumbles,
the crushed bits,
in the ice cream?
So I tried that the other day for the first time. I'm an M&M guy, but I put Oreos in there as well.
How good?
They were incredible.
Now,
I mean, it's incredible.
I did claim to be the first person to ever try that.
Mm.
However, I've taken some heat on that.
Yeah.
Questions were asked like, what do you think an Oreo McFlurry is?
Yeah.
Questions were asked like, why do you think the Oreo crumbles were next to the ice cream?
Right. They're just doing it. We just happen to put these here.
But I am still, just for the record, I'm still claiming that I was the first person to try that.
You got to do the brownie with an ice cream on top. Have you ever thought about that?
No, I don't think I would do that.
You should do
it's
that.
Not enough crunch. It's a little too, the brownie, which I love by itself, is mushy, but I don't want it with the ice cream. I want crunch. That's why I like that ice chip. You know what I mean?
I just want the brownie with the ice cream.
The texture.
Put them together.
Charlie and Dave, they're calling a baseball game. And they're doing it next for Darius and for Ryan. Grant and Danny saying so long. I don't think you'll hear from us again today, but who could ever know?
Thank you for coming.